No going back now. I clicked live.
Whatever. I can run away.
That's not wrong, actually. Good evening, guys. Welcome to Monkey in the Morning. This is the show. I'm Monk. He's Jack. Say hi, Jack.
Hi, everybody.
Jack, how the hell you been, man?
Usual bullshit. Oh, Dad's in the hospital again, so.
Oh, damn. Sorry to hear that, man.
Yeah, he got a kidney infection this time.
Oof. That can't be that can't be painful. That can't be pleasant.
Oh, yeah, he was fighting me on it, too. I'm like, we're going to call EMS. He's like, no, I'll be fine. I'm just a little weak. You're obviously pale and in tremendous pain, so shush. We're calling the EMS. Then he fell down, and we couldn't get him up, and he couldn't stand up. So, like you lost. Sorry.
Oh, hopefully it's cleared up quickly and he gets out. So
Yeah, well, you never know with this stuff, so it is what it is. But anyway, so that's what I've been dealing with.
before the show, thank you, Snubber. I supported Israel my entire life. That's a quote. Kamala must have forgotten those people voting for her are of the Palestine variety. And thank you, Comrade Kitty. 5-hour stream. Here we go. Very likely it's an hour and a half debate. So probably.
Buckle in, kids. It's going to get rough.
All right. Couple of things. One, I'm in a whole lot of pain because today was Lady Monkey's actual birthday. We celebrated it on Saturday, but me and her went out today and spent the day out. So if you hear me moaning, I promise I'm not touching myself.
Mm-hmm.
Two, if you follow me on Twitter, you need to make sure you're following my cousin Angry Monkey because I have apparently pissed somebody off.
You? I'm shocked.
I got a 12-hour suspension today for saying that the more people hear Kamala, the more they dislike her. She should have faked COVID. And I was hit with violent speech. They called that violent speech.
Of course they did.
I'd like, but what? What?
You had criminal thoughts, Monkey.
I didn't even swear in it, dude.
No, criminal thoughts. Maybe they had the UK examine it and see if it was like acceptable speech or not.
I pissed off somebody at Twitter because I've been getting hit with stupid shit quite a bit lately. I got a limited reach on a tweet the other day that wasn't bad at all. And this isn't just me being me, guys. I'm very honest about this stuff. If I did something stupid or said something horrible, I'll tell you. We've discussed the ins and outs of me being banned before. But innocuous tweets keep getting hit for reasons I can't explain.
Yeah, it's probably one of those crybabies that you're arguing with. Like, this is hate speech.
I hit enter on that tweet. There's no way anybody even had a chance to read it. It came back that fast that, hey, you have to take this down for violent speech. I'm like, there's nothing violent about it.
You had violent thoughts, Monkey.
But I didn't.
COVID is murderous. Look at all the people that died from it. Like that guy in that motorcycle accident.
I said she should fake COVID. And that was, anyway. So make sure you're following both Ranting Monkey and Angry Monkey because sometimes my cousin has to tweet for me. And again, I don't know who I pissed off this time. Anyway, was there anything else? Oh, yes. We haven't watched the debate. Each of us has heard like maybe a minute or two of it. So this is a live reaction. We haven't seen it. I have seen just a couple of things. No clips or anything, Jack, but people talking about it.
Yeah, I've seen some commentary, but that's about it.
Seems to be that a lot of people think that the moderators were on Harris's side. We'll see. And I'm going to tell y'all right now, having not seen any of this, Harris won the debate. Now, before you get mad at me, please understand, I said that yesterday.
Well, she likely has the moderators on her side. So if that's the case, she's definitely going to win.
It doesn't matter. It literally, do you remember the Biden debate?
Unfortunately.
how many news stories did we see afterwards? They're like, yeah, Biden looked like shit, but did you know Donald Trump lied now and then? He lied. He lied, you guys. Did you see he lied? The
He's a
story
bad
of that
man.
debate was that there was a doddering old man who's our fucking president who couldn't complete a thought and goes on a long ramble about sisters raping each other and getting each other pregnant from it.
Yes, well, that's what happens when they rape each other.
So I'm going into this expecting that the moderators are going to be biased. I think the last debate, the moderators were okay, but ABC doesn't care enough about its reputation to do things even handedly.
Oh, they got that sweet, sweet Disney money.
Yeah, they don't have to be. CNN put pressure on Jake Tapper and Dana, whatever, to be fair-ish. Nobody at ABC is doing that to their moderators. Because what's going to happen? The press going to call them out for being one-sided? Exactly.
You're funny.
So they have nothing to fear with going whole hog for, Slurpee. I think that's a great nickname for her.
Yeah,
I'm just
yeah.
saying.
I was thinking if she hangs out with Fuentes, it'd be Hunter and Chugs.
All right, let's pull this shit up on the screen. We are watching this on the ABC feed, which, by the way, was a live feed. I think it's over now, which sometimes causes problems, Jack, because they edit it in the middle of it.
Yeah.
So if for some reason this jumps randomly, we'll find our spot. We've had to deal with that before. Oh God. They just had a discussion, their little crew, and their big question was, will they shake hands? Will there be a handshake here? That's the one lady even says, first and foremost, will they shake hands? Like it that's what you're wondering?
Yeah, he puts his hand out, she immediately drops down to suck him off. Just out of habit. Oh, real quick. Thank you, Adabisi. I'm so sad they didn't mention James Earl Jones on this debate. Oh, yeah, that was fucking tragic, man. I didn't realize he was 93.
I know. Real quick, Cybertaz, thank you. Camel toe McKnee pads, indeed. Yeah, James Earl Jones dying. I have this on just a blank screen. Hang on 1 second. Let's at least put something on this. Got some retards. Look how serious she looks. She's got that newscaster. I'm so serious, Lean.
Super serial.
Super serial. Before we go on, yes, just Mr. James Earl Jones died. And if America gave knighthood for acting, he would have one because goddamn, he was good.
Well, he hit the trifecta. He got the Grammy, a Tony, and an Oscar, which is really rare, apparently.
It really is, yeah. Especially the Grammy side of it. I said this to Undoomed. It's a damn shame that the man was known so well for his voice because it almost overshadows his acting career.
Yeah.
The man could really act. And if you look at the different roles he's played, yes, some of them are kind of similar where they're, hey, we just need somebody with gravitas in here. They're like, fuck it, get James. But then there's others where he's like, I said this too, his turn in Field of Dreams. He plays a fucking hippie and an old hippie at that. And he made me like an old hippie.
Wow.
Like that is some acting right there. Plus, if you ever heard the man genuinely laugh, that laugh was fucking amazing. So, respects, man. Thank you for the memories. That he was a legend, and it's a damn shame. But he made it to 93. That's not a bad run.
Yeah, no shit. But he had some legendary roles that people will never ever forget. I mean, he had Star Wars, Conan, Soul Man, some of the best movies ever made.
Adabisi, thank you. I thought we outlawed shoulder pads back in the 90s. No, they've been making a comeback here and there for the last decade or so.
For no reason.
All right. Just watch the debate live, Monkey. You're going to need some of Grandpa's cough medicine. That bad, huh? Well, oh, thank you, Shio. May the corpse be with you. F for respect, guy.
Wow.
All right. Speaking of corpses, here's our media. We're right at the introduction of the debate, so let's jump in.
Tonight, the high-stakes showdown here in Philadelphia between Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump. Their first face-to-face meeting in this presidential election.
Their first face-to-face meeting ever. And I know that because it's been hyped up a little bit, and they even talked about it on the pre-show. Like, this is the first time they've ever met. Like, the first time ever. So, I don't know why that's a talking point at all. Who the fuck is she? I mean, now she's the Democratic nominee for president, but she was the vice president and she was the junior senator from California. Who gives a fuck? They make they've never met before. Like Donald's glad handing with all politicians at all times. I don't get the significance. By the way, the little ABC nerd before this said this could be the most consequential debate in presidential history because it might be the last one. He meant of this term.
No, it'll be the last one ever.
Good. The most consequent. Good. Could you guys hype this shit? It was when I saw that. By the way, guys, the way that I did see what little bit of this that I have seen so far is because I was watching that before the debate started and just didn't cut it off at the right time. So I got to see his stuff. But it was when he said that I'm like, oh, they're totally in the tank for Harris here. It's the most consequential thing. Now watch how bad Donald Trump is. Dun, dun, dun.
Orange man, bad.
I also thought it was funny. Their guest before they break to come here, one of their guests was Donna fucking Brazil.
The cheater?
Why would you? Okay, look, I get it. You have different people on, but you're doing a debate and you bring on somebody known for cheating for Democrats in a debate.
Well, it just goes to show how unbiased they are, Monkey.
Why would you even put yourself in that position?
Because they don't care.
Because they don't care. Because they won't get called out. It's only a scandal if the media decides it's a scandal.
Yeah, and nobody else in the media is going to call them out. They're all on the same team.
Thank you, Willie Brown, who says, I'm hella stoked that a former president finally got around to visiting my glory hole. That's a hole where there's glory. Do not look that up with Safe Search off. All right, here we go.
Their first face-to-face meeting ever.
A historic race for president upended just weeks ago. President Biden withdrawing after his last debate. Donald Trump now up against a new opponent.
The candidates separated by the
Democrats are so afraid they had to put someone else in. I did see, I don't remember who said it, Jack, but over on Twitter, somebody said that whatever the first question's about, like, this is what they're talking about. They're not talking about democracy it was Mehdi Hassan. That's who said it, Mehdi Hassan. They're not talking about democracy or insurrection. I'm like, yeah, they really don't want to bring that up right now. They don't want to bring. They do not want to start this by bringing up democracy and how Kamala, wasn't democratically chosen.
Smallest of margins, essentially tied in the polls nationally and in the key battlegrounds, including right here in Pennsylvania, all still very much in play.
I saw a poll yesterday, maybe it was earlier today, where it says Trump is ahead by 5, which is well within the margin of error. I'm like, what? How bad is your fucking poll that up by 5 is well within the margin of error?
Yeah. Like, I'm not trusting any of the polls from this point on because a lot of them are going to be just straight up lying.
Well, if you're looking at the national polls, Kamala's leading, but you have to understand that the national polls, just like the popular vote, can be easily swayed just with California. If they oversample in California, or even, just sample California, it's going to show Kamala has a lot more support because there's like millions and millions of people there. It's bigger than what, like 12 of the other states put together?
Yeah. We don't talk about that.
So it doesn't matter. What matters, and this is why, I don't know if you saw, but Nate Silver from 538.com, right now he's got Trump at almost a 70% chance of winning this thing.
Wow.
Yeah.
Was that before or after the debate?
This was yesterday.
Oh, yesterday. Okay.
So they can keep talking about it's neck and neck. It's really not. If you're looking at the national polls, if you're looking at what might be the popular vote, yeah, it's neck and neck. If you're looking at who's likely to win right now, it's not Kamala. It's just not.
Well, it depends how fortified the election becomes.
Yeah, we'll see. Well, I mean, fuck. People like me are getting kicked off for suggesting she's bad at debating. All right, here we go.
ABC News presidential debate starts right now.
This
You
is
do
an
know that's what
ABC
people
News
tuned in
special,
for. They
the
know it's
most
coming.
consequential
Why do they
moment
do
of
this shit?
Campaign. Kamala
Because they
Harris,
Together, we will chart a new way forward.
Donald Trump,
We will soon be a great nation again.
face to face, historic.
They are really playing historic. Historic. Could you stop? Everything's fucking historic. It's a presidential race.
No, this is super historic. You don't even understand.
I guess not, man. I guess not. Why is my YouTube chat frozen? Hang on a second.
I don't know. My Chrome has been acting up. I can't even switch tabs most of the time. I'm not ignoring you guys. I just can't see you.
Well, before the stream, hopefully they can even see us on Rumble. I set this stream up 4 times on Rumble. 6 different streams started over there. And the one that I thought was working wasn't, and I had to redo things again. Rumble was having issues. I think too many people were trying to stream tonight.
Probably.
Plus, the founders under indictment.
Yeah, it seems like a bullshit charge.
It's absolutely a bullshit charge. Anyway.
The ABC News presidential debate. Here now, David Muir and Lindsay Davis.
I don't know these two by name. I've seen their faces before, so I don't know. It's not like when we see Jake Tapper. I know Jake Tapper's biases. I know Denanana's biases. So they work for ABC, so I'm just assuming they're lefties.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean,
plus they're in the media, so I'm assuming they're lefties.
I mean, that's an accurate assumption in my book, but yeah, I don't know them real well because I try not to watch this shit. Because I fucking hate the mainstream news media. They're so biased. I have to watch CBS News every fucking night with my mom, and it's just lie after lie and half truths.
Yeah, CBS is bad. Lady Monkey watches them in the morning, and it's amazing how fucked up their news is and how behind it is.
Yeah.
Eternal says, a new way forward sounds like Mao's great leap forward.
Yes, it does.
I still want somebody to ask her how it's a new way forward when she's part of the regime. Nobody will answer that question for me, Jack.
Yeah, I don't know. They're not going to answer that question.
No.
Because they can't.
All right.
Good evening. I'm David Muir, and thank you for joining us for tonight's ABC News presidential
saying
debate.
David?
We want to welcome viewers watching on ABC and around the world tonight. Vice President Kamala Harris.
I do want to give them props because they let everybody else take their feed, and good on them for that.
Yeah.
CNN, you could learn some shit here. MSNBC.
They could, no.
And President Donald Trump are just moments away from taking the stage in this unprecedented race for president.
And I'm Lindsay Davis. Tonight's meeting could be
This
the
is
most
very
consequential
dark.
event of their campaigns, with Election
Yeah.
Day now less than
That's not just from us streaming it out to you guys. This is dark as shit. Do they not have ring lights at ABC?
Look, they don't know how to YouTube. They hire production teams, and apparently they don't know what they're doing over there.
But this was on their main broadcast. This is their actual broadcast.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't think they know how to do this stuff.
This looks like
this
the
is what
later.
happens when you hire people that aren't qualified.
It looks like the interrogation rooms in the later seasons of Bones.
Yeah.
Look how dark and mysterious we are.
Oh, it's gonna get dark. No, this is what happens when you hire DEI instead of people that know what they're doing.
The background's so dark, their token minority on the screen looks white.
No, you just can't see that guy.
2 months away. For Vice President Kamala Harris, this is her first debate since President Biden withdrew from the race on July 21st.
It's also only the second time she's taken questions since she's been the nominee.
She's above that monkey.
Of course, that decision followed his debate against President Donald Trump in June. Since then, this race has taken on an entirely new dynamic.
Yeah, because Kamala's brat. Man, we haven't even got to the questions yet, and I've already interrupted like 6 times. Y'all.
Well, I mean, you were trying to point out how brat she is. Although you don't really hear anybody saying that anymore.
No, because it was fucking retarded.
Yeah.
I still say it because I think it's fucking retarded. That's the only reason I do it.
Oh, and it's fun.
Brings us to the rules of tonight's debate. 90 minutes with 2 commercial breaks. No topics or questions have been shared with the campaigns.
Yeah,
the candidate.
Right. Thank you. Thank you. You can tell me that all you want to, but I do not believe you.
Oh, the media lied to my face? I'm shocked.
And frankly, it shouldn't matter. They do tell them what the topics will be in general, like foreign policy or domestic policy, but I don't believe you guys that you didn't tell Kamala what the questions were.
Yeah, I don't either.
Will have 2 minutes to answer questions, and this is the clock. That's what they'll be seeing. 2 minutes for rebuttals and 1 minute for follow-ups, clarifications, or responses.
That's the Biden clock. You know they put that shit in when he was still here.
Yeah.
Look how fucking big that is. Okay. Sorry, every so often I might be muted just to cough because I'm still sick.
Their microphone.
My daughter told me that she tuned in the other day while I was sick and said, you didn't sound sick. I was like, oh, that's nice. I was. I got the boogers to prove it.
Yo.
Johnny Hellcat, thank you. We are talking about this at work, and one of my coworkers said, well, she is the vice president. And I threw in, and Sharon Stone's cousin. Only one person got it, and I'm okay with that. And thank you, Cybertaz. There are no rules in Trump debates. Rassle. I do wonder before we get into this, because I was watching Megyn Kelly's pre-debate stuff. Because she did a show earlier. And I watched, who else was I watching? Everybody seems to be in agreement that what Donald Trump needs to do is be grown up and just answer the questions like he did mostly with Biden.
Yeah.
And if he goes that way, I think it's a mistake. I'm not saying he can't answer any of the questions, but what he should be doing is taking shots at her constantly.
I think he has to be a little more subtle about the shots he takes.
Yes. Because any attacks will be like, he's attacking a woman.
Yeah.
But
and they're going to play that vagina card every chance they get.
Oh yeah. But he needs to be doing like, hey, you locked up a lot of black people. Why? You claim to have smoked dope before or listening to songs before they ever came out. He needs to take shots like that at her. And if he doesn't, I do think it's a mistake. Anyway. We'll get to the candidates eventually.
Their turn to speak. No pre-written notes allowed. There is no audience here tonight in this hall at the National Constitution Center. This is an intimate setting for 2 candidates who have.
You might not want to use the word intimate with Kamala there.
Yeah, no shit.
Or maybe you do. Just saying. They made it cozy in there just for her. That way when she does the walk of shame, nobody can see.
There's some fresh knee pads available.
never met.
President Trump won the coin toss. He chose to deliver the final closing statement of the evening. Vice President Harris selected the podium to the right.
So let's now welcome the candidates to the stage.
I
Vice
like how they
President
do
Kamala
that.
Harris.
They've got it set up like a coin toss in football. Like, do you want to kick or receive? And they get to choose kick or receive, and then the other team gets to choose which direction they're going. I do not
Kamala likes to receive.
I don't understand why who gets which side matters so much to these people, but apparently it really does.
I don't know. It's probably some debate thing from like college. Who knows?
Wasn't Nixon on the right during the Nixon-Kennedy debate? I wouldn't want to stand over there.
I'm sure there's some psychology behind it. Like most people are right-handed, so they look to their right more, or some bullshit like that.
You might be right.
Harris and President Donald Trump.
Kamala Harris. Let's have a good debate.
Nice to see you. Have fun.
Thank you.
Okay, that was funny. He was going to the podium and she made, I'm going to go shake his hand. And then she introduced herself.
Did she give her pronouns, though?
Did she just try to use a power move on Donald fucking Trump?
Yeah, I think so. It's the pantsuit.
Look how big and grown up I am.
I'm a big girl now.
Welcome to you both. It's wonderful to have you. It's an honor to have you both here tonight.
Good evening. We are looking forward to a spirited and thoughtful debate.
No, you're not.
So let's get started. I want to begin tonight with the issue that voters repeatedly say is their number one issue, and that is the economy and the cost of living in this country. Vice President Harris, you and President Trump were elected 4 years ago, and your opponent on the stage here.
I'm sorry. What was that?
Voters repeatedly say is their number one issue, and that is the economy and the cost of living in this country. Vice President Harris, you and President Trump were elected 4 years ago. And
well, they admitted it. They admit he won.
Were Trump and Kamala elected 4 years ago?
Well, they were both vice presidents, so I don't know how.
Okay. Yeah, somebody said in chat he just Bidened. Yes, he did. Hey, Junko, how you doing, man?
Hey, Drunkle.
And your opponent on the stage here tonight often asks his supporters, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? When it comes to the economy, do you believe Americans are better off than they were 4 years ago?
No, she does not believe that at all. Not even a little bit. Do you think that's what she's going to say?
No.
All right, Kamala, blow me away.
So I was raised as a middle-class kid, and I am.
She's having a Biden moment.
She was raised in Scranton.
Do you think the economy is better off than 4 years ago? I was raised as a middle-class kid. What does 30 fucking years ago have to do with right now? And actually 40 years ago for you to be a kid. And yes, upper middle class, Comrade Kitty. You can't even start off with yes. I think we're better off.
I suspect we are setting up the entire debate right here, where there's going to be a bunch of non-answers, like usual from her.
This is the first word she said besides "I'm Kamala." Oh God, I don't know if I can hit this button.
Dude, we are not even 5 minutes into the actual debate, and you're already at this point. You're not going to make it through this whole thing.
I grew up middle class. Okay.
And then?
Actually the only person on this stage who has a plan that is about lifting up the middle class and working people of America.
The question is, do you think they're better off? I'm the only one that's got a plan. Fuck. Oh, this is going to be painful. All right.
I believe in the
Thank you, Comrade Kitty. When I was a young warthog.
Ambition, the aspirations, the dreams of the American people. And that is why I imagine and have actually a plan to build what I call an opportunity economy. Because here's the thing. We know that we
wall.
No, she has a plan to build Trump's wall too. Shh, shh, shh. We don't talk about it though, because
they call it Kamala's cage. Oh, thank you, Cybertez, for the donation with no message. Appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Okay, so far her answer is no. I don't think they're better off. That's why I have to have things to fix it. I have to lift them up.
You raise me up. So oh, sorry.
Not you, her.
have a shortage of homes and housing, and the cost of housing is too expensive for far too many people. We know that young families need support to raise their children, and I intend on extending a tax cut for those families of $6,000.
I suppose answering the question's just out of the question.
I told you. We're going to see that entire thing, I bet.
She's just going into stump speech here.
Yeah, that's what she's been doing. Whenever, like, her DNC speech was just a recycled stump speech.
I mean, so was her interview with Danana Bash. Is it Bash now? Are we supposed to say that?
Who cares? Some psycho.
Bosh.
$1,000, which is the largest child tax credit that we have given in a long time, so that those young families can afford to buy a crib, buy a car seat, buy clothes for their children.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Or a TV at Walmart, whatever.
Or a TV at Walmart. I realize we're on my crappy internet, so maybe this might be jumpy or whatnot, but watch her face as she says this stuff.
Child tax credit that we have given in a long time, so that those young families can afford to buy a crib, buy a car seat.
Why is she smiling at that?
Because she can't help herself. She seems to break out into laughs and smiles more than the man who laughs from Victor Hugo. Jeez.
Yeah, so you can buy a car. She might as well have been winking at the fucking camera.
Yeah, she was smiling at the moderators because, a little time later.
What happened to her accent? She knows everybody in that room is white, so she's not gonna use it.
Buy clothes for their children. My passion, one of them, is small businesses. I was actually my mother.
Is that why your administration shut down all the small businesses during COVID?
My passion is small businesses.
The ones that make electric buses?
Based on what fucking history of yours? Has anybody heard her call, when she was a senator, for less regulation so small businesses can get ahead? She started the deregulation thing now because Democrats are finally understanding all their fucking regulations are messing things up. But that is a recent thing.
Oh, I don't think they understand that at all.
Small business is my hobby and job. All right. Fucking God damn it.
Mother raised my sister and me, but there was a woman who helped raise us. We call her our second mother. She was a small business owner. I love our small businesses.
This is worse than Joe Scranton. This is my father's cousin's sister's former roommate had a job. So
Baseball's reference.
I like small business because somebody I knew had one
50 years ago.
When
the economy was better. Real quick. Thank you, Cybertaz, who said, it said Kamala's vagina card is played out as much as that Arby's roast beef sandwich between her legs. The tire has no tread. The hot dogs got lost down the hallway. The jokes are as easy as she was.
True.
That is very, very true.
My girlfriend said she wants Kamala because she wants to see what the first woman president would do. I replied, by that logic, I'm voting for the white dong prez. We don't talk politics. it's possible for us to eventually have a female president. Hopefully not in my lifetime. But it shouldn't be, oh, look, she was standing next to the demented guy. Don't put me off Arby's. Man, that comparison always makes me want more Arby's. What's wrong with you? Just call me Haitian.
My plan is to give a
That was a good joke. I don't care what y'all think.
$50,000 tax deduction to start up small businesses, knowing they are part of the backbone of America's economy. My opponent, on the other hand, his plan is to do what he has done before, which is to provide a tax cut for billionaires and big corporations, which will result in $5 trillion to America's deficit.
The question was, is things better off now? And now you're talking about Trump wanting to cut taxes, which, by the way, cutting taxes, like corporate taxes that you want to raise, helps small business. I don't know if you realize businesses pay taxes, dumbass. This has nothing to do with the question. Look, this is why I said what they should do is just go, all right, the economy, go, and just let them go. Why do you even pretend to ask questions? You're not going to hold them to it. We're not even through the first answer. Thank you, Cyber.
This could be a 12-hour show.
Thank you, Cybertaz. Cenk and Vaush would want some of her horsey sauce.
Ew.
I mean, certainly not Vaush, because that's a woman and he likes cat black.
My opponent has a plan that I call the Trump's sales tax, which would be a 20% tax on everyday goods that you rely on to get through the month. Economists have said that Trump sales tax would actually result for middle-class families in about $4,000 more a year.
See, this is where I want the old Trump, because I want him to go, are these the same economists who said there wouldn't be inflation with Biden's plan?
Yeah.
Because of his policies and his ideas about what should be the backs of middle-class people paying.
Wait, she just had a Kamala moment.
$1,000 more a year because of his policies and his ideas about what should be the backs of middle-class people paying for tax.
She forgot what she was supposed to say, so she had to improvise. And so she just throws in more words. Thank you, Cast One. Would you review the platform of Vermin Supreme? No, I think he's awesome as long as nobody pays too much attention to him. He's just a mockery of our system, which we need. He's the court jester of the presidential campaigns.
Yeah, he doesn't actually want to get power. He just wants to make fun of it. I'm fine with that.
Yeah. Her responses are extremely rehearsed. Yeah, and she fucked it up. She forgot the script.
Tax cuts for billionaires.
I'm going to stop every
President
time she
Trump
does
will
it.
give you 2 minutes.
First of all, I have no sales tax. That's an incorrect statement. She knows that. We're doing tariffs on other countries. Other countries are going to finally after.
You missed it. You should have pointed out that she didn't answer the question, that what she did was lay out that, yes, people are worse off. We need old Trump here.
75 years pay us back for all that we've done for the world.
He's right there.
And the tariff will be substantial in some cases. I took in billions and billions of dollars, as you know, from China. And
yeah, what he's talking about there, took in billions of dollars from China. Just for the record, for all these people, there's going to be 20% sales tax. One, it's not a sales tax. Shut the fuck up. You're a liar. What they're talking about is he wants to implement tariffs up to 20%, maybe more in some cases. And they're saying, well, that'll get passed on to the people, which will make it a tax.
Well, it's only a tariff on imports, not stuff made domestically. It's to encourage us to make stuff here.
Chris Christie helped him with prep? Really? Donald.
I don't know.
It would make sense on why his first answer here sucks. But when he says he brought in the billions from China, That was in the trade war that we had with them, the very brief one that the media all shit themselves over.
Yep.
We didn't have massive inflation from it. We didn't have 20%. It's going to cost people thousands of dollars a year. We just evened up the trade imbalance a little bit with our fucking power to do so with tariffs. Christ.
In fact, they never took the tariff off because there was so much money they can't. It would totally destroy everything that they've set out to do. They're taking in billions of dollars from China and other places. They've left the tariffs on. When I had it, I had tariffs, and yet I had no inflation.
True. Good
Look,
answer.
We've had a terrible economy because inflation which is really known as a country buster. It breaks up countries. We have inflation like very few people have ever seen before.
Look at her trying to look studious, staring at him.
So she's trying to figure out what words he's using.
She's like, what does country mean? That's one of those small things, and some of them are big.
Yeah. It's a big country.
Do you have a Venn diagram on that? Anyway. Apparently it was his former coach for debating. Okay.
Probably the worst in our nation's history. We were at 21%, but that's being generous because many things are 50, 60, 70, and 80%
True.
higher than they were just a few.
What is she shaking her head no to?
Because she doesn't understand the economy because she's a communist.
She looks at him, he looks at us. Yes, yes. And we're already seeing. And Biden did the same thing in their debate.
Yeah.
It's almost like they're begging for his attention.
Oh, yeah, they absolutely are. They're hoping that if he makes eye contact with them, he'll say something mean that they can take out and quote mine.
2 years ago. This has been a disaster for people, for the middle class, but for every class. On top of that, we have millions of people pouring into our country from prisons and jails, from mental institutions and insane asylums, and they're coming in and they're taking.
Look at her trying to. Oh my God.
She's giving that like school marm look of, are you serious right now?
Good God. All right.
Jobs that are occupied.
How do you get a Democrat to vote for Trump? At this point, it's probably way too late. They need way too much common sense, and most people don't get it overnight.
Right now by African Americans and Hispanics, and also unions. Unions are going to be affected very soon. And you see what's happening. You see what's happening with towns throughout the United States.
No.
You look.
He pointed out that Black people and Hispanics are the ones that are being most affected by illegals. And that led her to smugly write something down. Hey, Kamala, that's just true. It's people in the poorest people among us, especially the least educated, poor ones of us, who are losing jobs to, under the table payments to illegals.
Yeah, and that happens more in the inner city than it does anywhere else. I mean, you're not going to go out in rural America and see that on the same scale that you're going to see in the urban poor areas.
Yeah, but no, I got him here.
Look at Springfield, Ohio. You look at Aurora in Colorado. They are taking over the towns. They're taking over buildings. They're going in violently. These are the people that she and Biden led into our country, and they're destroying our country. They're dangerous. They're at the.
Monkey, you're muted. Is that him or me? That's him, isn't it? Swing low, sweet chariot.
I was muted to blow my nose. That's my bad.
Oh.
I forgot what I was even saying, but thank you, Cybertaz. Tulsi was the only semi-acceptable Democrat, but even she was a gun grabber. Sit on my face, Maui mommy. I don't think she'll do that, but you can ask.
It doesn't hurt to ask, I've heard.
The highest level of criminality, and we have to get them out. We have to get them out fast. I created one of the greatest economies in the history of our country. I'll do it again and even better.
We are going to get to immigration and border security during this debate, but I would like to let Vice President Harris respond on the economy here.
Well, I would love to. Let's talk about what Donald Trump left us. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment since the Great Depression.
I think COVID did that.
All right.
Donald Trump left us the worst public health epidemic in a century.
I'm sorry. Did she just blame Donald Trump for COVID?
Yes.
Hey, Kamala, that vaccine you guys are so proud of and how you guys stopped COVID and all that, who gave you that? Anyone? It was this man here. And 4 years ago at this time, Chris Wallace was telling him that that vaccine would not be ready before the end of the year. Thank you, F. Trump missed the opportunity to really crack and possibly sink her ship. He scrapped it. Sorry. He scraped it a bit. 7-10, disappointing performances. Still think he got the better chance of winning, though. Well, again, I haven't seen it. This is my first watch. And from what we're seeing so far, he needs to be more Trump here. He really does. But we're only at one question in, so we'll see.
Donald Trump left us the worst.
What was that?
In 4 or 5 hours.
Yes.
Worst attack on our democracy since the Civil War.
Oh, fuck
and what
off.
We have done
the worst attack on our democracy since the Civil War, because Congress had to wait a couple hours to do some shit. Dark Conservatarian, thank you. I'm still covering the debate on my channel now. The abortion segment, Trump did great on. Kamala's body language is total garbage. She's so see-through. Here's the thing, though. It does not matter. It doesn't matter. She could come up here and literally pull a Biden, and it's going to be Kamala did so good in this debate.
Oh, she stood up to Trump.
She's so smart.
Done is clean up Donald Trump's mess. What we have done and what I intend to do is build on what we know are the aspirations.
He was just looking at the clock. I don't know if you caught that with his eye movements. You're like, will this bitch shut up?
No.
Should have just said it, Donald. Should have just said it.
And the hopes of the American people. But I'm going to tell you all in this debate tonight, you're going to hear from the same old tired playbook, a bunch of lies, grievances.
Holy shit, she's being like really honest.
Oh, no, she's talking about him, not herself.
Yeah,
sorry. That wasn't real clear, was it?
No, it wasn't, because she just said you're going to hear a bunch of lies and the same old shit. And like, yeah, that's what I expect. You've already started it. Huh, okay. I was giving her credit for honesty. I should have known better. She's a Democrat.
Yeah.
And name calling. What you're going to hear tonight is a detailed and dangerous plan called Project 2025 that the former president intends on implementing if he...
Casual Killing Spree, welcome to the apocalypse. Thank you so very much. Who's winning? Right now, I'd call it a push because nothing's really happened. We're literally only in the first question.
I would say not the audience.
I feel like our audience is.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're hanging out, so...
If you guys are if you're having trouble watching this, let me teach you a device that I learned. You know how they say when in public speaking, if you're nervous, just picture the audience, naked.
Mm-hmm.
If you're having trouble listening to Kamala, picture her naked, bouncing up and down on a 60-year-old man when she was 30.
That is not helping anything.
No, but it makes me laugh. Over on the Streamlabs. What do you mean no? Cougar Knife was like, no. Anyway, thank you. They demonized Trump when he warned about COVID. They demonized Trump when he was honest about COVID not being as bad as was expected. They were wrong every time, and Trump was right. They'll demonize Trump for everything and anything, especially the truth. Yeah.
Absolutely.
You were elected again.
Oh, she's smiling because Donald Trump keeps listing what she considers her finest accomplishments. Thank you, Keldrig. You're probably right.
I believe very strongly that the American people want a president who understands the importance of bringing us together, knowing we have so much more in common than what separates us. And I pledge to you to be a president for all Americans.
President.
That's a closing statement.
Yeah. It's also more canned stump speech. It's not answering the question.
And Trump will give you a minute here to respond.
Number one, I have nothing to do, as you know, and as she knows better than anyone, I have nothing to do with Project 2025. That's out there. I haven't read it. I don't want to read it purposely. I'm not going to read it. This was a group of people that got together. They came up with some ideas, I guess some good, some bad, but it makes no difference. I have nothing to do. Everybody knows I'm an open book. Everybody knows what I'm going to do. Cut taxes very substantially and create a great economy like I did before. We had the greatest economy. We got hit.
She wants so badly to speak.
Yeah, because she wants to talk. They've been pushing this Project 2025 shit for a long time.
Oh, yeah.
Trump has disavowed that several times. He's got his own version of it. It's on his website. That has nothing to do with the Heritage Foundation or Project 2025. He has said it many, many times.
The one dude from Heritage, I forget who he is, has made statements like, I've talked to Donald Trump and I've gone over some of this with him, without ever pointing out that much of it is, it's just Republican talking points in general.
Yeah. It's all very, very generic, and it's been a lot of the same stuff has crossover, of course, but
yeah,
he hasn't endorsed Project 2025, but they keep trying to link him to it. Much like,
and the weird part is, I mean, there's not much of it that you can point to and go, oh, bad.
Yeah, it's just normal Republican bullshit.
Yeah, but
some of it I would agree with, some I wouldn't. So
yeah,
who cares?
But saying Project 2025, I mean, that's like Order 66.
Yeah, that's what they're trying to make it out to be. You know, like Agenda 21 from the World Economic Forum.
Oh, yeah, yeah. All right.
Or Project 2030 from the environmental wackos.
And the pandemic was not since 1917, where 100 million people died. Has there been anything like it? We did a phenomenal job with the pandemic. We handed them over a country where the economy and where the stock market was higher than it was before the pandemic came in. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. We made ventilators for the entire world. We got gowns, we got masks, we did things that nobody thought possible. And people give me credit for rebuilding the military. They give me credit for a lot of things, but not enough credit for the great job we did with the pandemic. But the only jobs they got were bounce back jobs. These were jobs bounced back, and it bounced back and it went to their benefit. But I was the one that created them. They know it, and so does everybody else.
That's actually a good answer.
Yeah.
It took him a little while. It took him a little while to get to the pertinent part.
Yeah. Well, it's okay. He answered the question very specifically, and she was just mean mugging him the whole time with that stupid, you did anything look.
Yeah.
But thank you, Frosted Glass. Spoiler alert. If you showed Kamala's reaction faces throughout the night and replaced Trump with Maury reading paternity test results, it would not look out of place. By the way, perfectly safe game. Take a shot of cyanide every time she answers a question. I have a feeling that you're never going to touch that stuff. So thank you, Frosted.
President Harris, I'll let you respond.
So
this was her question. There's 2 minutes to respond and then a minute for follow-up. And we're on the third follow-up to this. All right.
Donald Trump has no plan for you. And when you look at his economic plan, it's all about tax breaks for the richest people.
Yep. I caught that too. Go ahead.
No, you first. You first.
No, go ahead.
No, she said he doesn't have a plan for you. I don't want anyone having a plan for me.
Oh no, that's not the part. He doesn't have a plan for you. His plan is like, excuse me.
I caught that too, but this whole like Marxist notion of your life has to be planned out by your economic betters because they're sophisticated.
Oh yeah,
I don't like that shit. These commie talking points need to be exposed more.
Thank you, Dangerous. You're going to hear a bunch of lies. Goes on to immediately bring up Project 2025. Also, ABC just had Tim Walz on to praise Kamala's performance. Is there a word stronger than bias? Fucking
corrupt
media. Yeah, corrupt is probably a good one.
And when you look at his economic plan, it's all about tax breaks for the richest people. I am offering what I describe as an opportunity economy, and the best economist in our country.
An opportunity economy would just be capitalism, sweetie.
She's a communist, remember? So,
I know.
So that concept is novel to her.
So what the fuck is she actually talking about?
It's more brainless gibberish that's meant to sound smart.
Not to mention, she just came out with her plans like yesterday or the day before.
Yeah.
Before that, her website was like, hey, buy my merch. It was like a fucking YouTuber's website.
I feel
but now,
seen.
no, I got these deep plans that I don't understand because I haven't seen the Venn diagram yet.
If not the world, have reviewed our relative plans for the future of America. What Goldman Sachs has said is that Donald Trump's plan would make the economy worse. Mine would strengthen the economy. What the Wharton School has said is Donald Trump's plan would actually explode the deficit. 16 Nobel laureates have described his economic plan as something that would increase inflation and by the middle of next year would invite a recession.
I hate to be repetitive, but what did those Nobel laureate economists say about inflation and Biden?
Oh, we don't talk about that. No. We don't talk about that at all.
I am so tired because Biden did this too. All these economists looked at my plan. I trust economists as far as my cripple ass could throw them because they are almost exclusively the ones that get talked about and Nobel Prizes, lefty jackasses.
Yeah.
They repeat Keynesian bullshit when it suits them and otherwise just go, the Republican is bad.
Cryptic, yeah, it's sort of like having 51 Intel officials sign a document about a laptop and they're all lying.
This is true. Nobel Prize winning Paul Krugman, all through Bush's presidency. These tax cuts are horrible. They need to go away. They're the worst fucking thing ever. Obama gets elected and goes, yeah, I'm not actually going to get rid of those tax cuts. These tax cuts are awesome. We totally should never get rid of them because we need them right now. That is your Nobel laureate economists. Thank you, Cryptic. I'm trying so hard not to make a joke to get you demonetized, but Kamala is like my crazy uncle who yells, me love you long time when he watches Full Metal Jacket. Well played.
Crazy or awesome?
A little bit of column A, a little bit of column C.
That's right.
You just have to look at where we are and where we stand on the issues. And I'd invite you to know that Donald Trump actually has no plan for you because he is more interested in defending himself than he is in looking out for you.
I will invite you to know, what the fuck does that even mean?
I have no idea.
Listen to this bullshit again. Listen to the
issues. And I'd invite you to know that Donald Trump actually has no plan for you because he is more interested in defending himself than he is in looking out for you.
I'm sure that was profound. I just don't know how.
I think it sounded better on paper. It sounded really smart. And they're like, let's go with that. It sounds super smart. And then it turned into a poo pile.
A second ago was he's going to give tax cuts to the rich, which you should have stuck with because you're a commie. And you change that to he's more interested in defending himself. Oh, all right. Look, we all know if Donald Trump didn't run for president this time, none of these court cases go through.
Yeah.
Not a one of them. He's more interested in defending himself. If he was so interested in self-preservation, he wouldn't be running.
And what's wrong with self-preservation anyway?
That's a good question. Honestly, I don't know.
You're supposed to just sort of take it for the collective? Is that what I'm getting? Oh. Real quickly. Thank you, Keldrake. Goldman Sachs and Dick Cheney? Damn, she's got all America's worst villains in her mouth. I mean, in her corner. Yeah, I think you were right on both counts.
It is amazing how many formerly worst people ever are on Kamala's side and they're like touting it.
Yeah. Putin, both the Cheneys, Goldman Sachs. It's pretty impressive array. Also, thank you, Cryptic. You could be my crazy uncle who sells services with the catchphrase "sucky sucky $5," but with a Spanish accent at this rate of the open border. I don't do any of that, but pimping might be in my league somewhere down the line. I don't know. I'd consider all career options. Thank you, Cryptic.
Himself, then he isn't looking out for you.
It's just a soundbite. They gave her that to say. Look, I went to the Wharton School of Finance, and
what he said off mic there was that's just a soundbite they gave her to say, which is true.
Yeah, that's very accurate.
Many of those professors, the top professors, think my plan is a brilliant plan. It's a great plan. It's a plan that's going to bring up our worth, our value as a country. It's going to make people want to be able to go and work and create jobs and create a lot of good, solid money for our country. And just to finish off, she doesn't have a plan. She copied Biden's plan, and it's like 4 sentences, like run, spot, run.
We need much more of that. Thank you, Bullwinkle. They got a bunch of fired people, Dick Cheney and his crazy daughter. We got Tulsi and RFK Jr. Yeah, did you see that they forced RFK Jr. back onto the Michigan ballot?
Yeah. I'm not surprised.
Of course not. Somebody said, why would they do that? Like the same reason they tried keeping him off in the first place. They thought it would hurt him or hurt them.
Yeah, they want him to hurt Trump more than to hurt the Democrats.
Yeah.
So not surprising. But yeah, look, Trump did go to the Wharton School, which is a pretty prestigious group.
Yeah.
So it's not like tariffs are new either. That used to be how the government made its money.
Almost entirely, yeah. That and taxes on whiskey and tobacco.
Yeah. Yeah, because like income tax and private property tax didn't exist until what, 1917 or so?
Sorry, blowing my nose. Yeah, somewhere around there when they finally implemented the income tax. Which, by the way, you can thank the Republicans for. Not because it was their plan. It was the Democrats' plan, and they kept putting it off. And finally, the Republicans, in a dumbass move that has fucked us all ever since, were like, oh, yeah, fine. We'll put it up for a vote. Nobody's going to vote for this shit. And the politicians were like, wait, we can give ourselves a whole bunch of money to spend? Yeah, fuck it. We'll do that. Dangerous, thank you. Donald Trump will implement Project 2025. Also, Trump has no plan. Pick a lane. Hope that after November 6th, we are unburdened by her. Also, the guy who got shot in the face is in this for himself. You have to be careful when you say shot in the face because we were just talking about Cheney.
Yeah, yeah. Well, Captain Shotgun there.
Shot somebody in the face, but yeah. Yeah, he's just in this for himself. Hold on here. All right, I did back that up a little bit.
And it's like 4 sentences, like run, spot, run. 4 sentences that are just, oh, we'll try and lower taxes. She doesn't have a plan. Take a look at her plan. She doesn't have a plan.
Mr. President, I do want to drill down on something you both brought up.
And, you know, he did good there by, hey, she doesn't have a plan. It's really small. And she's like, he doesn't have a plan. Here's 90 ways his plan sucks.
The vice president brought up your tariffs. You responded, and let's drill down on this because your plan is what she calls is essentially a national sales tax. Your proposal calls for tariffs, as you pointed out here, on foreign imports across the board.
How is that a national fucking sales tax? Sorry, that's so disingenuous.
Because, look, inflation's totally not a tax, but this will cause inflation, which is a tax. Welcome to our media.
Yeah, that is the dumbest fucking thing. Even if you thought tariffs were a tax of some kind, it's only on imports. Anything made domestically is not subject to tariffs.
Yeah, and I thought their whole thing was bringing jobs back to America.
Unless you're not serious about that.
We use tariffs all the time. I've told this story. One of the reasons that I stopped voting for major party candidates was George Bush and the tariffs he put on foreign metals coming in. I worked in a machine shop at the time, and most of the metals that we used came from Europe.
Mm-hmm.
And it was great. And George Bush, to try to shore up support with steelworkers unions, slapped fat tariffs on the steel. And so we had to start using US steel, which, by the way, is garbage. We worked with 12-foot long steel bars, Jack. And we ended up having to throw like half the bundles away because they were all bent or disgusting. We couldn't put them in our machines.
Yeah, because union rules good enough.
The stuff coming over from Europe, clean, beautiful, shiny. Stuff coming from America, all fucking rusted and bent. But that's a good use of tariff. It's okay to fuck everybody that way, but don't do it, in a trade war, which is where you really should be using it. Anyhow,
you might double your plan, imposing tariffs up to 20% on goods coming into this country. As you know, many economists say that with tariffs at that level, costs are then passed on to the consumer. Vice President Harris has argued it'll mean higher prices on gas, food, clothing, medication, arguing it costs the typical family nearly $4,000 a year. Do you believe Americans can afford higher prices because of tariffs?
They're not going to.
What a bullshit question. Kamala Harris says it's going to be more expensive. Do you think people can afford it to be more expensive? Are you for fucking real? No wonder she was nodding along. He literally just asked, hey, Kamala says this is bad. Now respond to it being bad, dick. God damn, man. I hope you get herpes from Kamala, dude.
Have higher prices. What's going to have and who's going to have higher prices is China and all of the countries that have been ripping us off for years. I was the only president ever. China was paying us hundreds of billions of dollars, and so were other countries. And, if she doesn't like them, they should have gone out and they should have immediately cut the tariffs. But those tariffs are there 3.5 years now under their administration. We are going to take in.
You really should have nailed the point that prices didn't go up there either. Because that was the big thing. There's going to be a horrible thing and everything's going to get more expensive. We had a little bit of issue with our farmers and we took care of them, and then shit got back to normal.
Yeah.
With the new tariffs in place. It's 20% sales tax. Answer the bullshit charge, you fuck. I almost dropped the other F word. Whoops.
Whoopsie.
Billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars. I had no inflation, virtually no inflation. They had the highest inflation perhaps in the history of our country, because I've never seen a worse period of time. People can't go out and buy cereal or bacon or eggs or anything else. The people of our country are absolutely dying with what they've done. They've destroyed the economy. And all you have to do is look at a poll. The polls say 80 and 85 and even 90% that the Trump economy was great, that their economy was terrible.
I mean, that's a good point to hammer home, and I don't blame him for not directly addressing the question, because it was a bullshit question.
Yeah, it was a trick question.
Yeah, it was. This is why, hey, we didn't share any of the questions with the candidates, because obviously the candidate gave him that question. Thank you, Dangerous. I have a fun drinking game for non-alcoholics. Take a drink every time they fact-check Kamala. From reports, Kamala being on the debate stage was incidental. Trump debated the ABC hosts. I've seen a lot of people talking about that, and in my title, I did not know that at the time. I just thought it was funny and probably what was going to happen.
It's usually what happens.
Yeah, I mean, we were shocked that it didn't with the CNN debate, because And even then it did a little bit, but not to the point that we expected it to. All right.
President Harris, I do want to ask for your response. And you heard what the president said there, because the Biden administration did keep a number of the Trump tariffs in place.
All of the Trump tariffs in place. What are you talking about? He kept a number of them. Don't want to point out too much, right? Don't want to give Trump too much credit for that. Evolved Potato, thank you. Blanket tariffs are just idiotic. Selective tariffs are good. No tariffs are fine for equal competing nations. But places like China and other countries that take advantage of free trade to exploit cheap, sometimes slave or child labor need tariffs. Tariffs are a protective measure. And I'm not opposed to using them against anybody for as long as there's a reason for it.
Real quick. Thank you, Cult of Krill, for that feminist donation. All tax is theft, property tax the most so. I agree with that for the most part. I think some taxation is inevitable just because they're going to find a way to rip you off. But property tax and inheritance tax are total bullshit. Just like that gains tax they're trying to push through.
Oh, yeah.
Where you can
Unrealized capital gains.
Yeah, that is total horse shit.
Yeah, I'm not big on the taxation is theft thing because look, we have to pay for government somehow, and even our founders taxed whiskey. It was more on a per buy thing than like income tax, but property tax is just fucking retarded. That is just theft.
That is straight up theft. Like I said, inheritance tax, same thing. Unrealized gains. There's a certain amount of taxation people will allow for the necessary evil of functioning government. But you're really pushing the line after a while. And a lot of this stuff is just greed.
Yep. Go back to taxing luxury goods like alcohol. I'm all right with that. But we already do. We can't go back to that because states are already doing that and just ripping people off.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the problem. Is there's too much bureaucracy, so they've got to feed themselves because it's a vicious cycle. It's an Ouroboros of theft, basically, because they like taking your money, so they're going to keep taking your money, and they need your money, so they're going to keep taking it.
They need your money so they can promise you they'll do things for you with it,
and then not do them.
How do you respond?
Well, let's be clear that the Trump administration resulted in a trade deficit, one of the highest we've ever seen in the history of America.
What? You mean the trade deficit that was already out of which trade deficit? One, you can't just say trade deficit with which country?
Well, look, the Chinese were mad at us, so they didn't give Biden as much money.
Joe Biden, Joe Biden, thank you. Listen, monkey fat, 100% is still a number. And by golly, when I came into office, that's how many of Vice President Donald Trump's push-ups I did. Thank you, Mr. President. You go back to your pudding now. Thank you, Toasted. Why can't we just, why is this? Get off my fucking, there we go. Why can't we just sell land and also sell advertise? Well, one, the government's not supposed to own as much land as it does, but I'd be fine with selling it. Problem is eventually the land is going to run out and we're still going to have bills. What we need to do is cut taxes. Did you see Massey's speech or his statement yesterday at the continuing resolution meeting that they were having?
I saw people posting it. I didn't get a chance to watch it.
Oh, fuck. I wish we had time. It is 6 minutes of just truth.
Ooh,
he is very much becoming a Rand Paul-esque figure. And
nice.
I have been very critical of Massey because he speaks one thing and then votes the other way. If he actually embraces it, he may become one of my favorite congressmen.
Nice.
He basically got up there and went, you guys are trying to attach the SAVE Act, the continuing resolution, guys, it just keeps our budget going. And he's like, we're supposed to vote on 12 budget bills. We didn't do it. We always just passed the continuing resolution. And now you guys put a shiny bauble on it. His words, not mine. The SAVE Act, we all know that's not going to be in the final version of it. So this is all political theater. And he actually says, I don't want to be a thespian in the speaker's political theater. I'm like, that is a fire bar.
That is a great quote. I did see that quote, but I didn't know the context of it.
Bullwinkle, thank you. She did better than expected, more prepared and composed. However, she still had to repeatedly resort to the same old debunked lies about Trump. Did either change the undecided? I don't think that. Okay, you have to understand.
We're not far enough in yet.
Well, again, it doesn't matter because the press is going to claim that she won regardless of how this goes. What's about to happen is they're looking for the Kamala bump from this. And because she's going to get a whole bunch of positive news coverage out of this, she'll probably get a little bump and then people will forget about it until the election gets a little closer. I have a feeling with the way the numbers have been going, if she gets a little bump from this, she'll demand another debate.
Oh, I think so.
After refusing to do the other two that Donald offered, if her numbers go up a little bit from this, she'll demand another one.
And she'll say, he's a coward for not debating me, even though he's asked her for 3 debates.
Yeah. Say it to my face.
He invited trade wars. You want to talk about his deal with China? What he ended up doing is under Donald Trump's presidency, he ended up selling American chips to China to help them improve and modernize their military, basically sold us out, when a policy about China should be in making sure the United States of America wins the competition for the 21st century, which means focusing on the details of what—
I'm sorry, I was coughing. What was that?
You want to talk about selling America out? How much money did they give Iran and all the sanctions they lifted? Oh, yeah, my bad.
$6 billion.
Oh, well, the sanctions lifted is probably another $100 billion because they can sell their oil now.
Easily, yeah. What the hell is she talking about? She doesn't know. Donald Trump gave chips to China to make better military. You mean the chips that we buy from fucking China?
Requires focusing on relationships with our allies, focusing on investing in American-based technology.
I'm sorry, I have to bring this up. Joe Biden is just at his DNC speech. We saw him talking. We got to bring the chips. I brought the chips back here to America, and she's like, "We gave chips to China." That's where they were coming from, you fucking idiot.
And if they were worried about the computer chips going to China, maybe we should talk about defending Taiwan.
Yeah, because that's where the rest of them come from.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Technology, so that we win the race on AI, on quantum, what that requires, focusing on relationships with our allies, focusing on investing in American-based technology so that we win the race on.
She's bringing it up right there without actually bringing it up, without saying the actual words. Because the focus on American-based technology all goes back to the chips. Because remember, there was a giant chip shortage during COVID for many reasons, largely crypto. But they weren't made here in America. Donald Trump gave all these to him. She's just lying.
Yeah, how could he give chips to China when they're manufactured in China and Taiwan and some in South Korea? We didn't exactly hand any of that shit over to them.
Frosted, thank you. Operation Chippity China, the Chinese chipping. Yes. Chinese chipping? Never mind.
On AI, on quantum computing, focusing on what we need to do to support America's workforce so that we don't end up having on the short end of the stick in terms of workers' rights. But what Donald Trump did, let's talk about this with
what
COVID.
What did workers' rights have to do with any of
what the fuck? All right, I feel like I missed something, so we're going to listen to that again.
Focusing on what we need to do to support America's workforce so that we don't end up having on the short end of the stick in terms of workers' rights. But what
how about in technological advancement?
It's literally just garbled words. She's Biden without the excuse.
She's mixing up 2 or 3 different talking points at once, and it's coming out like a Biden moment. I think she forgot what to say and just fell into like some other talking point that was vaguely similar.
But worker rights. Oh, fuck off.
Donald Trump did, let's talk about this, with COVID, is he actually thanked President Xi for what he did during COVID. Look at his tweet. Thank you, President Xi, exclamation point, when we know that Xi was responsible for lacking and not giving us transparency about the.
She's not going to blame China, is she?
No. That's one of her biggest backers, I bet.
Sin Nikki, thank you. Monk, I make chips in the US. That said, there's a whole nother story to the CHIPS Act. Yes, there are some chips made here, not enough to cover what we do. We import most of what we use.
The origins of COVID.
President Trump, I'll let you respond.
First of all, they bought their chips from Taiwan. We hardly
See?
make chips anymore because of philosophies like they have and policies like they have.
She just mouthed, that's not true. And by the way, sweetie, we can tell you're mouthing it because we would have heard the thing. That's how sound works, by the way. That's not true. It's 100% true. All right.
We've been talking about this for years, about how we need to start making this stuff at home.
Biden was literally talking about it 2 weeks ago on the DNC stage. We got it so we can make that shit here now. I fucking hate these people, man. All right.
Her because she has no policy. Everything that she believed 3 years ago and 4 years ago is out the window. She's going to my philosophy now. In fact, I was going to send her a MAGA hat. She's gone to my philosophy, but
he should autograph it too.
Oh, fuck.
If she ever got elected, she'd change it. And it will be the end of our country. She's a Marxist. Everybody knows she's a Marxist. Her father's a Marxist professor in economics, and he taught her well. But when you look at what she's done.
Who is she mugging for?
I don't know. But it's a like girl power mugging, you know, that like, oh, you don't know. I'm a queen, yo. There's something very off-putting about that sort of thing.
To our country. And when you look at these millions and millions of people that are pouring into our country monthly, where it's, I believe, 21 million people, not the 15 that people say. And I think it's a lot higher than the 21.
40.
That's bigger than New York State pouring in. And just look at what they're doing to our country. They're criminals. Many of these people coming in are criminals. And that's bad for our economy, too. You know, you mentioned before, we'll talk about immigration later. Well, bad immigration is the worst thing that can happen to our economy. They have, and she has, destroyed our country with policy that's insane. Almost policy that you'd say they have to hate our country.
President Trump.
I agree.
Well, yeah, he's not wrong.
Thank you. Lindsay?
I want to turn to the issue of abortion. President Trump, you've often touted that you were able to kill Roe v. Wade. Last year, you said that you were proud to be the most pro-life president in American history. Then last month, you said that your administration would be great for women and their reproductive rights. In your home.
Those are not mutually exclusive.
They are to a communist that wants dead babies.
Abortion is not a reproductive right. It's quite literally the opposite. Can you explain to me how abortion has anything to do with reproducing?
It's anti-reproduction, so it's sort of related, I guess.
Home state of Florida, you surprised many with regard to your 6-week abortion ban because you initially.
She need to do a better job shaving her mustache. That's unfortunate, lady.
Yeah, that lighting is not helpful.
She got a mustache like Lou Bega, you know, Mambo No. 5.
Yeah.
Had had said that it was too short. And you said, quote, I'm going to be voting that we need more than 6 weeks. But then the very next day, you reversed course and said you would vote to support the 6-week ban. Vice President Harris says.
Is that what he said?
I'm not sure on that one.
That's not what he said. He said he's going to be voting no on that bill that just has a blanket. You can have an abortion at any time. That is entirely different. You fucking lying whore. We watched the clip. All right. Because remember, he says I forget his exact wording, but then they showed Vance and said, and the Trump campaign contradicted what he said. No, it said walked back what he said. Then they showed Vance literally saying exactly what Trump had said.
Well, they're a bunch of disingenuous liars, so it's kind of hard to keep up with everything that's actually being said.
Fucking all right. We should be able to get through the questions without having to stop and look at the question.
Well, the moderators aren't going to fact check themselves.
All right.
Is that women shouldn't trust you on the issue of abortion because you've changed your position so many times.
Twice is not so many times. Plus, he openly said several times that he wanted it to be a states' rights issue.
He did, and he said that he thought 6 weeks was too short, which is the current law out there in Florida. The Viability Act is what they're pushing right now, which I do need to correct myself because I said up to birth, but they use the term viability, which is kind of vague. Thank you, Dangerous. Biden's CHIP Act is supposedly about making chips in America. What chips is the U.S. sending if they have none? Imagine if we actually had a media who called Dems out on their inconsistencies. And that'll never happen, Dangerous.
Yeah.
Because they are Democrats.
Yeah, we have so few chip manufacturers here. And they've been talking about trying to get them to build stuff, but it takes years for that stuff to get set up.
Therefore, why should they trust you?
Well, the reason I'm doing that vote is because the plan is, as you know, the vote is, they have abortion in the 9th month. They even have, and you can look at the governor of West Virginia, the previous governor of West Virginia, not the current governor, who's doing an excellent job, but the governor before, he said the baby will be born and we will decide what to do with it.
That's a mistake. It's not West Virginia. That's Virginia. It's Ralph Northam.
Oh, whoopsie.
But he could bring up Walls where they have the literal data of them doing that. That's her VP. Oh, this is a missed opportunity.
Governor before, he said the baby will be born and we will decide what to do with the baby. In other words, we'll execute the baby. And that's why I did that, because that predominates, because they're radical. The Democrats are radical in that. And her vice presidential pick, which I think was a horrible pick, by the way, for our country, because he is really out of it. But her vice presidential pick says abortion in the 9th month is absolutely fine. He also says
yes, Kamala, they have stats from Minnesota. Or sorry, yeah, he's Minnesota, right?
Minnesota, Wisconsin, I can't remember.
Minnesota, yeah. They have the stats from it where this literally happened. It's not a question. She's saying, no, yes, 100%. Look it up.
Execution after birth. It's an execution, no longer abortion, because the baby is born.
In fact, it's so bad that they stopped recording when they do it. They used to mandatory report on babies who were born alive, which is such a stupid fucking phrase.
It's not just being born.
Yes.
If you're dead, then you're not born. You're still dead.
Oh,
okay. And that's not okay with me, hence the vote. But what I did is something for 52 years, they've been trying to get Roe v. Wade into the states. And through the genius and heart and strength of 6 Supreme Court justices, we were able to do that. Now, I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother. I believe strongly in it. Ronald Reagan did also. 85% of Republicans do. Exceptions, very important. but we were able to get it, and now states are voting on it. And for the first time, you're going to see, look, this is an issue that's torn our country apart for 52 years. Every legal scholar, every Democrat, every Republican, liberal, conservative, they all wanted this issue to be brought back to the states where the...
No, he's doing that same line again, and this is wrong. Democrats absolutely did not want this brought back to the states. And he's got to stop saying that.
The people could vote. And that's what happened. And now, Ohio, the vote was somewhat liberal. Kansas, the vote was somewhat liberal, much more liberal than people would have thought. But each individual state is voting. It's the vote of the people now. It's not tied up in the federal government. I did a great service in doing it. It took courage to do it. And the Supreme Court had great courage in doing it. And I give tremendous credit to those 6 justices.
There is no state in this country where it is legal to kill a baby after it's born.
Bullshit.
Oh, yeah. How's Gosnell doing?
Bullshit. Fucking Minnesota. Look it up, you fucking whore. Leaving a baby there to die is killing it.
No, that's aftercare. That's post-traumatic fetal birth or post-traumatic fetal delivery.
Name any other time you can just leave a child to die and we don't call it a crime.
Can't do that. Nope.
Where you take 0 life-saving measures and just let it die. Fuck off, you lying whore. There's no state where that's bullshit.
Maybe it's not legal, but they are doing it.
No,
so.
it's absolutely legal.
Horrifying.
What happened in Minnesota, there's a reason that they report on these born alive, and oddly, they all die. Which is interesting because in the one year, there were 5 of them. 2 of them weren't viable. 1 of them had horrible birth defects. The other 2, I don't talk about them. Yeah, we don't know what happened to them. They
the
tripped down a flight of stairs.
Yeah.
Fucking why? Oh, you lying bitch.
Madam Vice President, I want to get your response to President Trump.
Well, as I said, you're going to hear a bunch of lies.
Oh, and by the way, Trump pointed out that this is what Democrats want. It is legal in some spots, but that's beside the point because there's people who want to make it that way everywhere. So stop pretending.
And that's not actually a surprising fact. Let's understand how we got here.
Did she
Donald?
Did she get her hair colored?
Probably. Oh, she's 60 years old. She's probably dyeing it at some point.
Okay. All right.
Trump hand-selected 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention that they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade. And they did exactly.
You mean follow the Constitution?
Yeah, he has to appoint or try to get people through for the court. So that's kind of his job.
I should have used this for the thumbnail. Here's the thing. He hand selected 3 people. Even if Garland had gotten on the court instead of Gorsuch, 5-4 still wins.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Garland is such a piece of shit.
Exactly as he intended. And now in over 20 states, there are Trump abortion bans, which make it criminal.
Did he go to those states
for a doctor or
yes, they are his abortion bans.
Or nurse to provide health care. In one state, it provides prison for life. Trump abortion bans that make no exception even for rape and incest, which understand
he just said what he supported. He just said he supports those exceptions.
Which 20 states do not have an exception for rape and incest?
I know there's a couple of them, but
yeah, it's not 20.
Yeah, probably not. But she's talking about, there's restrictions on carving up the corpses of children or cells of children. Yeah, hey. You know what? Maybe that state wants to do it that way. You don't get to dictate what the states do all the time.
Do you think the moderator will point out that she lied here?
No.
Yeah, probably not.
Means A survivor of a crime, a violation to their body, does not have the right to make a decision about what happens to their body next. That is immoral.
What, they can't travel between the states now?
No, they can't.
Did I miss that memo? That they're not allowed to go from, like, Montana to New Jersey? You can't get on a bus or a train and go do that?
Here's a question. If a child is born of rape, Jack, and at 10 years old, mom decides, you know what, that is just too much of a reminder of the horrible thing that happened to me. Should she be allowed to kill it?
No.
Well, why not? I mean, what her body's going through it right there too. She's using her body to care for that kid.
She's using her body to kill it too.
It's the one place I really do have such a conundrum in my own brain, because I get it. Making a woman have a baby from a rape is it's torturous, but that baby didn't do nothing wrong.
You can always put the baby up for adoption.
Does not have the right to make a decision about what happens to their body next. That is immoral. And one does not have to abandon their faith.
Not necessarily their
or
body,
deeply
though.
held belief.
Well, no, that's the whole thing. There is no child involved. That's why they don't call it a child. Why they pretend we never say a woman is with child. I know she's with fetus. She's with clump of cells right now.
Well, it alleviates the stigma of killing a baby.
Yeah, we don't have a whole celebration for a woman who's going to have a child. A shower, so to speak, Jack. We've never had something like that to celebrate a baby, because it's not a baby till it's born.
Beliefs to agree. The government and Donald Trump certainly should not be telling a woman what to do with her body. I have talked with women.
Coughs and selective service.
All right, how about and this? I wish, and I'm sure he won't, but call her out on it, Trump. Okay, we'll ban life of the mother, abortion, and incest, or sorry, rape and incest, but only those. Are you cool with it? Because those make up like less than 2% of all abortions.
Yep.
The other 98 is just women who don't, like, fuck, I got drunk at the club last night and let some dude nut in me.
Yeah, it's not the life of the mother at stake. It's just reproductive poor planning.
Yep.
Women around our country. You want to talk about this is what people wanted? Pregnant women who want to carry a pregnancy to term, suffering from a miscarriage, being denied care in an emergency room.
Doesn't happen except by fucking doctors who have an agenda. Stop it, you whore.
Yep.
Because the healthcare providers are afraid they might go to jail, and she's bleeding out in a car in the parking lot.
Nobody goes to jail for attempting to do first aid on somebody that's injured.
Nope.
That's absolutely ludicrous to say. That if that ever has happened, it's a rare outlier, and there's a lot more nuance to it.
I had this discussion with somebody in my life the other day about the Texas case.
Yeah.
Where they're like, she desperately needed an abortion and they wouldn't let her have it, so she had to go to a different state. Like, no, she didn't. No, she didn't. All it was required was that doctor to sign off and say she needs this abortion, and the doctor refused to do it.
Yeah.
And even with that Texas Supreme Court case, the Supreme Court still said, if this doctor will just say she needs it, she can have it, and we can't even question it. But that's not how it was put out there. Instead, it was put out, Texas won't let this woman have an abortion.
Well, the same thing with here in Ohio, where they had the 10-year-old go to Indiana to get an abortion. Mm-hmm. Well, it's because they were trying to hide the fact that she was raped.
Yeah,
so because the guy that raped her was an illegal immigrant.
Yeah, they had to protect the illegal who raped her.
Yeah, the sainted rapists.
And then like, oh, you guys questioned whether a 10-year-old actually got raped. Well, one, you guys were being cagey as fuck about it. Then when we found out why, nobody talked about it.
Yeah, and she absolutely could, because a 10-year-old would be at physical risk during a pregnancy.
Yep.
So she would be qualified for an abortion here in Ohio. That was such a bullshit fucking story. And everybody on the left ate it up.
Yeah. And this is why women's votes shouldn't count. Sorry, ladies. But you hear this shit, and instead of doing any kind of actual digging on it, you're just like, oh my God, they made a 10-year-old have a baby? No. They were gonna? No.
No, nobody was going to do that. And the mom was helping to try and cover this up, just like the doctors, so that the dad or the mom's boyfriend, I think it was, could get away with it because he was here illegally.
They committed a crime to cover up a crime.
Yep.
Frosted, thank you. Want to join my metal band? Sainted Rapist. No, I'm going to pass. I am awesome on the tambourine, though. You should hear me. I think more metal bands need tambourines.
And cowbells. And triangles. Triangles.
Her husband didn't want that? A 12 or 13-year-old survivor of incest? Being forced to carry a pregnancy?
I do not think Ashley Biden should have to carry Joe's baby. I just want to be clear on that.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one.
To term? They don't want that.
Again, how many is that? How many of the million abortions last year were 13-year-old girls who got incested? I don't know why they don't just consider that rape too.
Can we call them Joe shower babies?
Joe, yeah. How many of Joe's shower babies were born last year? God damn.
This is a disingenuous argument that you always get from the left whenever it comes to abortion.
Yeah, because they have to lie about it. Because if they told the truth, then people would be disgusted.
Yep.
Dr. Cybertaz, thank you. Oh, now you don't want the government telling people what to do with their bodies? What about the clot shot, you disingenuous knob gobbler?
Right.
Well, don't forget that in order to work for her campaign, you have to have that shot. That came out not long ago. Even the women. Of all potato, thank you. Classic left arguing tactic. Ascribe positions to your opponent and then demand they defend those positions they don't hold. If you don't defend them or deny they are your position, they call you a liar and keep ascribing positions to you. Yeah, look, she could honestly say that there have been abortion limits placed because of the Roe v. Wade thing. Absolutely. But instead of just saying that, like, Trump's abortion bans, and nobody in the press is going to call her out for this shit.
Why would they want to do that? She's their candidate. It's her turn, monkey.
Thank you, Dangerous. Please come to our fetus shower. Also, there are doctors who will not treat miscarriages because they are afraid of being prosecuted. Then find another doctor because your current one is a moron. They're not a moron, Dangerous. They are political activists. That's what it is. And you'll notice that when you see these stories about these doctors who are like, oh, I just can't perform abortions because I might end up prosecuted. One, they're not actually talking about abortions. They're talking about life-saving medical treatment because sometimes that happens with pregnancies. That's true. But they're always women.
Hey, fact.
And I pledge to you.
Oh, please.
When Congress passes a bill to put back in place the protections of Roe v. Wade, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. But
can you give me the constitutional backing for that?
Well, the Constitution is easily ignored by these clowns, so no. Oh, real quick, blah, can't talk. Thank you, Tennessee Twink. I hear you were a Marine once. Incest? What that? Oh, down here we call that happy family fun time. Yeah, I mean, anything I say will get us in trouble. Thank you, Tennessee Twink.
The truth is they could probably get it through the Supreme Court under the General Welfare Clause. Except for actually this court, maybe not, but that's how they would try to.
Yeah.
But she's not smart enough to know that.
No, and she doesn't know how anything works. So
yeah.
But understand, if Donald Trump were to be reelected, he will sign a national abortion ban. Understand in his
Understand a national abortion ban or a national abortion approval won't pass through Congress. You would need 60 votes in the Senate.
He has said repeatedly he won't sign anything of the sort.
Yes, he did. But don't let that, and I'm sure the moderator will pull that up.
Project 2025, there would be a national abortion a monitor that would be monitoring your pregnancies, your miscarriages. I think the American people believe that certain freedoms, in particular the freedom to make decisions about one's own body, should not be made by the government.
Unless it's the COVID shot.
Yeah, unless the government really wants it to be that way.
Yep.
Thank you, Vice President Harris.
Well, there she goes.
You're not going to correct her? You're not going to say, hey, Donald Trump has repeatedly said he's not going to sign a national abortion ban.
Because again, it's a lie. I'm not signing a ban, and there's no reason to sign a ban because we've gotten what everybody wanted. Democrats, Republicans, and everybody else, and every legal scholar wanted it to be brought back into the states. And the states are voting. And it may take a little time, but for 52 years, this issue has torn our country apart.
And all based on a lie. Don't forget that. Roe lied. She claimed to have been raped, and I need an abortion. Bullshit. She lied the whole time. A 52-year argument about killing babies over a woman lying. Ain't that some shit?
Nobody would believe it if it was a TV show, man.
No.
Back in the states, and I did something that nobody thought was possible. The state.
You put in a good Supreme Court, because it's not just that. Look, I've disagreed with the court from time to time, but it's probably been their best decision making in my lifetime.
States are now voting. What she says is an absolute lie. And as far as the abortion ban, no, I'm not in favor of abortion ban, but it doesn't matter because this issue has now been taken over by the states.
Where it belongs.
Would you veto a national abortion ban if it
Well, I won't have to because again,
are you fucking kidding me?
Of abortion ban, but it doesn't matter because this issue has now been taken over by the states.
Would you veto a national abortion ban?
He just said twice he wouldn't sign an abortion ban.
Yeah, but he didn't say if he'd veto it, monkey.
Oh, fuck. Our press is such trash. All right.
Well, I won't have to because, again, two things. Number one, she said she'll go back to Congress. She'll never get the vote. This is impossible.
100%. Thank you. Thank you. Neither one of these, even if he was, I'm for the abortion, neither one can get that vote in Congress. You would need a supermajority in the Senate, and it's just not happening.
For to get the vote, especially now with the 50-50 and essentially 50-50 in both Senate and the House. She's not going to get the vote. She can't get the vote. She won't even come close to it. So it's just talk. You know what it reminds me of when they said they're going to get student loans terminated? It ended up being a total catastrophe. The student loans, and then her.
I mean, he's not wrong.
Yeah. He's getting some good points, and they're just being disingenuous about listening to him.
Yeah, and with the student loans, it's actually one Congress could have done if they wanted to, but they don't want to put their name on that because it'd be expensive as shit.
Oh, yeah, they're not going to label themselves with that.
I think probably her boss, if you call him a boss, he spends all his time on the beach. But look, her boss went out and said, we'll do it again. We'll do it a different way. And he went out, got rejected again by the Supreme Court. So all these students got taunted with this whole thing about this whole idea. And how unfair that would have been, part of the reason they lost, to the millions and millions of people that had to pay off their student loans. They didn't get it for free. But they were saying it's the same way that they talked about that they talk about abortion.
But if I could just get a yes or no, because you're running mate,
Can you please respond to the straw man I built up, sir? That'd be great.
That question you answered twice before I even asked it. Could you please? It's literally the guy from Fox News. Yeah, but did he do it today? Will you denounce white supremacy right this second? These people are fucking horrible.
No, they're just ideologues. They have an agenda, and they've built up all these straw men, and you have to respond to their straw men. Like somebody, I think it was Dangerous, just said, you have to constantly address the lies that they've crafted for you. Sorry, I forgot who said that in chat.
This is insane.
Yeah, J.D. Vance has said that you would veto if it did come to your desk.
Well, I didn't discuss it with J.D. In all fairness, J.D. And I don't mind if he has a certain view, but I think he was speaking for me, but I really didn't. Look, we don't have to discuss it because she'd never be able to get it, just like she couldn't get student loans. They couldn't get student loans. They didn't even come close to getting student loans. They taunted young people and a lot of other people that had loans. They can never get this approved. So it doesn't matter what she says about going to Congress. So wonderful. Let's go to Congress. Do it. But the fact is that for years, they wanted to get it out of Congress and out of the federal government. And we did something that everybody said couldn't be done. And now you have a vote of the people on abortion.
Vice President Harris, I want to give you your time to respond, but I do want to ask, would you support any restrictions on a woman's right to an abortion?
I absolutely support reinstating the protections of Roe v. Wade. And as you rightly mentioned, nowhere in America.
That's not what you were asked. All Roe v. Wade said is that you couldn't ban abortion up to what they called viability, which changed from, I believe, 26 weeks originally down to 22. There was no limit on the other end. So do you support any restriction? I'm going to put Roe v. Wade back in. All right. And as you correctly pointed out, she's now going to tell a lie.
And as you rightly mentioned,
wrong.
Nowhere in America
wrong.
is a woman carrying a pregnancy to term and asking for an abortion.
Wrong.
That is not happening. It's insulting to the women of America. And understand what has been happening under Donald Trump's abortion bans. Couples who pray and dream of having a family are being denied IVF treatments.
No,
what?
They're not.
Where did that even come from?
Because this is their bullshit. This is their bullshit. This goes back to the Oklahoma case, which again had nothing to do with abortion. The wording that came down in their Supreme Court did make it seem like if you got rid, or that technically that's a life now with the embryo. And so you can't kill it. And so we can't even do that because then we could be mass murder. No, that's not true.
That's straight up lie.
The legislature within a week had fixed that.
Yeah.
They can't have in vitro. Bullshit. You're a liar. Name the state where in vitro fertilization is illegal. I dare you.
What is happening in our country? Working people, working women who are working.
She just had the. I'm sorry, I had to stop this.
In our country, working.
Wait.
People working.
She's got the Clinton thumb going.
Yeah, she's pandering to the audience again.
Women who are working one or two jobs, who can barely afford childcare as it is, have to travel to another state to get on a plane sitting next to.
Wait.
Maybe you should close your fucking legs then.
They got kids already, but haven't figured out how they're made?
Yeah. Look, whose responsibility is that? Seriously,
Maybe.
like, why do I have to pay with my tax dollars for somebody else's irresponsible choices? Nobody fucking bails me out when I make dumb money decisions, which is a fairly regular thing, let's be honest. Nobody comes and bails me out if I go spawn some hell spawn crotch goblins. Nobody's going to bail me out. But we suddenly got to pay for all these alleged working moms who don't know to keep their fucking legs shut or get on birth control.
I'm thinking at this point, maybe we should start limiting women's reproductive freedoms because they can't be trusted with it.
Apparently.
Maybe we need, like, you know how we have rehab for alcoholics and stuff? We need rehab for bitches who don't understand that letting a dude nut in him might get them pregnant.
Yeah. Real quick. Thank you, Southern Mandingo. Well, he was a Marine for a year. They decided to pick on someone who had no problem turning over NY and all my passwords to an impartial third party, but at least Taz got a character idea out of it for when he starts streaming. Yeah, I don't want to get in the whole drama of that, but it was a lot of bullshit. A lot of people got kind of shit on by somebody because he made accusations that were unfounded.
Who was that? I'm sorry.
Tennessee, the person that did it.
Yeah,
the donation.
The
Tennessee
the
Marine was jumping all over Cybertaz and some other people,
calling
them names and baseless accusations.
Bullwinkle, thank you. Read Roe versus Wade. They punted the question until viability was decided, where it would be reexamined, which it was. And then it was redecided again in the Carr case? I forget the last one where they had changed viability. Circus Zero, thank you so much. Rehab for hoes? Yes. We need
Hohab.
rehab.
Hohab.
Hohab. Hashtag Hohab.
Strangers to go and get the health care she needs. Barely can afford.
It's not health care. That's irresponsible behavior.
Abortion is not health care. It's just not. Just because you have doctors do it doesn't make it health care. If a doctor is cleaning the gutters at his home, it doesn't make, gutter cleaning health care.
Who are putting her through is unconscionable. And the people of America,
you said no to my poor decisions.
The majority of Americans believe in a woman's right to make decisions about her own body, and that is why.
No, they don't. They believe in her having the right to go, oh, those decisions I made about my own body don't matter. Stop making. They don't let him have a choice. It's all of her choices up until she decides to kill that baby that you need to start thinking about. Because women are not the children you act like they are.
Oh, well, they are these days.
Thank you, Dark Sayings. Politicians steal from you to give to those who neither earn nor deserve. That is true.
That's fact, man.
And these days, not even from your own country.
Yeah, they're importing freeloaders.
Bullwinkle, thank you. Point being, Roe was never intended as a final answer. It was a safety net in case they were wrong. Roe never should have been decided by the Supreme Court. It never should have been heard by the Supreme Court. It was not their place. There's nothing within the Constitution. They invented a right, even with the language of the original case. What they should have said is, this is none of our business. This is up to the states.
Yeah.
10th Amendment.
Right.
Yeah.
Always was.
Every state where this issue has been on the ballot, in red and blue states both, the people of America have voted for freedom.
Vice President Harris,
excuse me, I have to respond. Another lie. It's another lie. I have been a leader on IVF, which is fertilization.
Get her.
The IVF, I have been a leader. In fact, when they got a very negative decision on IVF from the Alabama courts,
I
saw
Oklahoma.
the people of Alabama and the legislature 2 days later voted it in. I've been a leader on it. They know that, and everybody else knows it.
How come the moderator didn't do this? Excuse me, the IVF is fine everywhere.
Because I doubt the moderators know. They're lefties. They don't do research. They just blindly follow along.
Dark Sayings, thank you. It's time to close the wallet. We need no longer feed, fight for, or fund a savage and ungrateful world.
I agree with that. How many times do we have to bail the world out on our dime before we get sick of paying for it? And why do we have to import all these fucking parasites that don't have any respect for our country or our culture? They come here and eat our fucking cats and random ducks. I am very angry about all of the immigration nonsense that we're dealing with.
I'm sure we'll get there here in just a minute. How many baby scrapers have cleaned out her beef and cheddar snooch witch? Thank you, Sniper Chat, Cybertest Amateur OBGYN. I'm pretty sure she's infertile. I'm just saying.
Been a leader on fertilization, IVF. And the other thing, you should ask, will she allow abortion in the 8th month, 9th month, 7th month?
Come on.
Okay, would you do that?
You were asked what limitation. The fucking moderator who just asked Trump to answer a question he'd already answered twice didn't stop and make you wait. But what are your limitations? What are your limitations? Just answer that.
You know that's not going to happen.
Why don't you ask her that question?
Why don't you answer the question? Would you
because
veto?
Under Roe v. Wade,
answer the question. Would you veto?
You could do.
Would you veto? He already said twice he wouldn't sign it, which even if he doesn't outright veto it, results in a soft veto. There's actually a time limit that a president has to sign a bill, and if he doesn't, it just goes away.
Yeah, you can just ignore it.
We refer to it as a soft veto. It's in the fucking Constitution. Anyway.
Abortions in the 7th month, the 8th month, the 9th
That's
month,
not true.
and probably after birth. Just look at the former governor.
You had the chance to answer that, Kamala. Why is your mic on right now?
Because you know that only works one way.
Of Virginia. The governor of Virginia said we put the baby aside and then we determine what we want to do with the baby.
President Trump, thank you.
We're going to turn now to immigration and border security. We know it's an issue that's important.
You need a drink first?
I'd be drinking if I was one of these moderators.
Well, we're getting into the immigration one, and I know that's your hot spot.
Yeah.
Important to Republicans, Democrats, voters across the board in this country. Vice President Harris, you were tasked by President Biden with getting to the root causes of migration from Central America.
Oh my God, he's actually going with the fucking administration's language after the fact.
You mean like a czar of a border kind of thing?
You were that thing we used to call czar. You were tasked with root causes. Fuck right off. The only root cause going on here is, her dyeing her roots because her hair should be gray by now.
No, it's the root of Willie Brown's wiener.
We know that illegal border crossings reached a record high in the Biden administration. Yep. This past June, President Biden imposed tough new asylum restrictions. We know the numbers since then have dropped.
No, he did. He reinstated Trump's. And they're called newcomers, you fucking bigot.
Did he really just say that Biden implemented tough new regulations?
Yeah.
He also came up with this entirely unheard of idea to build a fucking wall.
Yeah, and maybe make them stay in Mexico.
Bullwinkle, thank you. Pocket veto when you just let it expire without signing. Yeah. Will you veto it? He said he wouldn't sign it. That's a yes. Anyway, we can't even get through the question. All right.
Biden imposed tough new asylum restrictions. We know the numbers since.
It's even funnier the second time. Oh God.
It's just such an incredibly obvious lie.
Yeah. Cybertaz, thank you. Shh. You know what they did to the last czar. Nicholas, we hardly knew you.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Forgot it's communism.
They killed his family and left him in a box in the basement, which is really what they did with him. They found their bones like a century later in a fucking box.
Yeah, it's horrifying.
Then have dropped significantly.
Seen the what? I'm sorry.
Photos from the aftermath of them shooting them.
No, I haven't seen. I've seen the photos of the bones. I haven't seen the killing of the czar's family.
There's a photo of the bloody wall and bodies. I don't know how authentic it is, but it looked pretty fucking real.
Yeah, because it was him, his wife, and 2 kids?
I think all the kids.
What? How many kids did he have?
It's 3, I think.
Okay, so yeah.
Anastasia's the most popularly known one, but I think there was a boy and another one. Maybe the boy died, but he was a hemophiliac.
Bullwinkle says 5. Oh, wow.
5? Yeah, that sounds right for the time.
Yeah, you had to have a lot of kids because most of them wouldn't make it.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Then Biden imposed tough new asylum restrictions. We know the numbers since then have dropped significantly. But my question to you
Oh,
tonight is, why
counting
did
them.
the administration wait until 6 months before the election to act?
Wait.
Oh my God, an actual tough question.
But not before he sucks up to. By the way, he fixed the immigration. Why did it take you so long to fix it?
Yeah, why didn't you do this before? Plus, they just stopped counting them. They're still flooding in.
No mention of the fact that the things he implemented. One was an executive order that said, I'm going to do what I'm legally allowed to do. And the rest of it were all Trump plans. No mention of that. Just you guys fix shit. Why did it take you so long to fix shit?
Why did it take you so long to be super awesome instead of just awesome?
Right? God damn, man.
Gonna get in there and lick in those curves of that beef crack.
Fuck me, man. Excuse me.
And would you have done anything differently from President Biden on this?
So I'm the only person on this stage who has prosecuted transnational criminal organizations for the trafficking of guns, drugs, and human beings. And let me say,
What? Oh, he walked the ball up to you and held it out for you to hit it, and you whiffed.
No, she was like, you know what? I'm just gonna Charlie Brown this shit. Fuck it. I don't trust you. I'm just gonna flop down on my back regardless.
You are being asked about illegals pouring across the border, and your answer is, I went after transnational corporations.
Well, she's tough on crime, see?
Oh my God.
that the United States Congress, including
She's also the only person on the stage who's been a prosecutor, so that's a meaningless statement. That'd be like Trump saying, I'm the only one on this stage who's had $1 billion in the bank.
Yeah, he's also the only one that's banged a bunch of hot chicks, and she's the only one that's seen Willie Brown's penis.
Cybertaz, thank you. Kamala, she had the meats.
She's like the Arby's of crotches.
This is such a stupid fucking answer already. And it was set up. Hey, you guys did this great thing. It took so long. Would you do anything different? I'm the only one who went after transnational corporations for human trafficking.
She's got these canned responses and she can't undo them. See, that's one of her stump speech talking points. And she can't seem to get away from those.
Fugi, I love you. It's astonishing Loomer was there to help Trump for debate prep, and he still outperformed Kamala. Backhanded is the way to go.
some of the most conservative members of the United States Senate came up with a border security bill, which I supported.
No, they didn't.
And that bill would have put 1,500 more border agents on the border to help those folks who are working there right now overtime, trying to do their job. It would have allowed us.
You mean the ones that you guys had cut razor wires so illegals could come in?
Yeah, the same border patrol that's been handing out free cell phones and gift cards to these fucks, so-called processing centers instead of actually deporting them. Yeah, I'm really going to get on the border patrol side here. Sure. They're so useful to us.
The ones you guys said were whipping illegals with horse whips?
Yeah, with the horse reins. Yeah.
Because you don't know what a split rein is, which is weird. You not knowing what a split is. I mean, it's literally your career.
Yeah, it seems to be a kind of something she would know. Real quickly, though, thank you, Evolved Potato. I can't really tell, but if you look up Nova H1 audio earrings, her earrings kind of look like them. I wouldn't put it past them. I wouldn't either. And I wouldn't put it past the probability that she had some of these questions in advance.
Oh, I think she gave the questions to them. Did you listen to that fucking question? Her campaign wrote these.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt that at all.
All right.
To stem the flow of fentanyl coming into the United States. I know.
And how did that work out? Aren't we still setting a record every year for fentanyl deaths?
Yep.
Hey, she took care of the problem, y'all. Jesus Christ. I really do want to read the press accounts of this because I know they're going to be like, she did so good.
Oh, yeah,
but it's another one of those times where if you actually listen to what's said, she's fucking retarded here.
Yeah, but she says things, they sound vaguely intelligent if you're not paying close attention to them. Because most people just passively watch this stuff if they even watch it. They'll watch little clips of it. So they're only going to get like a skewed view of it.
There are so many families watching tonight who have been personally affected by the surge of fentanyl in our country. That bill would have put more resources to allow us to prosecute transnational criminal organizations for trafficking in guns, drugs, and human beings. But you know what happened to that bill?
You think the problem is transnational corporations, not Jesus the human trafficker.
And gangs. But no, this is Trump's fault because he vetoed the bill, even though he's not in office.
Donald Trump got on the phone, called up some folks in Congress and said, kill the bill. And you know why? Because he'd prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And understand, this comes at a time where the people of our country actually need a leader who engages in solutions, who actually addresses the problems at hand.
Bitch, you're not even addressing the question at hand.
Why would she want to do that, monkey? I mean, seriously, why? Why would she want to address the question? They're not pressing her on anything. Their follow-ups are almost entirely directed at Trump. She's not asked to elaborate on anything, except when Trump says something that she doesn't like. This is a softball, very comforting, safe space for her to be in.
But what we have in the former president is someone who would prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And I'll tell you something, he's going to talk about him.
You're okay. The moderator just asked you a question about putting back in place Trump's policies and how
they were new and original.
New and original. Trump's policies that got your numbers down, and your answer is he ain't gonna do nothing. Are you fucking kidding me? Bullwinkle, thank you. The plan is to always act as if Trump was the incumbent. She has to. And this is a problem that when you're running in a failed administration like she is, this is one of the times where incumbency can hurt you. Yeah, I mean, it hurt Carter, you know.
Yeah.
He can't go out there and go, I'm gonna fix all the shit that I fucked up because I got sluttery in my heart.
Real quick, thank you, Cybertest. Watching this hyena-faced creature makes me miss Jen Psaki. I'd bang a soul into that ginger. I know she was on one of the post-show wrap-ups. I think it was on ABC. So there's a chance you could at least watch that. And yeah, she does look like she could suck the chrome off the trailer hitch.
Really? I think Psaki looks like a dude.
I don't find her particularly attractive, but she's got good lips for blowjobs. Thank you, Evolved Potato. You know, the only transnational criminal organization that, if taken down, would affect the fentanyl supply in the U.S.? The Chinese Communist Party. They're the source of the funding and product, but the Biden administration is literally bowing down to them. Yep.
Psaki was hot. Really? She looked like a dude to me. I think Corinne's a lot cuter. It's a low bar.
The chick that used to be on Trump's team,
McKennedy,
yeah, her sister, by the way, is even hotter. But McKennedy was really cute, I thought.
Dangerous, thank you. Am I the only one who thinks this is a dumb talking point? This citizen has more political influence than the people in the White House. It makes them look weak. Or again, is that just me? No, it does. It makes them look very, very weak.
Tonight, even when it's not the subject that is being raised. And I'm going to actually do something really
wait. I'm sorry.
Even problem instead of fixing a problem. And I'll tell you something. He's going to talk about immigration a lot tonight, even when it's not the subject that is being raised.
You are literally not answering the question that is raised. So what the fuck do you get a point and talk about? You haven't answered a single fucking question that's been asked to you. You've had 3 of them asked you and you ain't said shit. He's going to keep talking about this. He's going to keep talking about this because this is what's going to win him the presidency the same way it did in 2016.
Yeah, immigration and the economy /
Yep.
inflation.
And I'm going to actually do something really unusual, and I'm going to invite you to attend one of Donald Trump's rallies because it's a really interesting thing to watch. You will see during the course of his rallies, he talks about fictional characters like Hannibal Lecter. He will talk about windmills cause cancer. And what you will also notice is that people start leaving his rallies early. At
least people show up at his. They don't need a free rock concert.
That's when somebody shoots at him, bitch. He doesn't have to. God, please tell me he brings up that the only way she can get people to her rallies is to have a celebrity there.
Oh, I hope he says it. It'd be true.
I'd invite her to sit down and take questions.
No, to answer them.
True, fair.
Question and boredom. And I will tell you, the one thing you will not hear him talk about is you. You will not hear him talk about your needs, your dreams, and your desires.
The moderator?
Can I just point out that she just said he's gonna keep bringing this up even when it's not the subject. And then she followed up with, he's not gonna talk about you, which isn't the subject.
No, and who is she talking about? Is she talking about the moderators? Or is she talking about like some rando person nobody knows? Like, why would he talk about one specific person? That's very bizarre to me.
And I'll tell you, I believe you deserve a president who actually puts you first. And I pledge to you that I will.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, on that point, I want to get your response.
Well, I would like to respond.
Let me just ask, though, why did you try to kill that bill, and successfully so? That would have...
Let him... Oh, God, what a douche.
Have you finished beating your wife, sir?
Yeah. Does your mom know you're gay?
Put thousands of additional agents and officers on the border.
First, let me respond as to the
Please.
rallies. She said people start leaving. People don't go to her rallies. There's no reason to go. And
there are times I could just hug this man.
Well, he's not wrong.
No, and I wish he'd peppered in a little bit more of this so far. But I am glad to see that he didn't go totally straight on this, because I think that's a mistake. He needs to hit her like this repeatedly. He's going to be declared the loser anyway, so you might as well go win with the public, because that's who it matters with.
the people that do go, she's bussing them in and paying them to be there.
Nice.
And then showing them in a different light. So she can't talk about that. People don't leave my rallies. We have the biggest rallies, the most incredible rallies in the history of politics.
And his are all recorded so we can see them. So I don't know who she's trying to lie to.
She's trying to lie to the low IQ normies.
There's one video of some people leaving one of Trump's rallies, and it's like 4 people. And they're like, look, people leave his rally early. I'm be honest, if I was at one of his rallies, I would probably be that guy, because I'm like, man, it's going to be fucking hard to get out of here in 10 minutes. Let's go now.
Oh, traffic's going to be nuts. Besides which, you probably have other shit to do. His rallies are huge and they take a long time. So, yeah, you probably have to go pick up your kid from dance recital or some shit. But they at least show up at his rallies. He doesn't have to pay them. They don't have to promise a rock concert by some has-been like Ja Rule. It's totally disingenuous. She's unlikable. The more people see her, the less they like her. And her rallies are much, much smaller than his. She needs to be careful about that.
Cybertaz, thank you. Corinne Jean-Pierre reminds me too much of Officer Hooks from Police Academy. I'm just a smut-writing degen who has a thing for gingers who like uneven flooring, haven't been properly laid.
Nice.
I like gingers too, but I like attractive gingers.
Look, you don't get to pick which shapeshifter you fall for. Okay.
I go for those chick who do the river dance stuff, man. Some of them are hot.
Oh man, there was one redheaded Celtic woman that I thought was really hot.
Oh yeah. All right. Anyway, I forgot what was even happening here. Oh, yeah. Why would she have the nerve to question his rallies?
It's just a lazy cheap shot at him. And he's right about his. People are way more enthusiastic when they go to his rallies. They're way more attentive. They're there longer. I guarantee you that there are fewer people leaving his rally earlier than there are hers.
That's because people want to take their country back. Our country is being lost. We're a failing nation. And it happened 3.5 years ago. And what's going on here, you're going to end up in World War III, just to go into another subject. What they have done to our country by allowing these millions and millions of people to come into our country, and look at what's happening to the towns all over the United States. And a lot of towns don't want to talk. It's not going to be Aurora or Springfield. A lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people.
Hey, there's the screenshot. Cybertaz, thank you. Maybe they left the rally he was pew-pewed at. That's what I said, that when people leave early, it's because there's shooting going on. Now, this is a thing that has come up recently. It's the Haitians eating random birds they find in people's animals. And the news is like, there's no proof of this other than the people calling 911 and reporting it.
Yeah, there's 911 recordings, a lot of the city council meetings where people are saying it's happening. Those city council meetings, man, they are tragic. You are hearing some people that are just horrified by what they're seeing around them, especially the trash buildup and the lack of consideration these people have. And it really does show how much illegal immigration is on the ballot this year.
It is. And there's a reason the press is going to lie about it. Why wouldn't they? They've been lying all along.
Yeah. No, that's probably the greatest threat to the country right now, because you're looking at massive national security issues. The not only the parasitical leeching off of our social services systems, but all the crime that's being brought with it. He's right to bring up Aurora and Springfield. They're the two best examples right now.
And the thing is, there's so many. I mean, those are the two big examples. Aurora with the gangs taking over buildings that they're totally not taking over unless you see video from those buildings.
Yeah.
But how many Americans have been killed or raped? She was really worried about rape just a little bit ago. How many minors have been raped in the last year by illegals?
Yeah, one of the things that they really don't like to talk about is a lot of this stuff is happening in low-income areas. Yeah. Springfield is not a thriving community. It is a very poor community. Trust me, I've been there many times. It's not a well-to-do area. At best, it's like a failed college town.
They're destroying the country. You can't just bring in a shit ton of people who are not interested at all in assimilating.
Yeah, Springfield has a population of around 60,000. And it's basically a weird suburb between Dayton and Columbus. And like I said, it's not a rich area. It's not very economically thriving at all. It's pretty poor. And they dropped in 20,000 Haitians in a town of 60,000. Yep. You can't tell me that you're not looking at massive cultural disruption for both groups. That's going to lead to problems.
People that came in, they're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country. And it's a shame. As far as rallies are concerned, as far as the reason they go is they like what I say. They want to bring our country back. They want to make America great again. It's a very simple phrase, make America great again. She's destroying this country. And if she becomes president, this country doesn't have a chance of success. Not only success, will end up being Venezuela on steroids.
True.
I just want to clarify here. You bring up Springfield, Ohio, and ABC News did reach out to the city manager there. He told us there have been no credible reports of specific claims of pets being harmed, injured.
Oh, that's no credible reports of specific claims. The weasel wording. The weasel wording.
Yeah, that's total bullshit. Watch the recordings of people at the city council meetings. They are very credible, very concerned citizens. It's disgusting because the city management is saying a lot of bullshit to cover their own asses because they're getting a lot of federal funds to keep these people there. Also, thank you, Frosted Glass. Totally unrelated to Trump's soundbite just now. I am so tempted to make an ad for a Chinese restaurant using his voiceover.
Yeah, that'd be funny as shit.
I'd watch that.
Me too. How about this? Let's take all of those Haitians who are in Springfield and move them to, say, I don't know, Washington, D.C. Let's put them all on Kamala's lawn. How's that going to work out?
Oh, that's not going to happen. Safety issues, you know.
Move them all to Martha's Vineyard. Let's see what happens. Do you remember there was no problem with immigration until Abbott and Costello decided to bust these people around the country to these liberal strongholds?
Yeah.
And then suddenly there was an issue.
Oh, it's the NIMBY. Not in my backyard. Dump them in a conservative area.
Or abused by individuals within the immigrant community.
Well, I've seen people on television.
Let me just say here, this is
the people on television say my dog was taken and used for food. So maybe he said that, and maybe that's a good thing to say for a city manager.
I'm not taking this from
but
television.
The people
I'm
on
taking
television
it from the city
saying
manager.
their dog was eaten by the people that went there.
But this politician who's getting paid to have these people there tells me there's a different thing.
Yeah, this Democrat stronghold mayor said,
yeah,
you're totally full of shit and stuff.
Michelle Kincaid, thank you. I think the rally thing was bait. I don't think Kamala's smart enough for bait.
I think it was a failed attempt at bait.
Again, the Springfield city manager says there's no evidence of that. Vice President Harris, I'll let you respond to the rest of what you've heard.
Hey, do you remember when COVID didn't come from China? Kamala just told us earlier that Trump let China lie about it coming from there when everybody called him racist for saying it came from there.
Yeah. This image right here is a great example of what we're talking about. Her smug lying look like, haha, I'm getting one over on you. And him just looking deadpan like, no, you're not tricking anyone, bitch. But thank you, Evolved Potato. The local government are telling the police to not record the reports against the illegals. So, of course, there are no credible reports if you destroy or don't even create them. Exactly. They did tell them to stop taking reports. A couple people said that at the city council meetings.
But hey, the people in charge, I got a mayor in Donovan who could give you a whole bunch of nonsense if you just want to believe bullshit.
Yeah, I'm sure Mayor McCheese denied the Fry Guy menace as long as possible too. Jesus Christ. Also, thank you, S. Cybertest. To Miss Verse Harry Chapin, stir the cat in the cook pot with a silver spoon, little Haitian boy will eat your dog soon. Yeah. Indeed. Thank you.
Talk about extreme.
Believing Americans is extreme.
Yeah, believing concerned Americans. Yeah, never take that. Why listen to them? What do those fuckers know?
I just can't wait till it comes out. Oh yeah, they were totally eating cats and stuff. But Trump's still a liar.
Yeah, look, these people have no reason to lie. Not all of them lying and maintaining the composure they had. I'm not buying it, man. I've been to Springfield. I don't doubt this. We had the same problem in parts of Columbus with the Somalis for a long time because they lump them all together in the same ghetto areas and it all falls to shit. Police have to double their presence in the community, but they dumped 20,000 of them. It's literally now a fourth of the population of the town.
Yep. They imported a third and made them a quarter.
Yeah, and the third world is taking over. Things are going to shit down there very quickly.
This is, I think, one of the reasons why in this election, I actually have the endorsement of 200 Republicans who have formerly worked with President Bush, Mitt Romney, and John McCain.
Yeah, there's something to be proud of. A bunch of neocons.
The warmongers are all on my side, including Putin.
Including the endorsement of former Vice President Dick Cheney and Congress member Liz Cheney.
You got Darth Vader's approval? Nice. That's something to brag about.
If you go back to 2016, they're trying to tie Trump to Cheney. because he was the ultimate evil Republican. Remember?
Yeah, they called him a war criminal for years because he was trying to get us in all these wars, which, probably not wrong, but you're talking about one of the most vile men that was hated for a decade by the left, and now you're celebrating his endorsement. That's a hot take.
And if you want to really know the inside track on who the former president is, if he didn't make it clear already, just ask people who have worked with him. His former chief of staff of four.
This month, she's about to lie.
Why would she do that, Monkey?
I'm sure the moderator will call her out.
Star general has said he has contempt for the Constitution of the United States.
Joe Biden had to tell you couldn't take people's guns because of the Constitution in 2020, you fucking retard.
She's taking, was Joe Kelly? General Kelly?
John Kelly.
John Kelly. Yeah. That guy's a lying piece of shit.
Yep.
And other people that were in the room said Trump never said these things.
Yeah, what is it, like 26 people or 15 people, something like that?
Something ridiculously large.
He'll bring
more than a dozen.
I'm pretty sure he'll bring it up because this is he's had to push back against this for a while.
Yeah, because it's fucking dumb.
Yep.
His former national security advisor has said he is dangerous and unfit. His former Secretary of Defense has said the nation, the republic, would never survive another Trump term.
And yet it survived the first one. Weird.
Yeah, weird how that happened.
It survived the first one with a pandemic at the end of it.
And when we listen to this kind of rhetoric, when the issues that affect the American people are not being addressed, I think.
Wow. Did you catch what she just did there?
Yep. This bold stance to lie that brazenly, but
he's literally talking about the people having concerns, and she's like, he doesn't care about the American people's concerns. Keldrick, thank you. Very articulate, Kamala. Very articulate. She's not smart.
She's not a very good liar either, but nobody's going to call her on this.
And yeah, I don't know if these are microphones or not, but it would make sense why she has to a lot.
Yeah.
I think the choice is clear in this election.
President Trump will give you.
You just called him extreme for caring about the concerns of the American people and ended with he doesn't care about the American people. You're kind of a fucking idiot.
Quick minute to respond here.
Thank you. Because when I hear that, see, I'm a different kind of a person. I fired most of those people.
True.
Not so graciously. They did bad things or a bad job. I fired them. They never fired one person. They didn't fire anybody having to do with Afghanistan and the Taliban and the 13 people who's.
Oh, do you see her face?
Yeah. Like Kirby came out today and said that he felt really bad. He held himself accountable.
He's talking about 13 dead American service members, and this bitch is smiling.
Yep.
Cybertaz, thank you. Darn 3/5 compromise. Ignore my Jamaican family's participation in the transatlantic farm equipment trade. Middle passage, indeed. Indeed, sir.
Yeah. Yeah, let's not look at her record too much.
Dangerous, thank you. John Kelly also said Trump doesn't want to be seen with amputees, makes all the photos with amputees weird. By the way, how many of these people were lying about troop numbers or colluding with China? Hey now, we don't bring that up.
Yeah, we don't talk about we don't talk about that.
Yeah, John Kelly said that Trump said he doesn't want to be photographed with amputees because it looks bad. And there are a shit ton of pictures of him with amputees. There's some of him at the Resolute desk with amputees.
Yeah.
Were just killed, viciously and violently killed. And I got to know the parents and the family. They didn't fire. They should have fired all those generals, all
True.
those top people, because that was one of the most incompetently handled situations anybody has ever seen.
True.
So when somebody does a bad job, I fire him. And you take a guy like Esper. He was no good. I fired him. So he writes a book. Another one writes a book. Because with me, they can write books. With nobody else can they? But they have done such a poor job, and they never fire anybody. Look at the economy. Look at the inflation. They didn't.
Darth Mondo says he's also photographed with special needs. Look at your screen right now.
That's accurate. No lies detected.
Remember, you're not supposed to be funnier than us, okay? All right.
Didn't fire any of their economists. They have the same people. That's a good way not to have books written about you. But just to finish, I got more votes than any Republican in history by far. In fact, I got more votes than any sitting president in history.
Okay. You're not wrong, but I'm not sure why you're bringing this up. You just kind of had a Kamala moment there.
He's drifting. He's drifting off topic, and he needs to refocus.
Yep.
He had some really good points there, but now he's kind of wandering off.
It's one of his downfalls. Is it's okay to stop talking before the time is done.
Yeah.
Just let it go and move on.
By far.
Let me continue on immigration. It was what you wanted to talk about earlier. So let's get back to your deportation proposal that the vice president has reacted to as well. President Trump, you call this the largest domestic deportation operation in the history of our country. You say you would use the National Guard. You say if things get out of control, you'd have no problem using the U.S. military.
Yes.
You also said you would use local police. How would you deport 11 million undocumented immigrants? I know you believe that number is much higher. Take us through this. What does this look like? Will authorities be going door to door in this country?
Yeah.
How about starting with, their ID cards that are on file because you gave them fucking driver's licenses
and trackable cell phones, which they likely sold off.
Like, hey, how are you gonna go door to door? Yeah, it's literally part of the government record. How about we just start there?
It is much higher because of them. They allowed criminals, many millions of criminals. They allowed terrorists. They allowed common street criminals. They allowed people to come in, drug dealers, to come into our country. And they're now in the United States and told by their countries like Venezuela, don't ever come back or we're going to kill you. Do you know that crime in Venezuela and crime in countries all over the world is way down? You know why? Because they've taken their criminals off the street and they've given them to her to put into our country. And this will be one of the greatest mistakes in history for them to allow. And I think they probably did it because they think they're going to get votes, but it's not worth it because they're destroying the fabric of our country by what they've done. There's never been anything done like this at all.
He's not answering the question. He's making fine points, but the question is, how are you going to do it?
Yeah.
School
buses. We're going to get a lot of school buses, and we're going to round them all up and deport them.
You ever seen the Trail of Tears? We're going to do that.
Yeah. With
they walk their asses up here, they can walk their ass home.
Yep. And if Mexico doesn't take them and start packing them south, then maybe we should invade Mexico and withhold all the money transfers to Mexico until they comply.
Destroyed.
And yeah, Faithless, that's the best way. You start removing all the welfare and they'll leave.
Yeah, anybody caught giving jobs or housing to illegal immigrants should be arrested. Start treating these people like terrorists.
Yep.
And you'll start seeing them turned in, and a lot of them would go home on their own because they won't get the free stuff. No free stuff if you're an illegal.
The fabric of our country. Millions of people let in, and all over the world, crime is down all over the world except here. Crime here is up and through the roof. Despite their fraudulent statements that they made, crime in this country is through the roof. And we have a new form of crime. It's called migrant crime, and it's happening at levels that nobody thought possible.
President Trump, as you know, the FBI
It's already illegal to employ using fake socials or without a working visa. But hey, except for with the way that they're working things now, they're giving people basically like temporary green cards, even more temporary than a green card is.
Yeah, and a lot of like day laborers. You're seeing a lot of that sort of work going under the table cash work.
A lot of that. Yep.
Dishwashers, that sort of thing. That sort of thing needs to be cracked down on first. You need to start cracking down on anyone hiring illegal, even if it's just to do their lawn. Thank you, Adolf Tesler. If you say trains, I say coom. Trains.
Coom?
You can hear it choo-choo in the background.
Says overall violent crime is actually coming down in this country. But
excuse me, the FBI they were defrauding statements.
We know that there's actually been a reduction in the reports coming in that the FBI gets. The FBI does not get all of the crime data. They get what is reported to them. You fucking liar. You have not fact-checked that twat once. Not once. And this is at least the third time you've done it to Trump.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. He's the only one getting fact-checked here.
And you've been wrong in at least two of them.
What?
They didn't include the worst cities. They didn't include the cities with the worst crime.
True.
It was a fraud, just like their number of 818,000 jobs that they said they created turned out to be a fraud.
President Trump, thank you. I'll let you respond, Vice President Harris.
Well, I think this is so rich coming from someone who has been prosecuted for national security crimes, economic crimes.
What does that have to do with immigration? Your lawfare against him?
He hasn't been prosecuted for any of those yet. He's facing prosecution for him. As a prosecutor, she should know the difference.
She wasn't a very good one, though.
Election interference, has been found liable for sexual assault, and his next big court appearance is
he was found liable for defaming her, you fucking lying bitch. That is an outright lie.
That's slanderous.
In November at his own criminal sentencing. And let's be clear where each person stands on the issue of what is important about respect for the rule of law and respect for law enforcement. The former vice president called for defunding federal law enforcement, 45,000 agents.
Did you hear what she said there?
Yeah, the former vice president.
Former vice president.
Also, she supported the defund the police movement during the George Floyd riots.
Yes, she did. She also tweeted out the link for people to donate to the bond for those guys.
Yeah, bail funds. Yeah.
Cybertaz, thank you. Persecuted versus prostituted. She knows both very well.
This is so enraging how many half-truths and lies she's getting away with.
Oh, yeah.
Called for defunding federal law enforcement, 45,000 agents, get this, on the day after he was arraigned on 34 felony counts. So let's talk about what is important in this race. It is important that we move forward, that we turn the page.
Then why are you bringing up shit from the past?
Turn the page.
On this same old tired rhetoric and address the needs of the American people, address what we need to do about the housing shortage, which I have a plan for, address what we must do to support our small businesses, address bringing down the price of groceries.
She had just right back into stump speech.
Yep. That's all she does. It's all stump speech.
We're talking
half
about
answers and stump speeches.
Talking about illegal immigration. We need to bring down grocery prices.
So the illegals can use their SNAP cards more.
Here, let me give you a little economic lesson. If we get rid of the 11 million people currently using our consumer system, we're going to have a lot more goods available, which will increase the supply with less demand, and prices go which way?
Down, monkey, down. Also, I hate to correct you, but they're parasitically leeching off the system.
That's fair enough. Fair enough.
But frankly, the American people are exhausted with this same old tired playbook.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
Excuse me. Every one of those cases was started by them against their political opponent.
True.
And I'm winning most of them, and I will win the rest on appeal. And you saw that with the decision that came down just recently from the Supreme Court. I'm winning most of them. But those are cases, it's called weaponization. Never happened in this country. They weaponized the Justice Department. Every one of those cases was involved with the DOJ, from Atlanta and Fani Willis to the Attorney General of New York and the DA in New York. Every one of those cases. And then they say, oh, he's a criminal. They're the ones that made them go after me. By the way, Joe Biden was found essentially guilty on the documents case. And what happened in my documents case? They said, oh, that's the toughest of them all. A complete and total victory. 2 months ago, it was thrown out.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead and play up the thrown out part, but you really should be playing up the persecuted. They made up shit to go after me, because that will really play with certain audiences, and you're already doing well with those. And yeah, all you got to do is pound, hey, they're going after me, when it was illegitimate to do so.
Kamala's been to Pound Town.
She has been pounded many times.
And they used it, and it's never happened in this country.
Say it, monkey. Well, I was going to say in the black community, and the reason I didn't isn't because I'm afraid of saying black community, because the Hispanic community has a very similar talking point going on. Very poor white people, poor people in general, and mistreatment by police is well known. That's why it's not that I was like, oh my God, somebody will think I'm racist. There's several communities who feel that and even there's some affluent ones. Nick Rekieta right now, pretty well off guy, thinks that the police are kind of corrupt. So that's why I stopped it. That's why I corrected myself mid-sentence.
They used it to try and win an election. They're fake cases.
President Trump, thank you. A really quick response here, Vice President Harris, on this notion of weaponization of the Justice Department.
Well, let's talk about extreme and understand the context in which this election in 2024 is taking place. The United States Supreme Court recently ruled that the former president would essentially be immune from any misconduct if he were to enter the White House again.
As long as it was part of his job.
Yeah, that is not at all what they said. That is just a blatant misrepresentation of what was said.
Yeah, and I am critical of that decision because I think they went too far, but she's just making shit up.
Understand, this is someone who has openly said he would terminate, I'm quoting, terminate the Constitution of the United States, that he would weaponize the Department of Justice against his political.
You're being asked about you weaponizing the Justice Department, and your answer is he said he'd do it.
Yeah, that's pretty much what we got right here.
Your administration is actively doing it.
No, you're a poopy head. That's he's a bad man. Bad orange man. See, he's a convicted felon, monkey. How dare you? You're going to trust the word of a convicted felon over the sainted government?
The Lion, the Witch, and the audacity of this bitch. Yes.
Fact.
Fuck.
Enemies. Someone who has openly expressed disdain for members of our military.
Okay, she's about to tell another lie.
Yeah.
She was just whining, and she never said exactly. But she said, he said 45 times that he wants to get rid of some federal law enforcement. He meant the FBI. And now she's like, he's going to weaponize the Justice Department with all those people he's going to fire. This is the problem with a debate like this, because there's a ton of people at home watching this tonight who do not have the context that you guys do, who don't listen to two idiots who have a problem with, watching way too much of this shit and having background information. They're literally just watching this and going, "Oh my God, she has such a good point here."
Oh, Monkey, they shouldn't listen to those people. They should listen to us.
They absolutely should, but they're not gonna.
Oh, yeah.
Fuck, man, I get in trouble for mundane shit on Twitter.
Yeah, that's so weird.
That's so stupid. Anyway, sorry.
Understand what it would
12-hour ban for that shit.
Don't ask me, dude. Everything's retarded these days.
Talk about extreme.
mean if Donald Trump were back in the White House with no guardrails, because certainly we know now the court won't stop him. We know J.D. Vance is not going to stop him. It's up to the American people.
Vice President
stop
Harris,
him.
thank you.
Oh, are you calling for an insurrection?
Wait. Kind of sounds like it. How come you didn't stop? Wait. But do you want to actually address the question, Miss Harris?
No.
I demanded Trump, or well, my female cohort demanded Trump answer a question he'd already answered twice. Do you want to take a swing at one of yours?
No. She doesn't have to answer questions, Monkey. She's on the same team.
These moderators are bad, really bad.
They're very biased.
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president.
This is the one that weaponized, not me. She weaponized. I probably took a bullet to the head because of the things that they say about me. They talk about democracy. I'm a threat to democracy. They're the threat to democracy with a fake Russia investigation
We do have a lot
that went nowhere.
We have a lot to get to. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president, you said you wanted to ban fracking. Now you don't. You wanted mandatory government buyback programs for assault weapons. Now your campaign says you don't. You supported decriminalizing border crossings. Now you're taking a harder line. I know you say that your values have not changed. So then why have so many of your policy positions changed?
I want to win.
Holy shit. Yeah. I mean, it's finally a decent question.
Oh, she's not going to answer it, though. The three good questions they've had haven't been answered. So why would this one?
Lou Bega here is really not helping herself wearing the zoot suit.
Yeah, I can't get it out of my head now. Mambo number 5.
Mambo number 5. A little bit of Kamala.
It's a catchy tune.
It was on the radio today, which maybe that's why it was in my head when I saw her and her little mustache there. But I don't even want to hit play on this. Here's the question you should have asked. If all of this stuff, say the climate change is so horrible and it's going to kill people if we don't address it, why have you changed your policy on addressing it? Are you just okay with everybody dying now?
Yes. Well, it's pro-abortion, so.
Well, yeah, but those aren't people, remember?
So my values have not changed, and I'm going to discuss at least every point that you've made.
No, you're
but in
not.
particular, let's talk about fracking because we're here in Pennsylvania. I made that very clear in 2020. I will not ban fracking. I have not banned fracking as.
No, you didn't. Okay, we got to talk about that. You made it very clear that you would. And then during the vice presidential debate, you said Joe Biden won't ban fracking. You didn't make it clear that you wouldn't. You made it clear that Joe Biden's policy was not to ban fracking. I made it very clear, as long as you don't pay attention to what I said.
Look, it's as clear as opacity allows.
And in fact, I was the tie-breaking vote on the Inflation Reduction Act, which opened new leases for fracking.
You mean the Inflation Reduction Act that your president just admitted was actually a Green New Deal? That one?
Don't notice things, comrade.
And they love this thing. We had new leases for stuff. Do you have new leases for fracking in places where fracking might actually, produce oil?
No, shush. Stop noticing things.
My position is that we have got to invest in diverse sources of energy so we reduce our reliance on foreign oil. We have.
You mean like Trump had for a while there?
Well, no. Did you catch what she did there? Normally the talking point from the left is to reduce our dependence on oil, not foreign oil. She specifically that time on foreign oil.
Yeah, well, they haven't done anything of the sort. If anything, they've made us go out and buy more foreign oil.
True, 100%.
So the policies of the administration that she is currently a part of, is counterintuitive to what she just said. This is ridiculous. She's blatantly lying, and it's not even that obfuscated. You can see it right there.
Had the largest increase in domestic oil production in history because of an approach that recognizes that we cannot over-rely on foreign oil.
If we've had, because I keep hearing this, the biggest expansion, we're producing more oil than ever, then how come prices went up so much?
Yeah, and why did they shut down the Keystone Pipeline and approve the Nord Stream 2?
Here's what you need to know. One of the reasons your gas prices are going up as much as they have is because what we're not getting is new refineries due to regulations from the environmental lobby that this twat works for.
Mm-hmm.
But even then, if we have so much oil pouring out there, we should be doing pretty well.
Yeah, yet gas prices are still over $3 a gallon across the board.
As it relates to my values, let me tell you, I grew up a middle-class kid raised by a hardworking mother.
And she had a chick who might have had a business watch her once in a while.
Yeah, probably in Scranton.
What does this have to do with changing your positions? You can sit there and say my values haven't changed, but that's why it was a well-stated question. If your values haven't changed, why have your positions?
Yeah.
Who work.
And this is something Dana Bash asked, and sorry, whatever. And you couldn't answer it then either. And she'll get away with it. I know she will, because fuck.
And saved and was able to buy our first home when I was a teenager. The values I bring to the foreign oil. As it relates to my values, let me tell you, I grew up a middle-class kid raised by a hardworking mother who worked and saved and was able to buy our first home when I was a teenager.
I've actually started drooling on myself.
Did
the
you have
fuck
a stroke?
does this have? What does this have to do with anything?
Stop noticing things.
The values I bring to the importance of home ownership, knowing not everybody got handed $400 million on a silver platter and then filed bankruptcy 6 times, is a value that I bring to my work, to say we are going to work with the private sector and home builders to increase 3 million homes, increase by 3 million homes by the end of my first term. My work that is related to have.
Are you going to get rid of all of the environmental policies that keep it from happening?
You silly goose. No.
A friend when I was in high school who was sexually assaulted by her stepfather. And my focus then on.
She really likes incest.
Why? What does that have to do with anything?
Well, you see, her stepdaddy's friend's kid, whatever, got raped. So she changed her position on fracking.
I guess that's possible somehow. I don't know.
What the fuck is she even talking about right now?
Protecting women and children from violent crime is based on a value that is deeply grounded in the importance of standing up for those who are most vulnerable.
Then why don't you call out the Ohio case where that little girl was raped and you use it as an abortion talking point when it was done because an illegal was involved?
Illegal pedophile.
Show me how much you actually care. God, she's such a fucking horrible bitch.
My work that is about protecting Social Security and Medicare is based on long-standing work that I have done, protecting seniors from scams.
I'm sorry, wait a second.
Who are most vulnerable. My work that is about protecting Social Security and Medicare is based on long-standing work that I have done. My work on protecting
Social Security is based on my long-standing work that I've done. That is a sentence she just said.
She's unburdened by the grammar.
I'm unburdened by the common sense. Okay, you're not being asked about what your policy is right now. Why has your policy changed if your values haven't?
Yeah, why is your position shifted? It's a simple question.
And her answer right here was, my policy is based on my policies.
Yeah.
And my mom buying a house when I was a kid.
It reminds me of when Ibram X. Kendi had to answer what racism was.
Yes.
it's based on the racist. Shut up! You're talking in circles.
If you've never seen the clip Jack was just talking about, it is worth it to go look it up.
Yeah, so pathetic.
Just not right now, because we still got like 10 hours of show left.
Oh my god, yeah.
Okay.
Are we even halfway through this mess?
We haven't made it to the first commercial. There's two
Jesus
commercial
Christ,
breaks.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
I'm getting a headache. Oh, hold on. Word off the Ralph mail. I got some Motrin here.
I'm going to take some too. I was out and about all day today, guys. I went walking, and my body's not happy about it. Neither was my cat, man. She's like, bitch, why you been gone all day?
Well, you're supposed to be there to adore her.
Last night, I was petting Phoebe, and she decided she didn't want pet anymore. So she bit my hand. And so I pet her again because I'm the alpha. And Lady Monkey's like, she wants you to stop messing with her. I'm like, I'm aware of that. And then today, Lady Monkey went to fold some laundry, and she was folding it on the bed, and the cat jumped right up in the middle of the bed and laid down where Lady Monkey was doing this. And I'm like, this is why she bullies you, because you put up with all of her shit, and that's why she does not bully me, because I don't. I spoil my cat rotten, but when she does shit like that, like, no, you do not get away with biting me.
Cats understand cause and effect.
Yes, they do.
Yeah, most people don't seem to understand that. Oh, real quickly, thank you, S. Cybertaz. I like changing positions every 15 minutes, especially if I haven't found that sweet spot. I would give Kamala a go-to sample for her oral arguments.
D.A. Vel says cat behavior. It's actually funny. Every night when Lady Monkey goes to bed, if Phoebe comes into the room, she will purposefully lay down right at the edge of the bed on Lady Monkey's side in the middle so Lady Monkey can't get in. Every fucking time. She doesn't do that shit to me because I just push her aside and get in bed.
Yeah, the cat looks all indignant when you do it too. Like, oh, fine.
It's to the point now she doesn't even... I lift the blanket a little bit and she moves out of the way so I can get in.
Yeah, because she knows otherwise you're going to throw her on the ground.
Yeah.
Scoop her up and put her down somewhere.
Thank you, Frosted. Monk pees on her to establish dominance. No, I've had to go out of my way not to pee on her because she likes to come in the bathroom, and as I'm standing there peeing, come up between my legs and look to see what I'm doing.
What you doing?
The other night, Jack, she comes into my room and she's doing her little making biscuits things down by my feet, and out of nowhere launched at my crotch. This cat is... I don't know why. I hadn't moved or anything. But luckily, she landed on my upper pubic area, because if she was like 2 inches lower, I'd have been in a lot of pain. Every so often, Phoebe just gets a weird hair up her ass.
I'm going to punch you in the nuts, old man.
Like, this is what you get for moving me out of the way. Anyway, here we go.
Protecting seniors.
Yes, we're talking about my cat. We needed a break, okay?
From scams. My values have not changed.
What
is important?
But your policies have, and that's the question, you ignorant slut.
Oh, an SNL reference. Wow, old school.
And an accurate one.
Yeah.
Man, those were some of the greatest things. Jane, you ignorant slut.
Back when the show actually had comedy writers.
That there is a president who actually brings values and a perspective that is about lifting people up.
What do your values matter if your policies aren't based on them?
Yeah, and lifting people up. What kind of platitude is that? What does that mean?
And not beating people down and name calling. The true.
Shut up, you ignorant slut. He name calls. You've called him a fascist, cunt. I love that it's never name calling when they do it.
Oh, no, that's just accuracy, remember?
A measure of the leader is the leader who actually understands the strength is not in beating people down, it's in lifting people up.
You raise me up so I can walk on mountain. I don't know how that song goes.
Well, because of the chat, I have love lift us up where we belong.
I intend to be that president.
Are you gonna, ask her to answer the fucking question?
No, you know the answer to that is no, of course not.
Even when she concentrated on the fracking because they're in Pennsylvania, she didn't answer the fucking question.
Why would she want to do that?
And Trump, your response?
First of all, I wasn't given $400 million. I wish I was. My father was a Brooklyn builder, Brooklyn, Queens, and a great father, and I learned a lot from him. But I was given a fraction of that, a tiny fraction, and I built it into many, many billions of dollars, many, many billions. And when people see it, they are even surprised.
You can't both claim that he's a billionaire who doesn't pay his taxes and he's broke as shit.
Yeah, look, bankruptcy is sometimes a really good business decision. And that's what a lot of people don't seem to understand is his bankruptcies were all for a reason.
Yeah, oftentimes it's a way to restructure debt.
Yeah.
And it's not the same as your cousin living in the trailer park who had to file for bankruptcy. It's not the same.
No, business bankruptcy is significantly different.
Thank you, Cybertaz. Follow the leader versus swallow the leader. Indeed.
Gross.
So,
oh, shit. I did not mean to do that.
We don't have to talk about that. Fracking, she's been against it for 12 years. Defund the police, she's been against that forever. She gave all that stuff up very wrongly, very horribly, and everybody's laughing at it, okay? They're all laughing at it. She gave up at least...
You know what? Of all of the shit he's said so far, that is going to annoy her the most, that everybody's laughing at her.
Well, look at her face right there.
Yeah. How dare you suggest I'm not cool and popular?
Yeah, I'm Brett, yo.
I'm the brattiest Bratton.
I'm from Brattenstein.
12 and probably 14 or 15 different policies. Like, she was big on defund the police. In Minnesota, she went out. Wait a minute, I'm talking now.
Damn.
Oh man, that's a reverse of what she did to
Pence.
Pence, yeah.
Yeah. She did it like 9 different times to him.
Excuse me, I'm talking now.
You don't mind, please. Does that sound familiar?
Oh my
God. Oh, that was very Trumpian.
Oh, I want to watch that in all of its glory together.
Like, she was big on defund the police. In Minnesota, she went out. Wait a minute, I'm talking now. If you don't mind, please. Does that sound familiar? She went out.
I'm sorry. Did she just come back with "you lie"? That's it?
Or wow, I couldn't really understand what she said there.
Does that sound familiar? She went out.
She said "you lie."
Oh, now she's ripping off Joe Wilson.
She went out in Minnesota and wanted to let criminals that killed people, that burned down Minneapolis. She went out and raised money to get them out of jail. She did things that nobody would ever.
That bitch has the nerve to be shaking her head no at that?
Yeah.
Bitch, you still haven't, last I knew, taken it off your fucking timeline.
Think of. Now she wants to do transgender operations on illegal aliens that are in prison. This is a radical left liberal that would do this. She wants to confiscate your guns, and she will never allow fracking in Pennsylvania. If she won the election, fracking in Pennsylvania will end on day one. Just to finish, one thing so important, in my opinion. So I got the oil business going like nobody has ever done before. When they took over, they got rid of it, started getting rid of it, and the prices were going up the roof. They immediately let these guys go to where they were. I would have been 5 times, 4 times, 5 times higher, because you're talking about 3.5 years ago. They got it up.
He's kind of mumbling here. Wrap it up, Donald. Be more pithy.
I get his point, but yeah, he's kind of a little rambly right here.
Yeah, and this is why I don't watch many of his rallies, because he does ramble a lot.
Well, he gets off topic very easily.
Yes, he does. It's like having a conversation with my wife sometimes.
Yeah, it's very it can be very distracting. Yeah. Often very entertaining, but kind of distracting.
Up to where I was because they had no choice, because the prices of energy were quadrupling and doubling. You saw what happened to gasoline. So they said, let's go back to Trump. But if she won the election, the day after that election, they'll go back to destroying our country, and oil will be dead. Fossil fuel will be dead. We'll go back to windmills, and we'll go back to solar, where they need a whole desert to get some energy to come out of. You ever see a solar plant? By the way, I'm a big fan of solar, but they take 400, 500 acres of desert soil.
Trump, we have a
These
lot
are
of
not good
issues
things
that we
for the
have to get
environment
to.
that she
We're out of time.
understands.
Thank you.
Notice how they say we got a lot of topics whenever he's talking, but they don't do that to her.
Cybertaz, thank you. She can dictate an audiobook with her throat full. Yes, she can. Yeah, and it's not just your time is up. It's like, hey, we have a lot to get to. Every time they've done, we have a lot to get to.
It's ironic that a lot of the stuff they are getting to is stuff he's addressing now.
Yeah. How about just your time is expired?
Thank you.
Lindsay, thank you. We have an election in just 56
Stop calling Lou Lindsay, all right? You're throwing me off.
days. And I want to talk about the peaceful transfer of power, which, of course, we all know is a cornerstone of our democracy. And
you mean the thing that Jamie Raskin says? I said the thing that Jamie Raskin says he won't let it happen?
Yeah.
If Trump wins?
But they just use the exact wording from the Dems. It's a cornerstone of our democracy.
Yep, the peaceful transfer of power.
Yeah, transfer of power.
The role of a president in a moment of crisis. Mr. President, on January 6th, you told your supporters to march to the Capitol. You said you would be right there with them. The country and the world saw what played out at the Capitol that.
You dirty twat.
Yep.
One, there was a planned rally at the Capitol with permits. 2, he said peacefully.
Yes, very distinctly. It's on film.
And right there with you can mean in spirit, dick.
Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of alliteration that goes along with any politician speaking. This is fucking disingenuous on a good day.
I just want to be clear, because we've said that to people, when we've responded to something like, right there with you. I'm not in your house, in case you were wondering.
Yeah, I'm not in your basement. I am not in your shower. Please don't look. I am not sniffing your underwear right now.
The other day, Lady Monkey went to the bathroom and Phoebe had been hiding in the bathtub and jumped out and scared her. I was like, well, actually, if you're going to get scared, I guess that's the best place to be.
Yeah. That's a good point.
Officers coming under attack. Aides in the West Wing say you watched it unfold on television off the Oval Office.
Not going to give any other context, are you?
No, why would he?
This guy's a douchebag. What's this cunt's name?
Muir. David Muir? Something like that.
Comrade Kitty, thank you. Looks under my bed for Monk and Jack. I promise you, even though we're there with you, we're not there with you.
I would be in your closet. I'm a rather large man. Getting under the bed would hurt my back and knees, and I'd be too fat. So
I am way too claustrophobic for under a bed. Closet I could do. Me and Jack will be in the closet.
In the closet. Wait. It's a really nice closet. With John Travolta and Tom Cruise.
You did send out tweets, but it was more than 2 hours before you sent out that video message telling your supporters to go home. Oh. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day?
You just said a thing that isn't covered. Peacefully and patriotically, I said during my speech, not later on.
Thank you for getting mad about that. Thank you. Because that was such a disingenuous lie, piece of shit thing to do.
This is exactly what somebody talked about earlier. Building up a straw man and then forcing you to respond to it.
This is why I say I don't think they shared these questions with Kamala. Kamala shared them with these guys.
That would not surprise me at all.
Peacefully and patriotically. And nobody on the other side was killed. Ashley Babbitt was shot by an out-of-control police officer that should have never, ever shot her. It's a disgrace. But we didn't do this group of people that have been treated so badly. I ask, what about all the people that are pouring into our country and killing people that she allowed to pour in? She was the border czar. Remember that.
Well, in fairness, they want to use those people for a peaceful transfer of power. I'm just saying.
She was the border czar. She doesn't want to be called the border czar because she's embarrassed by the border. In fact, she said at the beginning, oh, I'm surprised you're not talking about the border yet. That's because she knows what a bad...
Him doing a mock imitation of Kamala's, for some reason, very funny to me.
Yeah. I love his impersonations. They're almost all identical, but they're really fun.
Job they've done. What about those people? When are they going to be prosecuted? When are these people from countries all over the world, not just South America?
How much more of the debate? Let's see. We are at 2 hours and 11 minutes. Oh, it's not giving me a preview. We probably still have, let's see, it's an hour and a half debate. We haven't got to the first thing. So at least an hour.
Probably. This is getting painful, dude. Thank you, S. Cybertest. Monkey, stop calling him a dick. You're going to give Kamala a lump in her throat and make her shawarma moist and drippy.
Well, look, she's one of the few women that's not an Adam's apple there. That's a dick imprint.
Yeah. She's not just the goat, she's the throat goat.
She's the throat goat.
They're coming in from all over the world, David, all over the world. And crime rates are down all over the world because of it.
But let me just
when are those, David, when are those people going to be prosecuted?
He's going to redirect Trump on the question. You fucking cunt.
Yeah. Well, he doesn't like that Trump's actually addressing this and saying something intelligent.
Kamala just got away with another literal nothing answer.
Yeah. Several lies in there, too. So... they ask him a disingenuous question, and he's like, why aren't you talking about things that are happening now instead of shit from 4 years ago where you've just been lying about it for 4 years? No, we can't talk about all the illegals pouring in and destroying our country.
And Trump answered the question. You asked a bullshit question.
Yeah. And he moved on.
Yep.
When are the people that burned down Minneapolis going to be prosecuted? Or in Seattle? They went into Seattle. They took over a big percentage of the city of Seattle. When are those people going to be prosecuted?
But let me just ask
you. You might ask her that question.
You were the president. You were watching it unfold on television. It's a very simple question as we move forward toward another election. Is there anything you regret about what you...
He answered this.
No, he didn't specifically say, yes, I regret so many things. Or, no, I don't regret shit because you're lying. Which is what my answer would be to him right here. I don't regret shit because you're a lying piece of shit.
Disingenuous question.
ABC moderator doing an excellent job, Chris Hayes. Yeah, sounds like something that fucking Rachel Maddow lesbian would say.
You did on that day. Yes, sir.
I had nothing to do with that other than they asked me to make a speech. I showed up for a speech. I said, I think it's going to be big. I went to Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington, D.C., and the mayor put it back in writing, as you know. I said, this is going to be a very big rally or whatever you want to call it. And again, it wasn't done by me. It was done by others. I said, I'd like to give you 10,000 National Guard or soldiers. They rejected me. Nancy Pelosi rejected me. It was just 2 weeks ago. Her daughter has a tape of her saying she is fully responsible for what happened.
That tape is actually like years old, and every 6 months it pops up.
Yeah.
But he's not wrong about what she says.
Happened. They want to get rid of that tape. It would have never happened if Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington did their jobs. I wasn't responsible for security. Nancy Pelosi was responsible. She didn't do her job.
The question was about you as president, not.
God damn, he is trying so hard to get him to like make some sort of confession here. I don't know what they're fishing for, but it's fucking dumb.
Can you talk to these people for a minute? I'm going to run to the restroom real fast.
Yeah. Look,
bathroom break time, guys.
We all want to bash our head into the medicine cabinet right now, Monkey, but that's probably not a good solution. Yeah, this is just more disingenuous bullshit. Oh, my tabs are working. I can see chat for right now. Whoa, buddy. Yeah. Clusterfuck 2024. Yeah, pretty much. Hi, Spud. Oh, boy. They want to confuse the low information voters. Yes. And that's most voters. They have to stick to this narrative that Trump somehow incited the so-called insurrection, which was the lamest insurrection in history, if that's the case. Trump answered the question. He said, I have nothing to regret. I wasn't responsible for what happened. Yep. Have I seen Alien Romulus? No, I haven't had time. Between trying to get videos done and helping mom and dad, I have no free time. I'll probably have to wait till it comes on streaming. Deep State Deep Throat, right? Yeah, I'll have to watch it on stream at some point because I can't get to a theater right now. I don't really think I could afford to go to anyway, so no worries. An insurrection where no insurrectionists fired a shot. Yeah, it's the worst insurrection in history. Yeah, my parents are at the point where they need round-the-clock care, so I'm basically working 2 jobs.
I was just thinking,
what's that?
Maybe it's a good idea that I'm banned on Twitter for a little while. I'll need to calm down a little bit after watching this shit before I go on a tweeting spree.
Oh, man. Yeah, I get it.
Did you need to run to the restroom or anything?
Not yet.
Okay.
I'll throw up in a little while. Don't worry.
All right.
Just as bad as 9/11. Yeah, I forgot, Dark. Sorry.
The worst shit since the Civil War.
About former Speaker Pelosi, but I do want Vice President Harris to respond here.
You dirty little shit. Oh.
Not about former Speaker Pelosi, but I do want Vice President Harris to respond here.
I was asking about you, not her. You haven't done that one time, not once, to Kamala. Why'd you get banned? Honestly, Spud, I have no idea. The tweet I got in trouble for, which they called violent. Jack, you read it.
Yeah.
Was it violent?
No.
Was it
not at all
profane?
No.
It was milquetoast as fuck.
Yeah, it was super milquetoast.
I was at the Capitol on January 6th. I was the vice president-elect. I was also an acting senator. I was there. And
you were an acting senator?
Well, she was pretending to senatorialize.
You don't have to put an adjective in front of every noun, sweetie. You were a senator.
What?
What's that?
You don't have to, but you can.
And on that day, the president of the United States incited a violent mob.
No, he didn't.
No, he
to attack.
What?
That was
Calling for
Ray
peace?
Epps.
Yeah, no shit.
That was Ray Epps and the Capitol Police.
Yeah, even Baked Alaska was calling Ray Epps out. Fed. And he's a little turncoat bitch.
Our nation's capital. To desecrate our nation's capital. On that day, 140 law
Desiccate? Really? All right.
enforcement officers
It's
were
hallowed
injured.
ground.
And some died. And understand.
No, they
Wait,
didn't.
who died? Who died? Name their names, bitch. You can't because they didn't die from that.
Yeah, I kind of stepped on it, so I backed it up so we can hear the full thing. Sorry about that.
To desecrate our nation's capital. On that day, 140 law enforcement officers were injured. And some died.
No, they didn't. No, they didn't.
Well, if you're upset that those cops got hurt, take it up with the FBI.
Didn't AOC die 150 times that day? It's up to 153. She dies a little bit more every day from it.
And understand, the former president has been indicted and impeached for exactly that reason. But this is not an isolated situation.
January 6th is not an isolated situation.
No, Monkey, it's not, because every time somebody disagrees with the Democrat, it's a new insurrection.
Let's remember Charlottesville.
Trump had nothing to do with Charlottesville.
Yes, he did. He was the mastermind behind it all.
He wasn't there. He spoke about it afterwards, but he had nothing to do with it. What are you talking about, you crazy bitch?
Oh, yes, because Russian white supremacists were somehow involved. I don't know. It was fucking dumb.
Coming out of the woods with their swastikas.
Yes, they had bears that formed a swastika. It's like a Russian Voltron.
Yeah, I would actually watch Russian Voltron.
I absolutely would too. I mean, that'd be fucking outstanding.
I was watching Transformers the other day. And I'm like, man, they should make a live action Volt. No, don't say it out loud.
Don't curse that movie, Monkey.
Yeah. Ugh.
Where there was a mob of people carrying tiki torches, spewing anti-Semitic hate. And what?
That's interesting, since you hate Israel so much.
You might not want to push the idea of anti-Semitic hate being bad, sweetie. That's a large portion of your supporters,
especially Michigan.
Michigan,
also,
Minnesota. Yeah.
When you say they were marching with tiki torches, that just sounds comical to me. Like, in what universe does that sound threatening? Like, and they had tiki torches. Did Greg Brady steal the tiki idol again?
They were wearing polo shirts and khakis.
Yeah, it's really hard to take that seriously. Like, whenever they show the image of that one dude with the pedo stash holding the tiki torch, it's not threatening. It's silly. It looks like a comedy sketch. Like the whitest kids you know are doing a sketch on white supremacy.
It looks like an audition for Antifa. They're all these noodle-armed little dweebs. I mean, anybody who saw that and was threatened is just a pussy, honestly. And let's be honest, the reason we talk about Charlottesville has nothing to do with the tiki torches. It's because the fat bitch got hit by a car.
That's the only reason. Hit? I don't remember.
What's that?
Did she actually get hit by the car? Or did she just have a heart attack out of fear?
No, she actually did get hit by the car.
Oh, okay.
There was a theory pushed, but no, she actually got hit by the car.
Oh, wasn't the guy in the car being chased by somebody with a gun?
Yeah, he was being chased by the violent mob. I don't remember if there was a gun or not. She probably didn't die necessarily from the car itself. It was a combination of, being that fat and getting hit by a car.
cholesterol and shock. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyhow, we'll probably get in trouble now because we're talking about her and not just going, the sainted Heather Hyde.
Did the president
Or higher,
then at the
whatever fuck
time
her name is.
say? There were fine people on each side.
That's not
Let's
it.
remember
You lying twat.
that when it came to the Proud Boys, a militia,
The Proud Boys are now a militia?
Yes, apparently. If you have a bingo card, you've probably had 3 bingos by now because she's hit all the talking points.
The former president said, stand back and stand by.
Again, that was when he was arguing with Chris Wallace when he should have been arguing with Joe Biden. But as happens here, he was arguing with the debater or with the debate moderator. And he was just using the language that Chris had used. We've been over this. I'm not pulling it up again. Go watch it yourself.
Fucking irritating.
And that was the one where it's like, do you denounce white supremacy? And he did immediately. And then Fox News had the balls the next day to go, will he denounce white supremacy? Fox fucking News, the right wingers. And Katie McEnany said, I just read you 13 times. He's done it. Yeah, but will he do it right now?
Did he do it today?
I hate these people.
So for everyone watching who remembers what January 6th was.
Yeah, a lazy riot.
A very lazy riot. Most of the people involved sat on the lawn yelling.
Yeah, a lot of the people that were actually doing stuff were feds.
The police were outmanned easily 10-1 that day.
Maybe they should have taken Trump's offer and actually gotten the National Guard that he said they should take.
If the mob had actually wanted to take over the Capitol and stop democracy, it would have been a bloodbath.
It would have been a bloodbath. If that had been even remotely what they claim it to be, there would have been dozens of dead cops.
It would have taken the military to go in to get them out.
Yeah, and they would have burned down the Capitol building. But none of that happened because it was not an insurrection. They stayed within the velvet ropes, for God's sake.
Yeah.
Fucking lazy bunch of 60-year-old women wandering around going, look at the pretty statues.
I say, we don't have to go back. Let's not go back. We're not going back. It's time to turn the page. And if that was a bridge.
Then
it's time to turn the page. But let's keep talking about Charlottesville and January 6th over and over again.
2017 and tell a lie we've been telling for 7 years.
Too far for you. Well, there is a place in our campaign for you to stand for country, to stand for our democracy.
I love that he won't look at her, and it is making her insane.
Stand for rule of law and to end the chaos and to end the approach that is about attacking the foundations of our democracy because you don't like the outcome. And be clear on that point. Donald Trump, the candidate, has said in this election there will be a bloodbath.
Did she just say, I'm going to tell every lie we tell in one answer?
I think so. I'm pretty sure. Plus, wasn't this country founded on an insurrection?
It was founded on a bloodbath.
Yeah, a treasonous bloodbath. Boston Massacre. We have to take the country back to our founding roots of revolution.
Right?
I don't think you understand history, honey. You got to be careful with that shit.
This election is not to his liking. Let's turn the page on this. Let's not go back. Let's chart a course for the future and not go backwards to the past.
Isn't that a Hillary Clinton line?
It sounds like it.
The backwards to the past thing?
She's been stealing from a lot of other people's material, including Trump's campaign, like child tax credit.
The amount of lies she told in that one answer is astounding. And the moderator didn't step in there and correct any of it. No, not even the bloodbath line.
to both of them, that is what happened.
Wow.
Let me just follow up here.
It was a different term, and it was a term that related to energy because they have destroyed our energy business. That was where bloodbath was. Also, on Charlottesville, that story has been, as you would say, debunked. Laura Ingraham, Sean Hannity, Jesse, all of these.
Jake Tapper. Jake Tapper's come out and had to admit that one. I get what he's doing, but he just named all Fox hosts, which, let's be honest, they'd be like, oh, those are all Fox people. Jake Tapper, CNN, he's come out and going, yeah, fuck. He actually said this. I went back and looked, and it turns out that's not what he said. Like it, and this is 2.5 years later that he does it. Like, so you repeated that shit for 2.5 years without ever checking? Dangerous, thank you. Well, at least the ABC moderators are going to call Kamala on her lies, right? It's amazing that the right-wing gun nuts all forgot to bring any to perform their so-called insurrection. Well, they were going to just give them mean stares and take over the government.
No, they found out that it was a gun-free zone, so they're like, well, you're not allowed.
Right, right.
They covered it. If they go an extra sentence, they will see it was perfect. It was debunked in almost every newspaper, but they still bring it up, just like they bring 2025 up. They bring all of this stuff up. I ask you.
Don't just mention that they bring it up. Call it a lie. They keep lying.
You talk about the Capitol. Why are we allowing these millions of people to come through on the southern border? How come she's not doing anything? And I'll tell you what I would do, and I would be very proud to do it. I would say we would both leave this debate right now. I'd like to see her go down to Washington, D.C. during this debate because we're wasting a lot of time. Go down to, because she's been so bad, it's so ridiculous. Go down to Washington, D.C. and let her sign a bill to close up the border because they have the right to.
She can't. We all know she's probably in charge right now, but it would still take Biden to sign it. Just to be fair. Thank you, Cult of Krill.
Executive order too.
Cult of Krill, thank you for that feminist $12. Junko had 2 bingos tonight, and Scribe had 3.
Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah.
To do it. They don't need bills. They have the right to do it. The president of the United States, you'll get him out of bed. You'll wake him up at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Right. You'll say, come on down to the.
Oh my God. You'll wake him up at 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
The office, let's sign a bill. If he signs a bill that the border is closed, all he has to do is say it to the Border Patrol, who are phenomenal. If they do that, the border is closed.
Mr.
Those
President,
people are killing many people, unlike J6.
We talked immigration here tonight. I do want to focus on this next issue to both of you because it really brings us this into focus, truth in these times that we're living in.
Are you for real?
Well, truth as defined by the party.
Kamala just told at least 3 lies in her response, and
easily provable lies.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, son of a bitch.
Mr. President, for 3.5 years after you lost the 2020 election, you repeatedly falsely claimed that you won, many times saying you won in a landslide. In the past couple of weeks leading up to this debate, you have said, quote, you lost by a whisker, that you, quote, didn't quite make it, that you came up a little bit short.
I said that?
Are you now acknowledging that you lost in 2020?
No, I don't acknowledge that at all.
But
I said that sarcastically. You know that. It was said, oh, we lost by a whisker. That was said sarcastically. Look, there's so much proof.
Yeah, but these are the people who fact-checked, I mean, the media, who fact-checked you on burgers stacked a mile high. So,
yeah. They're getting more disingenuous as this goes on.
I mean, these are the same people who are like, he said he asked Russia to help him. He did. It's on film. He asked Russia to help him when he was clearly making a joke.
Proof. All you have to do is look at it. And they should have sent it back to the legislatures for approval. I got almost 75 million votes, the most votes any sitting president has ever gotten. I was told if I got 6.
And this is my big problem with 2020 when it comes to the vote. No president has ever increased their vote count in 4 years the way that he did and lost. They've never even come close to losing. And oddly enough, it happens during the pandemic year where it's like, oh, yeah, we're going to vote by mail now against state laws that say we can't do that.
63, which was what I got in 2016, you can't be beaten. The election, people should never be thinking about an election as fraudulent. We need.
If you gave people just the numbers that Trump got and our historical numbers of presidents getting reelected and showed them 2020, but did it as some other country, everybody would go, oh, yeah, there's some cheating here. There had to be.
Of course.
And that's what everybody would say because, I mean, it's kind of obvious.
Two things. We need walls. And we have to have it. We have to have borders and we have to have good elections. Our elections are bad. And a lot of these illegal immigrants coming in, they're trying to get them to vote. They can't even speak English. They don't even know what country they're in practically. And these people are trying to get them to vote. And that's
no, Donald, they know what country they're in. That part they do. They're going to the promised land.
Why they're allowing them to come into our country.
I did watch all of these pieces of video. I didn't detect the sarcasm, lost by a whisker. We didn't quite make it. And we should just point out here as clarification, and you know this, you and your allies, 60 cases in front of many judges, many of them
no
Republican,
judge looked at it
and said
they said
no
we didn't have standing. That's
yeah,
the other thing.
Yes.
They said,
oh, call them out. Oh, they love this 60 cases thing. 60 cases. Yeah, most of them were not looked at all by the judges. They threw them out saying that there was no standing for the case. No standing means you don't have a legal backing, a legal basis to actually bring the case. It does not mean that there is no case, that you don't have a point. It just means that in the eyes of the law, you don't have a backing for your claim. Not the claim itself is wrong, but you personally don't have
you can't bring the
stake.
case.
Yes.
Yeah.
Said we didn't have standing, a technicality.
Yes.
Can you imagine a system where a person in an election doesn't have standing? The president of the United States doesn't have standing. That's how we lost. If you look at the facts, and I'd love to have you'll do a special on it. I'll show you Georgia, and I'll show you Wisconsin, and I'll show you Pennsylvania, and I'll show you. We have so many facts and statistics, but you know what? That doesn't matter because we have to solve the problem that we have right now. That's old news. And the problem that we have right now is we have a nation in decline, and they have put it into decline. We have a nation that is dying, David.
Mr. President, thank you.
Even if you think Trump is wrong about losing the election, what he said at the end there is the important part. Are you better off now than you were 3.5 years ago?
Yeah.
Because if you say, yes, I want some of the drugs you're on, or part of your lotto winnings.
Vice President Harris, you heard the president there tonight. He said he didn't say that he lost by whisker. So he still believes he did not lose the election that was won by President Biden and yourself. But I do want to ask you about something that's come up in the last couple of days.
Really? He's not even asking her a question about that. He's just like, by the way, he still doesn't believe he lost.
Yeah. Also, he just lied. He said that Trump didn't say that. Trump's denying that he said he lost by whisker. No, he said that was sarcastic. That's not the same as saying I never said that.
I haven't seen the videos to know if he was sarcastic or not, so I can't comment. But these moderators are bad. They are really bad.
But they're not bad. They're just in the bag for the Democrats.
And that's bad.
Yeah, their bias is very, very open.
Now you see why Kamala won't go on Fox News, which is funny because Fox News is almost as liberal as the rest of these assholes.
This was a post from President Trump about this upcoming election just weeks away. He said, when I win, those people who cheated, and then he lists donors, voters, election officials, he says will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, which will include long-term prison sentences. One of your campaign's top lawyers responded saying, we won't let Donald Trump intimidate us. We won't let him suppress the vote. Is that what you believe he's trying to do here?
He said people who cheated will be prosecuted.
Yeah, after he wins. How would that suppress the vote beforehand?
Yeah, if the vote is being suppressed because people who would cheat are afraid to, that's not voter suppression.
That's cheater suppression.
Oh God.
That is just very poorly worded.
I don't think it was. I think he meant exactly what he said.
That's just embarrassing then.
Donald Trump was fired by 81 million people. So let's be clear about that. And clearly he is having a very difficult time processing that. But we cannot afford to have a president of the United States.
He set you up and you still can't answer the question. Each time they're making it even easier for you. They've moved you from the 40 to the 30 to the 10 fucking yard line and you still won't kick the goddamn ball.
Allow me to use a baseball analogy. They are giving Trump a professional fast pitch, massive, tough questions that are, set up to try and make him look bad. But with her, she gets like the Kitty League T-ball, where they put it on the stick and put the ball on there, and she just has to hit it, and she keeps whiffing. I don't understand how you could be this bad at this.
God damn.
States, who attempts, as he did in the past, to upend the will of the voters in a free and fair election. And I'm going to tell you that I have.
Remind me who the people voted for in the Democratic primary in 2024?
Not her.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because she can't talk about how things were selected because she was anointed.
Yeah. You should not be talking about democracy seriously. The will of the people.
She is a Marxist, so. Thank you, Keldrig. He still believes that he didn't lose the election, that Biden won. I saw you sneak that in there, you dirty bastard.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, it is what it is at this point. Fuck. Even I'm like, God damn, how much is left of this?
I'm telling you, man, this is really starting to get painful.
Traveled the world as vice president of the United States. And world leaders are laughing at Donald Trump.
Oh, they're laughing at you too,
I have talked with
Cackles.
Military leaders, some of whom worked with you. And they
wait. Who are all these guys who are laughing at Trump? They keep saying this.
Probably the Chinese that are giving the Biden administration bags of money.
Which of these world leaders who were in power at the time, many of them, stood up to Trump one time? This would be a perfect time for asshole the cricket to kick up. Yeah, all of these world leaders. Go ahead and name them. I dare you.
Say you're a disgrace. And when you then talk in this way in a presidential debate and deny what over and over again are court cases you have lost because you did, in fact, lose that election.
Again, he pointed out because of standing. You're a lawyer. You know what that means. Stop it.
Well, nobody's accused her of being a good lawyer.
It leads one to believe that perhaps we do not have in the candidate to my right the temperament or the ability to not be confused about fact. That's deeply troubling. And the American people.
Your last answer was literally all lies.
Isn't she also the person that didn't understand that you have to release people when their sentence is up?
Yeah. Well, I mean, free labor. She comes from a slaving family. It was just, it's in her blood.
Yeah, my bad.
Deserve better.
I'll give you 1 minute to respond, Mr. President.
Let me just say about world leaders. Viktor Orban, one of the most respected men. They call him a strong man. He's a tough person, smart. Prime Minister of Hungary. They said, why is the whole world blowing up? 3 years ago, it wasn't. Why is it blowing up? He said, because you need Trump back as president. They were afraid of him. China was afraid, and I don't like to use the word afraid, but I'm just quoting him. China was afraid of him. North Korea was afraid of him. Look at what's going on with North Korea, by the way. He said Russia was afraid of him. I ended the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, and Biden put it back on day one, but he ended the XL pipeline. The XL pipeline in our country, he ended that. But he let the Russians build a pipeline going all over Europe and heading into Germany, the biggest pipeline in the world.
And then blew it up.
Yeah, well, I mean, it helped the Ukrainians blow it up. And to be fair, I brought this up a little while ago. He's exactly right to point this out.
I still don't believe that it was Ukrainian who blew that. It was us.
Yeah, I mean, probably.
Right after we find out who killed JFK, we'll find this out.
Yeah. So 5 days after, never.
Viktor Orban said it. He said the most respected, most feared person is Donald Trump. We had no problems when Trump was president, but when this weak, pathetic man that you saw at a debate just a few months ago, that if he weren't in that debate, he'd be running instead of her. She got no votes. He got 14 million votes.
Yes, bring it up.
You talk about a threat to democracy. He got 14 million votes, and they threw him out of office. And you know what? I'll give you a little secret. He hates her. He can't stand.
He's probably right, though. I mean, she basically stole the candidacy from him.
He's absolutely right. The only time they bring out Kamala is when they're like, look, we got someone with color in it.
The vagina.
Stand her. But he got 14 million votes. They threw him out. She got 0 votes. And when she ran, she was the first one to leave because she failed. And now she's running. I don't understand it, but I'm okay with it because
your time is
I
up.
think we're going to do very well.
We've got a lot.
We got a lot more to get to. Stop saying that. It's fucking.
I think this time they're actually going to go to commercial because it should be about time. I love that he brought that up, and he should keep pounding that. Pound that the way Willie pounded Kamala's neck.
Take Kamala to Pound Town.
She can show you around. She's been there often.
Yeah, she's
turning now to the Israel-Hamas war and the hostages.
And they're still not going to a fucking commercial.
Nope.
How fucking long is this thing?
I have no idea.
We're still being.
Well, let's see. Total, there's only what 2 hours left, so it can't be that much longer.
Held Americans among them. Vice President Harris, in December, you said, quote, Israel has a right to defend itself, but you added, quote, it matters how, saying international humanitarian law must be respected. Israel must do more to protect innocent civilians. You said that 9 months ago. Now an estimated 40,000 Palestinians are dead. Nearly 100 hostages remain. Just last week, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said there's not a deal in the making. President Biden has not been able to break through the stalemate. How would you do it?
Well, let's understand how we got here. On October 7th.
Do we really have to?
Yes. You know they have to.
Let's understand how we got here.
At first, the mean old Jews responded when they were attacked brutally.
Us, a terrorist organization, slaughtered 1,200 Israelis.
Wait. The terrorist organization who was voted into power as the rulers of Gaza. That never gets stated. She like this terrorist organization that is the official government of Gaza.
Your hate facts have no place here, bigot.
Many of them young people who were simply attending a concert. Women were horrible.
Some were babies in their fucking bassinets.
Shh, bigot.
Horribly raped. And so absolutely, I said then, I say now, Israel has a right to defend itself. We would. And how it does so matters, because it is also true. Far too many.
She wasn't questioning whether or not you said it. You don't have to repeat what she already said. You fucking said. The question is, how would you go about getting the peace deal that Biden can't get?
She doesn't want to be burdened by what has been.
Ah, yeah. She don't want to be burdened by the question that was asked.
Yeah.
Innocent Palestinians have been killed. Children, mothers. What we know is that this war must end. It must end immediately. And the way it will end is we need a ceasefire deal and we need the hostages out. And so we will continue to work around the clock on that. Work around the clock, also understanding that
What she just told you is they've been working around the clock for a year and a half and haven't done shit.
I have frequently rocked around the clock.
Or 2 years now, right? That was October of 2022, right?
I think it's only been a year.
Was it just last year?
I think so.
Okay, so it's been a
I'm
year.
too lazy to look it up. Somebody on channel correct us.
For a year, they haven't been able to do a fucking thing.
Well,
good
maybe
job.
because 1,000 people got murdered and a bunch of people were taken hostage, and that really pissed off the Jewish state, and they're kind of sick of the shit. Look, I don't give a fuck about this war, and we shouldn't be involved in it. It's not our business, and let this blood feud sort itself out. If they're gonna kill each other, let them get it over with. I don't fucking care anymore.
Diplomacy is simple. Give us the hostages or welcome to the Bronze Age. Your choice. That would be an upgrade for them.
Yeah, no shit. They're barely out of the Stone Age. These people are barbarians. Let's face it. They're all. It's an old tribal blood feud. None of them have left the 7th century. They're still trapped in that mindset. Just let them kill each other. If they have our people say, look, we're going to level a city every day until we get those people back, and they better be in good shape. And handle it that way. You don't do this namby-pamby sissy crap we keep doing.
Well, it's just such nonsense because they want to have a strategic war where only the bad guys die. Well, the bad guys are hiding among the, I'm using huge fucking air quotes here, civilian population. Jack Resurrect, thank you for that feminist $12. I'm so tired of this differentiation between Hamas and innocent Palestinians. These civilians are holding the hostages, making the tunnels, and running weapons for those barbaric fucks.
Yep.
Glass them for all I care. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. How much you would have bet she says 2-state solution?
Oh, 100% she'll say two-state solution.
We must chart a course for a 2-state solution.
Oh, fucking nailed it.
It had to. She cannot mention this without the two-state solution. And the reality is there can never be a two-state solution when one side wants to completely eradicate the other.
But it's in their charter that they want to eradicate the other side. Yeah, it's this fucking asinine.
Let's not forget, on October 7th, there was a ceasefire. I mean, the Jews are constantly under ceasefire until Hamas or Hezbollah or one of these assholes decide, oh, we're going to kill some Jews again. And then the Jews get mad and fire back. And then the whole world goes, could you stop being mean to the terrorists?
Yeah.
So the Jews are like, fine, fuck it. We'll sign this ceasefire until the next time the terrorists start bombing shit. Go ahead, Jack. I'm sorry.
And there's the whole open air prison nonsense that I'm sure is going to come up is a total lie because the Israelis were allowing a lot of Palestinians to come in and work in Israel.
Yeah.
Oh, real quick. Thank you, Frosted Glass. Kamala starts every answer with the equivalent of, well, Webster's dictionary defines war as to eat up time. And that's if she even pretends to answer. Most of the time, she just lets questions roll off her like Haitians off a duck's back. That's awful, dude. Thank you.
And in that solution, there must be security for the Israeli people and Israel, and in equal measure for the Palestinians. But the one thing I will
meaningless platitudes. That means nothing. There must be security for everybody.
What had the Jews done to Gaza for the last 18 fucking years?
They were being all Jewy.
When did they attack them? They left them alone. Sort your shit out. They did go through some cargo and be like, yeah, you can't have this shit. This is guns and bombs. And no, sorry.
Yeah, it's a threat to their security. I get that.
But yeah, fuck right off. Man, the Jews were being mean to them.
For you always. I will always give Israel the ability to defend itself, in particular as it relates to Iran and any threat that Iran and its proxies pose to Israel. But we must have a two-state solution where we can rebuild Gaza, where the Palestinians have security, self-determination, and the dignity they so rightly deserve.
Their self-determination, which was democratically chosen, was Hamas, twat. They picked the more evil of the two terrorist organizations that were running for election.
Yeah, what she said is just largely a bunch of nonsense. They need dignity. What are you talking about? What does that even mean? Define how you give somebody dignity. We got to lift up these poor brown people and bring them up to civilization. No, they've had that chance. They chose not to.
There's a whole bunch of Arab states around there that these people are related to, the Jordanians, the Egyptians, especially if you're talking about the Gazans. Why don't they go to one of those states?
Because they won't let them in.
Oh, that's right.
Because every time they've allowed them in, the Palestinians try and overthrow the local government. The Queen of Jordan was out giving a speech about this the other day, about how great and wonderful the Palestinians are because she's Palestinian, and how we need to help them and all this nonsense. And I was like, wait, did they try and overthrow the Jordanians back in the 70s when they let them in? Yeah. No, bitch. That's why you're not letting them in. That's why you're telling other people to take refugees.
Mm-hmm.
President Trump, how would you negotiate with Netanyahu and also Hamas in order to get the hostages out and prevent the killing of more innocent civilians in Gaza?
If I were president, it would have never started. If I were president, Russia would have never, ever, I know Putin very well, he would have never, and there was no threat of it either, by the way, for 4 years, have gone into Ukraine and killed millions of people when you add it up. Far worse than people understand what's going on over there.
Yeah, it's true. Didn't they start their border buildup in April of 2021?
Yeah.
But when she mentions about Israel, all of a sudden, she hates Israel. She wouldn't even meet with Netanyahu when he went to Congress to make a very important speech. She refused to be there because she was at a sorority party of hers. She wanted to go to the sorority party.
True.
She hates Israel. If she's president, I believe that Israel will not exist within 2 years from now. And I've been pretty good at predictions, and I hope I'm wrong about that one. She hates Israel. At the same time, in her own way, she hates the Arab population.
Oh.
Because the whole place is going to get blown up. Arabs, Jewish people, Israel will be gone. It would have never happened. Iran was broke under Donald Trump. Now Iran has $300 billion because they took off all the sanctions that I had. Iran had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah or any of the 28 different spheres of terror. And they are spheres of terror, horrible terror. They had no money. It was a big story, and you know it. You covered it very well, actually. They had no money for terror. They were broke. Now they're a rich nation. And now what they're doing is they're spreading that money around. Look at what's happening with the Houthis and Yemen. Look at what's going on in the Middle East. This would have never happened. I will get that settled and fast, and I'll get the war with Ukraine and Russia ended. If I'm president-elect, I'll get it done before even becoming president.
I mean, what he says there is not bad, but he didn't answer the question. What would you do? And he doesn't actually say. He just says, I'll do it. I agree with him on everything he said, but and the real answer there is honestly, hey, we're gonna have to have some discussions behind the scenes that you guys aren't privy to.
Yeah, be some come to Jesus meetings that the press won't know about.
Yeah, because the other answer is I will blow those Palestinians back to their weird child raping God.
Yeah, right. Thank you, Dark Resurrect, for that feminist donation. While I have my issues with Israel in a political sense, they are showing restraint from what they could do. If they went off the leash, Gaza would be rubble in a week. Yes. Not to mention Israel has nukes. So that could get ugly if they chose to. But they also could carpet bomb all these cities and just blow them all up, back into the primeval dust. And thank you, Evolved Potato. Just remember, all Arabs outside of the Arabian Peninsula are those terrible colonizers that the left hate. The Muslims are a culture of genocide and rape of all their conquests. Most natives of the area they inhabit are either dead or dying out. Yeah, well, you could ask Spain historically about that because the Muslims did run large sections of the Iberian Peninsula for a long time, as well as parts of Italy and anywhere the Byzantines were. So they've run rampant over the Mediterranean, and yeah, they slaughter people indiscriminately. If you're not a Muslim, you have no rights.
Tell them to either stop fighting or they'll have a carrier group off their shore the next day. Here's the thing. You have to understand that right now for Hamas, the more dead Palestinians there are, the better. This is a group that is absolutely getting their ass kicked. And all they have to do is turn over hostages. And they won't do it.
Well, I think most of the hostages are dead anyway.
10,000 dead babies over here. Give up the hostages. Yeah, we can't because, don't tell anybody, but regular Palestinians have most of them.
Yeah, and you're dealing with people that are effectively a death cult.
Yep.
The Iranians are run by 12ers who are a death cult. They want the apocalypse. And a lot of these people are hardcore religious zealots. They don't give a shit about dead people. Those are martyrs to them.
Yep.
You can't negotiate with people who aren't afraid of dying.
That's why I don't support the stop fighting, because I don't care if the Jews are killing these people because these people want to die.
And they started it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the consequence of war. If you start a war, you have to accept the possibility that you're going to lose.
Yeah. Give back the hostages or we will glass Gaza. We'll make this place look like Superman's dad's house, motherfucker. Give them back. Otherwise, we will send you to that God you're so willing to go see and end this tomorrow. It can't be that the two sides have to stop fighting. It has to be Hamas has to knock their shit off.
Yeah, and they're just not willing to do that because, like I said, they're zealots.
Anyhow, and it would be a good idea to place a call to Tehran and be like, remember Soleimani? Don't make us keep going.
Yeah.
Vice President Harris, he says you hate Israel.
That's absolutely not true. I have my entire career and life supported Israel and the Israeli people.
Your entire life, you've supported the Israeli people. Was that real big talking points in your Indian household growing up?
Yeah, it came up a lot. Like all the times that she's encouraged the Muslims, Palestinians. When
your mom's entrepreneurial friend came over, did you have deep discussions about Israeli policy?
No, it was when her grandma was driving around in India with the bullhorn screaming about the importance of abortions.
Thank you, Frosted Glass. Josh Shapiro has joined the chats. Shapiro would have been a much better pick for her, and instead she went with the weird white guy from Minnesota who likes cutting up baby dicks. All right.
He knows that he's trying to, again, divide and distract from the reality, which is it is very well known that Donald Trump is weak and wrong on national security and foreign.
All right. Donald Trump left office with the Abraham Accords. You have a year-long war in Gaza. Donald Trump left with the plan in place already to end the last war the United States has been in. You have Russia invading Ukraine. Nobody fucked with us when Trump was president. Remember, with Putin, of the last 3 presidents, he's fucked with all of them except Trump. Going into Georgia, going into Crimea, now just invading Ukraine in general. The one time he stopped was the 4 years Trump was president. He's real soft on that foreign policy. We're totally cool on it. That's why nobody gives a fuck what we say. God damn, man. North Korea was quiet during Trump. Yeah, because old Kimmy tried that shit and Trump went, fuck it, let's dance. And Kim went,
my button's better than yours and it works.
I was just playing, man. I was just kidding. You want to come over and play Nintendo?
Yeah, look, like I said, I don't really care about either of these big wars because they don't really affect us and they're not our business. If the Gazans and the Israelis want to beat each other up, fine, figure it out. Solve this stupid blood feud once and for all, and then we'll talk to the winner. Beyond that, I don't really give a shit. They have Americans, that's a problem. But beyond that, I don't really care. Ukraine, you shouldn't have given up your nukes, you retards.
True.
And yeah, what Putin's doing is probably highly wrong, taking on other countries' stuff. Yeah. But again, not our problem.
No one says, I'm still amazed China hasn't taken Taiwan, especially with how early Biden's bedtime is. Yeah. If China can figure out how to take out Taiwan without destroying the infrastructure, they will.
Yeah.
They don't want to have to rebuild Taiwan.
And they are a little concerned, I think, about the Japanese and the Filipinos getting involved.
Sure.
Because that could drag us in.
Yeah. Understand that one of the reasons that I thought Ukraine would be the one that got hit is because Ukraine has no military allies. Where Taiwan, Japan has a military allyship with them.
Yeah. Yeah. And the Filipinos said they would help out too because they're sick of the Chinese fishermen getting in their territorial waters. So they're doing it just as a spite move, which I don't think the Taiwanese give a shit about. They're just like, yeah, come on in. So yeah, I think they're in a much better position than Ukraine was. But yeah, if China could figure it out, I think they would absolutely take them. And I think they're probably going to at some point. It's a wait and see what they can come up with mentality. Especially because they've got our president in their pocket.
Jack Resurrect, thank you so much for that feminist $12. Trump is weak on foreign policy. Cut to the images of Trump and Kim Jong-un shaking hands. Yeah, remember that was going to, oh my God, Trump's going to cause a nuclear war. Like Kim has any fucking nukes that work. He's got the old Russian ones.
I bet he's got a couple nukes. He just can't move them because his missiles blow.
Policy. It is well known that he admires dictators, wants to be a dictator on day one, according to himself.
For a day, he said.
He made a joke. They do not understand jokes.
They do. They just know that the people watching at home aren't going to fact check them.
That's true.
She knows goddamn good and well that's not what he said or what he meant. He says he's going to be a dictator day one. This is the same twat who just probably in real lifetime about 5 minutes ago brought up the bloodbath line. Knowing goddamn good and well he didn't say, if I lose this election, we're killing everybody.
It is well known that he said of Putin that he can do whatever the hell he wants and go into Ukraine. It is well known.
That's actually not even close to what he said. He said he would say that about our NATO allies if they weren't paying their fair share of the NATO bills.
Yeah.
He'd kick him out and be like, fuck it, do what you want.
So many disingenuous things coming out of here.
Well, that one she just screwed up the talking point. Because she was supposed to say to our NATO allies, not to Ukraine.
That he said when Russia went into Ukraine, it was brilliant. It is well known
Well, I mean,
strategically, I mean, for Putin, it was a pretty brilliant move. He took advantage of the situation politically.
There are many times that I look at things that Democrats do, and I'm like, this is disgusting, but it's actually a brilliant move. I did it with something in Kamala's campaign like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
You can see the, I don't want to say good side, but the intelligence of a decision, even if you disagree with it. He said it was brilliant. I mean, you probably don't want to hear this, but there's horrible people throughout history who've made pretty smart moves. You ever study Caesar? That man was a fucking douchebag, but he was a fucking military genius.
Same with Mark Antony and Marcus Aurelius and Napoleon Bonaparte. History is littered with scumbags that were really smart.
Yeah, or at the very least smarter than those around him at the time.
Yeah, which, is all it really takes most of the time.
Yep.
Exchanged love letters with Kim Jong-un, and it is absolutely well known.
I'm going to have to see some of these love letters because I don't believe they're real. I think that sounds like something that needs fact-checked.
That these dictators and autocrats are rooting for you to be president again because
please bring it up, Donald, please.
They're so clear. They can manipulate you with flattery and favors.
Kim Jong-un send nice letters to Trump because Trump stood up to the fucking bully and put him in his place. He called that man fat to his face.
Yeah.
And that is why so many military leaders who you have worked with have told me you are a disgrace. That is why we understand that we have to have a president who is not consistently weak and wrong on national security, including the importance of upholding and respecting in highest regard our military.
Vice President.
Oh my God. They're not a bunch of, it's like the Roman centurions, man. We have to celebrate. No, we can't worship somebody just because they went out and did their job. Also, Trump didn't do a lot of the bullshit they keep saying. This is so tiresome. These are the same old talking points. It's the same old bullshit. And they get away with it every time because these moderators are garbage.
Yeah, they also didn't at the end there. Miss Vice President, we have so many topics. Real quick, Lalo says MAGA still can't name one Trump accomplishment. I'm not MAGA, but I mentioned the Abraham Accords earlier. I realize you're fucking retarded, but you're gonna have to listen.
Yeah, he killed a terror leader, Somali.
We mentioned Soleimani. I mean,
yeah, he's set up to get us out of Afghanistan.
I get that you're retarded, but come on, man.
He also moved the embassy to Jerusalem, where it's supposed to be, because that's the capital. Yep. He did a lot of things. He entertained a lot of the people that came to the White House with burgers and fries.
He did. All right.
President Harris, thank you.
Oh, go ahead.
Real quick. Thank you, Tier Alexander. Clearly, if you think someone is smart, you agree with them. I mean, because I admire the Confederacy Rebellion, I must agree and like slavery. The cunts are fucking insane. New drinking game for every time Kamala is called a whore by the fuzzball. Do a shot. You're gonna die of overdose. Don't do that. But yeah, just because someone's smart, you're right. It's ludicrous to say just because you acknowledge that someone's intelligent that you somehow agree with them. It's dumb. It's baby brain thinking. This is like middle school debate club.
Well, look, I will even say Kamala's performance so far has been brilliant. Not because she said anything brilliant or actually done a good job here, but she's done enough that the media is not going to run out and go, "Did you see how horribly she did?" She knows she doesn't have to answer the question, so she's not even trying. In that respect, she's been brilliant tonight. It's fucking horrible what she's actually saying, and if you pay attention, she's an empty vessel at best.
Yeah, but it's probably her best presentation in a very long time, especially without a teleprompter.
Yeah, and she's using the press the way you should use the press if you're a Democrat. Just go out there, say whatever stupid nonsense you want to, and ride the wave. Biden would have done the same thing if he wasn't demented.
Yeah. Well, she's using a lot of the same insults he did. And
same lies.
Points. Yeah.
That one answer that I mentioned where she lied 3 times is almost verbatim Biden's opening of the first debate with the 3 lies he told there.
Yep.
Anyway.
They're the ones, and she's the one that caused it. That's weak on national security by allowing every nation last month for the year, 168 different countries sending people into our country. Their crime rates are way down.
He said weights.
Endorsed her last week. Said, I hope she wins.
He went Elmer Fudd there for a minute.
Their crime rates are down.
He meant it. Because what he's gotten away with is absolutely incredible. It wouldn't have happened with me. The leaders of other countries think that they're weak and incompetent, and they are. They're
yes, but they also know that if they suck up to them, they can keep taking advantage of the weak retards.
Oh, yeah.
Again, brilliant move, kind of dirty and underhanded, and fuck them for doing it, but
mostly incompetent. And I just ask one question. Why does Biden go in and kill the Keystone Pipeline and approve the single biggest deal that Russia's ever made, Nord Stream 2, the biggest pipeline anywhere in the world going to Germany and all over Europe?
Oh, I can answer that because oil helps fight climate change.
Probably a dump truck full of money wired to Hunter.
It'd be cool if Monk got smarter trolls in his chat. Well, they're liberals, man. By definition, they can't be.
Yeah.
Because they're weak and they're ineffective. And Biden, by the way,
President
gets paid
Trump,
a lot of money.
Thank you. We have a lot of issues to get to.
We'll be right back.
He didn't do that every fucking time.
Yeah. They've cut her off once. And that was just a minute ago.
And even then, they didn't pull the "we have a bunch of stuff to get to" bullshit, that condescending shit.
Yeah. They talk to him like he's a child.
Oh.
Back with much more of this historic ABC News presidential debate from the National Constitution Center right here in Philadelphia. Back in a moment.
The ABC News.
Oh my God, they actually went to commercial? Well, we're like halfway through.
Yeah, because the other one will be right before the closing statements. Come on.
Family like those
This
into the unknown.
Watch ABC, guys, I guess.
is it
If you want to watch garbage. Yeah.
Winter in Philadelphia.
Welcome back to this historic ABC News presidential debate tonight. We're going to continue here, and I want to turn to the war in Ukraine. We're now 2.5 years into this conflict. Mr. President, it has been the position of the Biden administration that we must defend Ukraine from Russia, from Vladimir Putin, to defend their sovereignty, their democracy.
No.
That it's in America's best interest.
We haven't actually defended them. That I hate to correct you here. It's been our policy to give them money to defend themselves.
Or to pad their bank accounts when they embezzle it.
Yeah, you think Zelensky is going to get a wife like that if it wasn't for a shit ton of money he's hiding offshore?
Yeah. Look, they have to keep a lid on all the CIA black sites and virus labs and all the money laundering that Hunter was doing. So, that's nothing to see here.
Interest to do so, arguing that if Putin wins, he may be emboldened to move even further into other countries. You have said you would solve this war in 24 hours. You said so just before the break tonight. How exactly would you do that? And I want to ask you a very simple question tonight. Do you want Ukraine to win this war?
I want the war to stop I want to save lives that are being uselessly, people being killed by the millions. It's the millions. It's so much worse than the numbers that you're getting, which are fake numbers. Look, we're in for 250 billion or more because they don't ask Europe, which is a much bigger beneficiary to getting this thing done than we are.
True.
They're in for $150 billion less because Biden and you don't have the courage to ask Europe like I did with NATO. They paid billions and billions, hundreds of billions of dollars when I said, either
really
you pay
an
up
answer.
or we're not going to protect you anymore. So that's maybe one of the reasons they don't like me as much as they like weak people. But you take a look at what's happening. We're in for.
He's gotten some good quips in here. He really has.
That was a good cheap shot.
And it happens to be correct.
At 250 to 275 billion, they're into 100 to 150. They should be forced to equalize. With that being said, I want to get the war settled. I know Zelensky very well, and I know Putin very well. I have a good relationship, and they respect your president, okay? They respect me. They don't respect Biden. How would you respect him? Why? For what reason?
That's a good point.
He's not wrong.
I'm
an American, and I don't
respect.
respect our president.
Yeah, well, you know, he might throw his poop at you. But it'd be like an underhand poop throw.
It would, because that's how they do it in Scranton.
Yeah, well, that is super weak, so.
Even made a phone call in 2 years to Putin, hasn't spoken to anybody. They don't even try and get it. That is a war that's dying to be settled. I will get it settled before I even become president. If I win, when I'm president-elect, and what I'll do is I'll speak to one, I'll speak to the other, I'll get them together. That war would have never happened. And in fact, when I saw Putin after I left.
I mean, it doesn't sound like much of an answer, but it really is the only way is to get them talking to each other. Because without that, yeah.
And tell Zelensky, look, the spigot's cut off. You need to talk to him, and you need to tell the Russians the exact opposite. Look, don't make us get involved. We want this over with. You want this over with. What are acceptable negotiating terms? How can we make it so that you both walk away saving face?
All right.
Unfortunately left because our country has gone to hell. But after I left, when I saw him building up soldiers, he did it after I left.
Yep.
I said, oh, he must be negotiating. It must be a good, strong point of negotiation. Well, it wasn't, because Biden had no idea how to talk to him. He had no idea how to stop it. And now you have millions of people dead, and it's only getting worse, and it could lead to World War III. Don't kid yourself, David. We're playing with World War III, and we have a president that we don't even know if he's. Where is our president? We don't even know if he's a president.
And just to clarify
they threw him out of a campaign like a dog. We don't even know.
Wow.
Is he our president? But we have a.
He's not wrong.
He's not.
Well, I think the dog got better treatment. They just moved him over to the Delaware house.
And she fucking rolled her eyes at it. Jesus
Christ. She did.
President,
Mr. President,
that doesn't know he's alive.
Your time is up. Just to clarify in the question, do you believe it's in the U.S. best interest for Ukraine to win this war? Yes or no?
I think it's the U.S. best interest to get this.
Define win the war.
Yeah, there's no real winning this war. The Russians aren't going to give that area back. You're going to have to accept that they've taken that and hope that they don't take Odessa too. And just be like, look, we want a port city. You can keep the Crimea and the Donbass. That's going to be how this is resolved. And if they're lucky, they'll get to keep Odessa.
Look, the reality of the situation is there's only three ways this can end. They can come to an understanding that the Donbass belongs to Russia now. Russia could outright lose, or Russia could just say fuck it and take all of Ukraine, which I don't think they even want. None of those is going to be an easy outcome to achieve. The smartest one is to try to figure out something with the Donbass.
Yeah, some kind of compromise.
Yeah.
Like I said, the likely scenario is that because the The Ukrainians need to be able to ship their grain. They need a port. No, they need Odessa, and then let the Russians keep Donbass and Crimea. That's the only situation where I think that Putin would actually go along with it. If they keep pumping money into this fiasco, eventually it's going to bleed over into a neighboring country.
Yep. They keep warning Putin's going to go into NATO. How many times can the Ukrainians fire missiles into Poland before it is actually believed that it was a Russian that did it?
It'll eventually be spun that way. So it's in everybody's best interest for this bloodshed to end. And yeah, it means the Ukrainians are probably going to lose territory. Sorry, I don't know what to tell you, man.
It's territory they've been fighting over, Russians and Ukrainians, for a decade now. It was 2014 that shit kicked off.
Yeah, it's not like this is news to anyone.
All right.
This war finished and just get it done.
All right.
Negotiate a deal, because we have to stop all of these human lives from being destroyed.
I want to take this to Vice President Harris. I want to get your thoughts on support for Ukraine in this moment, but also as Commander-in-Chief, if elected, how would you deal with Vladimir Putin, and would it be any different from what we're seeing from President Biden?
You mean not at all?
Yes.
Fuck, even Reagan talked to Gorbachev. Like, we're not talking to Putin till he gives us our way. We're going to hold our breath.
That's pretty much what it looks like, isn't it?
It's what we're doing.
First of all, it's important.
It's why the Chinese made fun of Biden when they first told our fucking diplomat to his face, basically go fuck himself. They have no fear of us right now.
Yeah, why would they? You got a doddering old man and cackles here. Like, if she had Smilex gas and was the Joker, it'd be way more intimidating.
Remember, he was going to put in those sanctions. I told you guys all we'd ever do is sanctions. Sanctions against Russia, and that's going to win because they're going to be too poor. They're rolling in fucking Chinese money right now.
Yep.
Dumbasses.
And to remind the former president, you're not running against Joe Biden, you're running against me.
Who's Joe Biden?
What does she think she... This is a practiced moment. Let's watch it in all its glory.
Be any different from what we're seeing from President Biden?
Well, first of all, it's important to remind the former president, you're not running against Joe Biden, you're running against me.
You told him there, girl.
Ooh, girl power. She's so brat, yo.
Here's the thing, though. You've been running on what we've done. You have nailed yourself to that cross, lady. You don't then get to be like, hey, I'm a different person than him.
Yeah, you don't get a piggyback and pick and choose like that. It doesn't work. You're either part of his command decisions or you're not.
That was such a girl boss moment. She was totally brat right there.
Totally. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
So much girl power exerted from her at that moment. My ovaries lit up.
Jeez. What a wasted moment. And that is clearly a practice line. She's been waiting for that.
Oh, yeah.
I believe the reason that Donald Trump says that this war would be over within 24 hours is because he would just give it up. And that's not who we are as Americans. Let's understand what happened.
Really? Really? We don't just cut and run?
Nope.
I think the Vietnamese would like a word. Maybe the Afghan people.
Yeah, there's a million Vietnamese that could vote Democrat as soon as we left. They probably have something to say about this. We're not in this war. Yeah, exactly, Brand, but not in her. No, we don't cut and run from the wars we're not involved in.
Fucking ridiculous.
Fuck off, lady. God, she's retarded. But she's doing her thing again, Jack. Where she's going to lay out the history. I hope she tells us about Ukraine being a small country and Russia being a big country.
Yeah, she's got to condescend a little bit at least.
Because we have to understand what's going on here.
And that's not who we are as Americans. Let's understand what happened here. I actually met with Zelensky a few days before Russia invaded, tried through force to change territorial boundaries, to defy one of the most important.
Can we just point out that as she's saying this, Russia's in control of Crimea and has been since 2014 when Putin told Obama to get fucked?
Yeah.
But she's going to act like we don't cut and run, and we're totally not going to let them take any territory.
We don't ignore our friends like we did in Georgia.
Fuck you.
Important international rules and norms, which is the importance of sovereignty and territorial integrity.
Okay, so if Russia leaves and we go back to how things were in January of 2021, will you give arms to Ukraine to take back Crimea? See, they can't have it both ways on this, pretending like giving up any kind of land is the most horrible thing ever, and not having done anything to help the Ukrainians get Crimea back for a decade. We still haven't.
And I met with President Zelensky. I shared with him American intelligence about how he could defend himself. Days.
She taught him Krav Maga.
Zelensky's been on his heels since apparently 2 days after you had that discussion. Do you really want to be bragging about that?
Yeah, he hasn't really gained any ground.
We told him how to defend himself. Look how well it's going.
Well, first you have to recruit all the people that have parents in pride marches.
Oh my God. Do you think she realized how bad that made her look?
No, not at all. She has
Later,
almost zero self-awareness.
Yeah, you're right.
I went to NATO's eastern flank, to Poland and Romania. And through the work that I and others did, we brought 50 countries together to support Ukraine in its righteous defense. And because.
Did you do anything for the Polish that Zelensky killed?
No.
No? Okay.
No. Their righteous defense. What is this, a holy war?
It's a holy war. It's sacred ground.
Of our support, because of the air defense, the ammunition, the artillery, the javelins, the Abrams tanks that we have provided, Ukraine stands as an independent and free country. If Donald Trump were president, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv right now. And
why would he be sitting in Kyiv?
That's a good question. You think he's moving the fucking capital?
That'd be weird.
You think he's moving the capital of Russia to Kyiv? Kiev. Okay. Kamala, I'm going to say something to you that I say to a lot of people. Don't just say words you've heard other people use. Because it makes you sound like a retard.
Yeah.
To understand what
yes, she is.
That would mean, because Putin's agenda is not just about Ukraine.
Yes, it is.
Understand why the European allies and our NATO allies are so thankful that you are no longer president.
Because if he was, they'd have to pay.
Yeah, they'd have to pay more money. And that he would stand up to them, unlike everybody else who's like, oh, gee whiz, could you guys maybe give us some of that money you owe us? No. Oh, okay, well, I'm sorry I asked. Let me give you some foreign aid. Ugh.
And that we understand the importance of the greatest military alliance the world has ever known, which is NATO, and what we have done to preserve the ability of Zelensky and the Ukrainians.
I just want to back up there for a second. The greatest military alliance the world has ever known. Okay, what happens if the United States steps out?
The whole thing falls apart because everybody relies on us to do their bitch work.
Yeah. We would be the greatest power ever known still without having to do European countries' jobs for them.
Yeah, I would argue that the greatest military alliance in the world, in the history of the world, was probably the U.S. and the U.K.
I would the greatest military alliance in history. I mean, if you're talking about what we could do right now, it's probably accurate, but actually in use would be World War II.
Yeah, yeah.
When the United States, Great Britain, and Russia, with France looking on, saved the world.
France slowly surrendering and begging everybody to liberate them, like usual.
And the importance of the greatest military alliance the world has ever known, which is NATO.
And
what we have done to preserve the ability of Zelensky and the Ukrainians to fight for their independence. Otherwise, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv with his eyes on the rest of Europe, starting with Poland. And
you think that if Vladimir Zelensky loses and Putin, for some reason, moves his capital to the capital of Ukraine, that the Russian military will then somehow be in any position to take on NATO, the greatest military power ever assembled? Based on what?
Is it maybe in Putin's utopian dream festival to get the old band back together? Sure. We've discussed this possibility before, but realistically, he isn't going to. And if he wanted to take Ukraine, he could have done it by now because he's barely used his Air Force. He's been using a bunch of largely outdated equipment. Yeah, the initial rollout was pretty shitty, but they've gotten their shit together pretty good. They've been getting munitions from North Korea and China. I don't doubt that if Putin really wanted Ukraine, he could go in and take it.
He could have taken Kiev already.
He could have just flattened it.
He was on their doorstep. And he just showed with after the invasion into Kursk, his ability to blow it up without ever putting any of his people in danger.
Yep.
Twice. So it's just nonsense. It's just nonsense. Our retard in chat just said only MAGA's scared of Russia. You do hear that she's like, Russia's gonna be so mean.
Well, Russia has the most nuclear weapons of anybody on the planet. That if they really wanted to take over Ukraine, they could drop a nuke on one of their major cities and be like, look, time to give up, bitch. It worked with Japan.
Yeah, the issue though, yeah, he could do it with Ukraine, but he couldn't do it to NATO because we would destroy him, and
absolutely
it'd be mutually assured destruction.
But it's pretty apparent that if he plans on going after any NATO countries, it's in the distant future. Yeah. It's not going to happen anytime soon.
It won't happen while they're NATO countries because it invokes Article 5.
Yeah. He would have to wait till we're significantly weaker.
Yeah, we would have to get involved, and Russia does not want to go head to head with the United States. He doesn't give a fuck about the rest of Europe. Let me assure you guys, he does not give a fuck.
Well, most of them barely have militaries.
Yeah.
They've been invested in their social programs instead of actually pumping up their military like we have. So they're not a real threat to him. He could roll over almost every country except maybe Germany and the UK.
Did she say she went to Poland? I thought that she'd never been to Europe. Has she said I don't get she'd never been to Europe thing.
She said that a long time ago, like right when she first became vice president. Because they asked her if she had been to the border. She said, I've never been to Europe either.
Yeah, and that would predate what she was talking about here, because she was talking about right after the invasion.
Yeah. Yeah, so you're not wrong. Your timeline's just screwed up.
Yeah.
100,000 Polish Americans right here in Pennsylvania, how quickly you would give up for the sake of favor and what you think is a friendship with what is known to be a dictator who would.
Can I just point out you're doing that exact thing with Jews in the United States? You're telling them they need to be nice to terrorists.
Hate fact.
and give them land to live on among them. You fucking twat.
Would eat you for lunch.
Vice President.
Literally?
Once again, out of the last, it's 4 presidents actually, Jack. Which one did Putin not fuck with? Which one did he not go and take extra land from? Well, not from them, but while they were president? It was Trump.
It's Trump, yeah.
He did it to Bush, to Obama, and to now Biden.
Yeah.
He would eat you for lunch. Are you retarded?
Maybe she thinks he's a cannibal of some kind or a lynch.
As Dangerous point out, he came out and backed you. It's not because he thinks you're fucking powerful. God damn. Look at that smug look on Trump's face.
President Harris, thank you. We've heard from both of you on Ukraine tonight. Afghanistan came up in the last hour. I wanted her to respond to.
You want her to respond? He doesn't get a rebuttal.
Nope.
Of course not. All right.
Something you said earlier, and now, please, I'll give you a minute here.
Putin would be sitting in Moscow, and he wouldn't have lost 300,000 men and women, but he would have been sitting in Moscow. Quiet, please. He would have been sitting in Moscow.
He didn't even look at her. Just quiet, please, like you would do to a child. Frosted, thank you. No, he really will eat you, Uncle Posey.
You're eaten by cannibals in New Guinea, even though his plane went down 1,000 miles away. Oh, thank you, Evolved Potato. Problem with Putin flattening Ukraine is who wants to rule over a wasteland? If he bombed everything, the place would be a money sink. They'd have to spend a decade rebuilding. They won't get the food or anything else. Yeah, and I think that's the main driver of why he hasn't done that.
Well, again, right now, you also have the administration difficulties of taking over a whole country. He's concentrating on the Donbass region because those are ethnically Russian people. Excuse me.
Well, that's what they're ethnically Russian, and it gives him the advantage he would like, the tactical advantage he wants.
Yeah, it gives him
land direct access.
It connects Crimea directly to the Russian peninsula.
Mm-hmm. It's strategically advantageous.
Yeah, and even if he was going to blow up all of Kiev, nuke it. You're right. It hurts not just Europe, but him, because they call it the breadbasket of Europe for a reason.
Yeah,
lots of food is produced there.
It used to be the breadbasket of the Soviet Union.
Yeah.
So, yeah, he wants that food, but there's also the tactical denial of goods to your enemy.
Mm-hmm.
So if he's like, fuck it, I don't care anymore, it just drops a couple of nukes in there, some strategic small nukes. They don't have to be big giant things. He could just deny them the food and the access to it.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's made pretty clear what his goals is, even though everybody keeps quoting other folks. So Putin wants it, he said so. Where's the quote? Well, this dude, Vladimir, the dumbass, was on Russia Today and said it. There's not been an actual quote from him. I'm going into Poland next, despite what the Democrats will lie and tell you. And Lindsey Graham.
Yeah.
He's not in there to do a military dictatorship over this country, which you would have to have, taking it with the CIA's intervention. Thank you so much for causing all of this, you dickbags.
Yeah.
They've gotten a taste of some Western democracy. They want that. So Kiev is probably lost to the West for them. And they don't have the administrative ability to take over the whole place. They want the place that's already on their side. 97% of the vote said, yes, we want to go be part of Russia. You cannot question democracy, Jack.
That's what I've been told. You can't question elections.
Much happier than he is right now. But eventually, he's got a thing that other people don't have. He's got nuclear weapons. They don't ever talk about that. He's got nuclear weapons. Nobody ever thinks about that. And eventually, maybe he'll use them, and maybe he hasn't been that threatening. but he does have that. Something we don't even like to talk about. Nobody likes to talk about it. But just so you understand, they sent her to negotiate peace before this war started. 3 days later, he went in and he started the war because.
Ouch.
I mean, he's not wrong. It's what she just said.
Everything they said was weak and stupid. They said the wrong things. That war should have.
Everything they said was weak and stupid. I mean, he's not wrong. All we did was like, we're going to put sanctions on you.
Yeah. Ugh. It's like a playground Karen, isn't it?
I want to hear it again.
War started. 3 days later, he went in and he started the war because everything they said was weak and stupid. They said the wrong things. That war should have never started. She was the emissary. They sent her in to negotiate with Zelensky and Putin, and she did. And the war started 3 days later. And that's the kind of talent we have with her. She's worse than Biden. In my opinion, I think he's the worst president in the history of our country. She goes down as the worst vice president in the history of our country.
She does go down. I've talked to Willie.
But let me tell you something. She is a horrible negotiator. They sent her in to negotiate. As soon as they left, Putin did the invasion.
President Trump, thank you. You did bring up something. You said she went to negotiate with Vladimir Putin. Vice President Harris, have you ever met Vladimir Putin? Can you clarify tonight?
Yet again, I said it at the beginning of this debate, you're going to hear a bunch of lies coming from this fellow.
Answer the question.
And that is another one. When I went to meet with President Zelensky, I've now met with him over 5 times. The reality is it has been about standing as America always should.
That's
answer the question. Did you meet with Putin? And if you say no, that's actually a worse answer.
Yeah, because it seems to indicate that you're not a diplomatically experienced person. Also, when you say you met with Putin, that you could be meeting with one of his diplomats or something like that. You don't have to actually directly meet with Putin for that to be an accurate statement.
With Putin, did she ever meet with him?
I doubt it. Probably met with some of his people though.
I'm just wondering if she ever did. Or in any way, was in contact with the Russians on how to keep this from happening. Because if your only diplomatic endeavor was y'all should be scared, that's really not good.
Well, I bet she was probably part of the envoy that went over there.
Oh yeah.
But maybe I don't think she met directly with actual Putin.
As a leader upholding international rules and norms, as a leader who shows strength, understanding that the alliance.
At that point, all Putin had done is build up on the border, which there's no international laws against, as far as I'm aware. You're allowed to build up your troops on your own border.
They were just newcomers to Ukraine.
Are you saying you didn't talk to him because he hadn't violated international law yet? That's a way to go. It's not a good way to go, and it just backs up what Trump said about you being weak and stupid.
Alliances we have.
If weak and stupid doesn't become a meme, I'm going to be so disappointed in the internet.
Right?
Around the world are dependent on our ability to look out for our friends and not favor our enemies because you adore strongmen instead of caring about democracy. And that is very.
I don't know if you caught it, but what you just said there is we need to be weak.
Yeah.
Why do you like
care more about strong men, sexy, slathered strong men like Willie Brown?
You don't have to love strong men to realize you still have to deal with them in the international arena. We don't like China, but we can't just be wash our hands of them entirely.
Yeah, you can't ignore powerful people just because you don't like them. You're going to get invaded that way. Your civilization will fall apart.
I was just watching somebody talking about this. Who was it?
Was it me? I'm pretty awesome.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't. But they were talking about the feminization of men and how we've moved from, men being strong leaders and everything to being emotional and getting in touch with our softer side.
Ugh.
And they were saying, it's a mistake. It's a huge problem that we're facing right now, especially in leadership.
Yeah.
Because all of these men are out there trying to prove that they can be a woman like Kamala here. Like, we need to be like so sweet to each other and not talk to the mean people. Basically, the Biden administration was like, we're going to block Vladimir on Twitter. That'll teach him.
He'll learn.
He
knows what he did wrong. They're acting like an ex-girlfriend.
Very much what is at stake here. The President of the United States is commander-in-chief, and the American people have a right to rely on a president who understands the significance of America's role and responsibility in terms of ensuring.
She's literally not saying anything here.
No, she's saying we have to be everybody else's bitch. That's what she's saying right here.
You need to enjoy the ability to think that the president is going to be the person who's in the presidency and in the United States stuff.
I think what she's saying is we have a responsibility to the rest of the world to be their bitch because we're so rich and whatnot that we have to just kowtow to them, be their servant, so we're good stewards of freedom.
I want to see something here.
To rely
Are you looking up her news?
On a president who understands the significance of America's role and responsibility in terms of ensuring that there is stability and ensuring we stand up for our principles and not sell them for the benefit of personal flattery.
What?
Oh, she's saying that you could get Trump to do whatever you want if you're nice to him, because if you flatter him, he'll just capitulate to you.
All right.
We've talked about Ukraine and Vladimir Putin. I do want to talk about Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of this debate. I want to move on to Afghanistan.
Stoltenberg said Trump did the most amazing thing I've ever seen. He got these countries, the 28 countries at the time, to pay up. He said, I've never seen, he's the head of NATO. He said, I've never seen. For years, we were paying almost all of NATO. We were being ripped off by European nations, both on trade and on NATO. I got them to pay up by saying one of the statements you made before, if you don't pay, we're not going to protect you.
President
Otherwise,
Trump.
we would have never gotten it. He said it was one of the most incredible jobs that he's ever seen done.
Thank you. I want to turn to.
And it's absolutely true. And what he's talking about there is that under NATO rules, the countries have to spend 2% of their budget on military, and these assholes in the EU weren't doing it.
Yeah. And they're just taking advantage of us. Oh, the Americans will come save us again.
Trump has to keep fighting to rebut her lies. Yeah, and he was making a good point there. If I'm him, I kind of let that one go, and I point out that he went into Ukraine on your watch, honey.
Yeah.
He didn't do that to me. He did that to Obama. He did it to Bush. He did it to you guys. He didn't do that shit to me.
To Afghanistan. It came up in the.
He is. It actually worked in his favor when he tweeted to Kim Jong-un, we have nukes too, and mine actually work. And everybody went, oh my God, Trump's gonna nuke them. And Kim went, oh fuck.
Because Trump's the kind of guy that would drop a nuke if it came up. If he had to. Yeah. I could see him doing it just to prove a point. You know, don't fuck with us.
Yeah, Trump was just saying, don't fucking threaten me. And every other president we've had with the Kim family has been like, oh my God, what can we do to keep you from not being douchebags to us?
Yeah. They're all like, oh my gosh, you're so mean. Please be nice. Please be our friend.
And our fucking press plays right along like, oh my God, they're threatening us. Meanwhile, we have the biggest dick on the planet and we act like we're Kamala.
Yeah.
the first hour of the debate, and we witnessed a poignant moment today on Capitol Hill, honoring the soldiers who died in the chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan. I do want to ask the Vice President.
Chaotic's a word. I would have used incompetent, but that's just me.
Deadly, disaster. There's tons of proper adjectives there.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of words that would be more apt than chaotic, but I mean, it was chaotic, so that's fair to use that word. It's just not the best word for it.
Do you believe you bear any responsibility in the way that withdrawal played out?
Well, I will tell you, I agreed with President Biden's decision.
She's not going to do it. So let me pull a Kamala here and let's see how we got here. President Trump sets it up for us to withdraw from Afghanistan, and then Biden gets elected. And because he wanted to be able to have a September 11th shindig where he got to say, I just ended the war, he drug it out longer and got a bunch of Americans killed because in the process, he didn't do these simple things to make sure that we got out safely.
Also, today's September 11th, by the way. So
it is now, yeah.
Yeah, never forget.
Ragnak, thank you. X matched her
earring.
Oh, earring. Thank you. To Nova audio earrings with a mic. Well, there have been a couple of times when the camera's on her and you can't hear her, where she's clearly saying something and it doesn't seem to be directly in response to what Trump has said. Because we saw the one where he says, you lie.
Yeah.
But there have been a couple of others. And she's also doing something that I tell you guys about often. If you're looking at somebody who's trying to hear something, the natural thing to do is to turn your head slightly and look down. It's just a natural response when we're trying to hear something.
Sorry.
And
yeah,
she's done it repeatedly, which is weird because she's doing it during her answers.
Yeah, it's like she's somebody said repeat after me, and she's doing exactly that. Because some of the times she's responded has been a little stilted at first, like she's trying to remember what somebody told her. So it would surprise me if that was a microphone.
Yeah, like I said, I don't have any proof of it, but there have been several times where I've looked at it, and next time I see it, I'll point it out again. But yeah, it's called being drunk. No. As somebody who often is, the only reason I know this is because I do it, and I started watching to see if other people do. Oftentimes when I'm trying to hear something, like especially through the headphones, my hand goes up to my ear. My head tilts down slightly. Usually for me, it's towards the right, and I start looking down, and I don't know why, but it seems to be a normal thing people do.
Yeah, it's just a response to try and hear something better.
Do it to your friends. Just walk up to them and go, hey, listen. Do you hear that? Just listen.
And they'll cock their head to one side, and yeah.
Anyway,
to pull out of Afghanistan, 4 presidents.
What just happened?
I don't know.
They finally cut it up. Damn it. Where were we?
The artillery, the javelins.
Oh, wait, that's
Ukraine. Off by European nations, both on trade and on NATO. I got them to pay.
We're close.
The Taliban was killing. If you.
It's got to be this answer here.
Ability. Does President Americans a place of storied significance for us as a
Okay, sorry guys, we'll get there in a second.
Weak terror negotiated, got to where we are.
Oh, for
as of today, there is in terms of ensuring that
she's the worst president in the history of our country. She goes down as the worst.
And understand what that would mean, because Putin's agenda is not just about Ukraine.
All right, we heard that part, right?
That you are no longer president was ever known, which is NATO, and the Ukrainian, with his eyes on the rest of right here in Pennsylvania,
I feel like we didn't
how
jump that
quickly
far.
you would give up for the sake of favor and what for lunch.
I'm up in the last minute here.
Putin would be sitting, but he's got other things
Okay, this should get into
about
Afghanistan right after his answer.
It's weak. He was the and with her.
Shut up.
Putin.
Vice President Harris,
There we
have you
go.
ever met
Sorry,
Vladimir
guys.
Putin? Can you clarify tonight?
Oh no, this is
Yet again, I
this
said it
part
at the
too.
beginning of this debate, you're going to hear a bunch of lies coming.
Oh, fuck me.
Harris released, and get this, and the president
Off by European nations, both on trade and on NATO. I got them to pay up by six. We would have done.
I want to turn to Afghanistan.
Okay,
it came
here we
up in
go.
the first hour of the debate.
Sorry, guys. I really wanted to hear her answer because there's something that she says here that just made me annoyed.
And we witnessed a poignant moment today on Capitol Hill, honoring the soldiers who died in the chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan. I do want to ask the Vice President, do you believe you bear any responsibility in the way that withdrawal played out?
Well, I will tell you, I agreed with President Biden's decision to pull out of Afghanistan.
Hey, Jack. Who set up the plan for us to get out of Afghanistan? I agree. Oh, he's muted. I agreed.
Donald
with
Trump. Sorry, I didn't realize I was muted.
No, you're fine. You're fine. I agree with the Biden's decision to do what Trump had already laid out.
Yeah,
What a bitch.
no, she agreed to that they should get a good photo op out of it.
Yeah. Because that's what it was all about for them.
Yep.
4 presidents said they would, and Joe Biden did. And as
4 presidents said they would, and Donald Trump is the one who got it kicked off, as well as getting us out of Iraq.
Yeah.
the result, America's taxpayers are not paying the $300 million a day we were paying for that endless war. And as of today, there is not one member of the United States military who is in active duty in a combat zone in any war zone around the world, the first time this century. But let's understand how we got to where we are. Donald Trump, when he was president, negotiated one of the weakest deals you can imagine. He calls himself a deal.
Okay, let's say that's true, right? You guys changed the deal. We know that because we were supposed to be out in May and it got pushed back to late August so that Biden could have his September 11th moment. Why didn't you guys fix what he fucked up? You changed the deal once already.
Pray they don't alter it further.
Dealmaker. Even his national security advisor said it was a weak, terrible deal. And here's how it went down. He bypassed the Afghan government. He negotiated directly with a terrorist organization called the Taliban. The negotiation involved the Taliban getting 5,000 Taliban terrorists released. And get this.
Get this.
And the president at the time invited the Taliban to Camp David.
She is
a place of storied significance.
She is literally reading off of a meme that's on Twitter. Every line she just said there is in a meme that's on Twitter.
Wow.
And I know this because I've read that meme repeatedly recently because for some reason liberals keep tweeting it at me. But the giveaway is that part at the end. He invited him to Camp David.
Who cares? Isn't that where other negotiations have happened before?
Yes.
Then what does it matter?
Well, because it sounds bad.
Oh.
Meanwhile, with Biden leaving, do you remember how we were told the Taliban's not going to treat women any differently?
Yeah. All the lies that Kirby told.
Yeah, it wasn't that the Afghan government wasn't going. The Taliban's going to be awesome to these people. Women will still get to go to school.
They promised. They pinky swore on it.
Meanwhile, it was just found out that the Biden administration lost several $1 million to the what was it? Oh yeah, the Taliban that was supposed to go to anti-terror networks.
Wow, shocking.
Whoopsie.
For us as Americans, a place where we honor the importance of American diplomacy, where we invite and receive.
It's a retreat for the president where they happen to have meetings from time to time. It's a sacred place for us as Americans.
Isn't it literally a military installation?
It's a presidential retreat. It's a vacation. And yes, sometimes they have like the Camp David Accords there. But not because it's this monumental, oh my God, we have to do everything important here. Jesus Christ. She's so hyperbolic, man.
Receive respected world leaders. And this former president, as president, invited them to Camp David.
All of the Taliban? How are they going to fit them there?
They had some bunk beds.
Oh, all right.
Because he does not again appreciate the role and responsibility of the president of the United States to be commander-in-chief with a level of respect.
What was that? I'm sorry.
And
he doesn't understand the role that he used to have as job.
Right. Let's see. Arafat, Camp David in 2000. Yeah. Bill Clinton had Yasser Arafat at Camp David.
You mean the terror leader?
The terror leader. He invited the Taliban
to the sacred space. Oh my gosh, everything is so sacred.
Well, I mean, in fairness, Arafat was co-man of the year one year. And no, he got Nobel Peace Prize, right?
I think so.
Yeah, fucking terrorist.
And this gets back to the point of how he has consistently disparaged and demeaned members of our military.
Yasser Arafat was there, bitch. No? All right.
Fallen soldiers and the work that we must do to uphold the strength and the respect of the United States of America around the world.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, your response to her saying that you began the negotiations with the Taliban.
So if you take a look at that period of time, the Taliban was killing our soldiers, a lot of them, with snipers. And I got involved with the Taliban because the Taliban was doing the killing. That's the fighting force within Afghanistan. They don't bother doing that because, they deal with the wrong people all the time. But I got involved. And Abdul is the head of the Taliban. He is still the head of the Taliban. And I told Abdul, don't do it anymore. You do it anymore, you're going to have problems. And he said, why do you send me a picture of my house? I said, you're going to have to figure that out, Abdul. And for...
You're going to have to figure that one out.
By the way, for no reason whatsoever, here's a picture of Soleimani's car.
Thank you, Evolved Potato. Yes, when you end a war, you talk to your enemy. You release the enemy's captives, and Camp David is where a ton of negotiations happen. What did she want to happen? Just one-sidedly end a war, keep the captives, and do it in a back alley? Yes.
They say this shit like that's meaningful in any way. He had to invite Taliban to Camp David.
Well, he's allowed to do negotiations. He's the fucking president.
And again, Arafat was there.
Yeah, they make it sound like this has never been done before.
Thank you, Tyrai. Morning, you guys. The Muslim extremists celebrate September 11th. I can tell you, being in Iraq on September 11th, 2004, they rained nonstop mortars on our base most of the day. Biden pushed it back to September 11th, causing unnecessary casualties. 100%.
Yep, absolutely. Hi.
Yeah, we broke the deal that Trump had made.
Yep.
And there's no reason to believe that if we had kept up our end of the deal, that they wouldn't have. Part of that deal was also what he's talking about here, meeting with the Taliban, going, stop killing our guys. And they're like, cool, we're done killing your guys. And there was a long time there with no U.S. military deaths in Afghanistan.
Yeah, no casualties because that was the deal.
That was the deal. Biden's the one that changed the deal, and they never bring this shit up.
No, why would you?
All they do is, Trump's the one who made the deal without all of the other stuff that went with it.
Well, either Trump made the deal or because it was bad, or Trump didn't do anything and we made the deal because it was good.
Mm-hmm. I love she did that fucking I agreed with Biden, who said we should end this. Yeah, because Trump had already forced his hand there.
Oh, we should end a war. What a stunning and brave position.
A 20-year war.
I personally am opposed to murder.
A 20-year war going nowhere, costing us trillions of dollars.
And a lot of human lives.
Mm-hmm.
For 18 months, we had nobody killed. We did have an agreement negotiated by Mike Pompeo. It was a very good agreement. The reason it was good, we were getting out. We would have been out faster than them, but we wouldn't have lost the soldiers. We wouldn't have left many Americans behind, and we wouldn't have left $85 billion worth of brand new, beautiful military equipment behind. And just to finish.
Imagine what Zelensky could do with all of that beautiful military equipment.
Well, he's probably got a lot of it by now.
Yeah, bought with our money.
Yeah, from the Taliban.
They blew it. The agreement said you have to do this, and they didn't do it. They didn't do it.
True.
The agreement was terminated by us because they didn't do what they were supposed to do.
I want to move on.
And these people,
I bet you do, you little cunt.
The worst withdrawal, and in my opinion, the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. And by the way, that's why Russia attacked Ukraine, because they saw how incompetent she and her boss are.
President Trump, thank
Weak
you.
and stupid.
I want to move on now to race and politics in this country.
Of course.
Mr. President, you recently said of Vice President Harris, quote,
"Oh, please. I'm so glad." I saw all of these people talking about this. I saw Megyn Kelly talk about it. The people before this were talking about it. Like, Trump is probably going to bring this stuff up, and he really shouldn't. No, he absolutely should. And he should bring up because I already know where this is headed. You recently said she changed her race. I hope his answer is ask her to do her accent. Why is she speaking the way she is tonight? Evolved Potato, thank you. I've argued with people about this, and they always say, why do you trust terrorists? Well, before I get to the rest of your answer, how about because for 18 months, they had kept to their side of the bargain? Except I say terrorists upheld their part of the deal. Oh, there you go. Then they say they aren't trustworthy. I agree they're not trustworthy, but when they're showing, that they're not
trust them, but I mean, you still try and make deals because at some point their losses are going to be pretty harsh too.
Yeah. Then saying they aren't trustworthy, just ignoring that they upheld the deal. Biden is the one that broke it. That is 100% true.
Absolutely.
You are spot on your response for it. And here's what I have to tell you about that. The people you're arguing with are disingenuous retards. They either do not know what actually happened or they do and they're lying. And either way, they're going to come out of it, no matter what you say to them, still blaming Trump, because that's all that matters.
Yeah.
Reality has no place in their world. All right.
quote, I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black, and now she wants to be known as black. I want to ask a bigger picture question here tonight. Why do you believe it's appropriate to weigh in on the racial identity of your opponent?
You wait, before you do that, just ask him, do you think she's actually black? Have the balls. They've done this repeatedly tonight, where they set some shit up and then ask a question that's not, really what the question should be based on what they said.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you think it's appropriate to weigh in? Because she's playing the race card.
She made it an issue.
Yeah, she did it. How dare you comment on the thing that she's been doing?
Yeah, she's a woman. They're magical
and I don't care.
creatures.
Right.
Do you believe it's appropriate to weigh in on the racial identity of your opponent?
I don't, and I don't care. I don't care what she is. I don't care. You make a big deal out of something. I couldn't care less. Whatever she wants to be is okay with me.
But
that was very good. Backhanded still, she's just going to make up her race anyway.
Yeah.
Those were your words. So I'm asking.
I don't know. I mean, all I can say is I read where she was not black that she put out. And I'll say that.
True. Absolutely true. Even CNN did a huge piece on her ethnicity, and they ain't mentioned black one fucking time.
They even got their Indian reporter to do the segment.
She's very good. She's very good.
And then
I can't do a good Indian accent. It's one of the ones I really wish I could.
I read that she was black, and that's okay. Either one was okay with me. That's up to her. That's up to her.
Vice President Harris, your thoughts on this?
I think it's, I mean, honestly, I think it's a tragedy that we have.
Why don't you say next question like you did the other day?
Yeah.
Now suddenly she has some comments on it after they've had time to, write the question for the guy asking it so she can respond.
She had to run it through a focus group first.
Wait. I want to freeze on his face there.
That's up to her.
Vice President Harris, your thoughts on this?
Your thoughts on, this is a really important issue.
Yeah, this is stupid. He made some offhanded comment about not knowing she was black because everybody talked about her being Indian. And suddenly this is a major scandal or some bullshit. I think we got bigger problems to worry about than what her melanin content is.
I honestly would have been like, have her do the accent. Why isn't her accent here right now? She was just doing it in Detroit the other day.
Yeah.
Why?
Oh, we all know.
Yeah, she didn't do it when she was in Pittsburgh. She did it when she was in Detroit.
I think it's, I mean, honestly, I think it's a tragedy that we have someone who wants to be president who has consistently, over the course of his career, attempted to use race to divide the American people.
Wait, like you accused Joe Biden of doing?
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, maybe she's talking about Obama.
The left's whole point is to divide all of us by fucking race. I am not allowed to judge people by the content of their character because being colorblind is racist. Are you out of your fucking mind, lady? Trump had just said, I don't care. And your answer is, yeah, thank you. White dudes for Kamala. We all have to be put into our little racist box. And you're like, no, all he does is go after people for their race. Fuck you. You're a lying hypocrite.
He's a big meanie pants because he didn't know I was black, even though, I'm Indian and Jamaican.
I do believe that the vast majority of us know that we have so much more in common than what separates us. And we don't want this kind of approach that is just constantly trying to divide us. And
you were picked for your job because of your skin tone and genitals.
Yep.
Your side is pushing DEI to make sure we all know how fucking different we are. Oh, this one. Yeah. See, this is my hot point, Jack.
I get it, man. Because this is such bullshit. It's a bullshit answer she's giving.
Racism should be all but dead in the United States. It should be one rando over here and one rando over here. Instead, it is the platform of one of our major political parties.
Yep.
As it has been since their founding. Get fucked, lady.
especially by race. And let's remember how Donald.
Do Black Lives Matter?
Well, all lives matter is racist, so you figure it out.
How dare you try to divide us by race? Sure.
Trump started. He was a land. He owned land. He owned buildings.
Do you mean landlord?
Spit the words out, honey.
It's a really hard word to say.
And he was investigated because he refused to rent property to Black families.
That was the
Let's
allegation.
It's in one building. It was settled. Do I believe it was happening? It was in the 70s, so probably. But it wasn't because of them being Black. It was because the odds of, people paying their rent. I'm not being an asshole here. Just he was playing the odds. And he copped to it, and there's not been a single instance of it since. They keep going back to that shit when he's first starting out in business.
Yeah, and he got awards from like the NAACP and various organizations for his racial stances and his equity crap. So yeah, that's a bunch of load of shit to try and paint him as a racist.
And as far as I know, there were building managers involved who did that, and it's not like it was a Trumpian policy, because we do know he was renting to black people at the time too. It was just in the one building they weren't doing it. And
it's not like he was personally down there having them sign the leases and stuff. That's stupid. This was some delegation thing where he delegated responsibility to somebody, and they turned out to be a fucking racist. Yeah. So it's not necessarily him being a racist. It's somebody that worked for him.
Yeah, and it's a horrible racist time of our country. We're coming out of the 60s, and people were starting to, realize, hey, black people are just people. And your fucking party killed it.
Remember, this is the same individual who took out a full-page ad in the New York Times calling for the execution of 5 young Black and Latino boys who were...
You were going to let a man go to death row because you had exculpatory evidence you didn't want to give up. Donald Trump, there's no reason to believe that Donald Trump with the what is it, the Central Park 5?
Yeah.
Did it because they were black. He thought they were guilty.
Yeah, that's a significantly different thing. And everybody thought they were guilty. Only recently did DNA clear them.
Yes.
And so like, this isn't like he knew at the time that they were innocent.
The Central Park 5 were not named, and we all know what the advertisement was, though, Dangerous. And again, the implication here is, oh my God, he did it because they were black. Nuh-uh. Where's all the other ones that he's done for? There's tons of black criminals out there. This was an important one to him, and it's not because they were black, and there's no evidence that it was because they were black. That is nonsense.
It's because it was a really publicized case. He lived in New York, not that far from Central Park, if I remember correctly. So this was something that a topic he was interested in, and he found it morally offensive that 5 people would gang rape a jogger. Real quickly, though, thank you, Tyrai. I just started human relations class, and the teacher actually said, for DEI, we need women and minorities in positions of power. Yep. Not the best policy, and they are trying to colonize other countries with this DEI religion. Oh, yeah, but it's okay when they colonize things.
All right.
We're innocent. The Central Park 5 took out a full-page ad calling for their execution. This is the same individual who spread birther lies about the first black president of the United
States. Where'd he get those lies from, sweetie? If we're still pretending it's a lie. Where'd he get that lie from, sweetie? Anybody remember? I'll give you a hint. You're doing an impression of her right now.
Yeah. It rhymes with Schmillery Pinton.
This is the guy who was spreading Democratic lies.
Yeah, she just lied a second ago by saying these innocent boys. Nobody knew they were innocent until years and years later. This didn't just happen like a week ago. Yeah, I'm sorry you have to take that class, Tyrai. That sounds horrific.
How you doing, Pat? You're here right in time for the race thing. Did you hear us talking about race and come to be like, oh, that damn honky's talking race again?
He has the unfortunate timing of always showing up like right as we're talking about this stupid shit.
Yeah, he does. But luckily he's a good guy and understands we're talking about this because it's forced on us from this stupid shit.
I mean, I don't know. This is so tiring.
When I've mentioned Pat to people, I don't go my black friend Pat. I just say my friend Pat. Because that's how we were raised, Jack.
Yeah, it was a different time then, though.
And this twat from the left who has been pushing the race shit for decades because it was almost over and they needed something. Now they're like, how dare Trump be talking about race? Go fuck yourselves.
Yeah, how dare he have taken a misguided stance in 1980 something.
Get Monkey to say the N-word. I already did. You guys might have missed it because me and Jack were talking at the same time, but I dropped an N-bomb earlier.
Yeah, I caught it, but I wasn't going to address it.
And I stand by it.
And I think the American people want better than that, want better than this, want someone who understands, as I do, I travel our country. We see in each other a friend. We see in each other a neighbor. We don't want a leader who is constantly trying to have Americans point their fingers at each other.
Like Obama?
The audacity of this bitch.
Right? She called Biden a racist and then ran with him. It was a debate.
Oh.
I meet with people all the time who tell me,
no, you don't.
Can we please just have discourse about how we're going to invest in the aspirations and the ambitions and the dreams of the American people?
I'd rather eat.
Go ahead.
I'd rather eat this week. How about getting those prices down, bitch? How about stop spending money on frivolous crap? How about stop letting foreign nationals that don't give a shit about our American values in our country so they can eat our cats or rape and murder us? No. How about you stop that shit, you stupid bitch? I don't care about some asshole's hopes, dreams, and aspirations when I can't put food on my fucking table.
Nobody has ever once walked up to her and asked her, how can we invest in the aspirations of the American people? Because nobody talks like that, you fucking idiot. Who believes this shit?
Suckers and retards. Look, this whole racial nonsense is all ginned up, manufactured crap so they can distract from their failed policies.
Can I just point out that she's look, I can't believe that Donald Trump makes this all about race. When he's asked this question, what did he say? I don't give a shit. And her, who's already answered this question by saying next question when she was on with the Bush, Bash, whatever. Suddenly she has a whole lot to say about it.
That probably did whole well.
She's taking the race card and being like, we should not be talking about the race card. Okay, now I'm going to play the race card.
Yeah.
It's so dirty and disingenuous and planned.
Well, yeah.
Anyway, this is not off the top of her head. This is practiced in front of a mirror with boxed wine in her hand.
Like
knowing that regardless.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Like most things she does.
True.
Of people's color or the language their grandmother speaks, we all have the same dreams and aspirations and want a president who invests in those.
I suspect that there are a lot of people in, like, hypothetically, Dearborn, Michigan, who have some different plans than the rest of us.
Well, I'm just wondering because the administration she's been a part of has been very big. The first black press secretary female. I mean, it is literally their talking point to point out the color of everybody who comes up there and to make sure that, you know, minorities and women, who are the majority, are getting their fair share. It's been nothing but that. Literally, it's how she got her job.
Her values haven't changed, Monkey. She said so.
Michael, thank you. Sorry I'm late, lads. In my opinion, Trump was really disappointing in this debate. However, that's exclusively because every single question was served up to create a Harris soundbite. There's maybe one legitimate question. I don't think Trump has done poorly, but this was never going to be spun as anything other than a win for her. Excuse me.
Especially when the moderators are so eager to create straw men for her.
Oh, yeah.
And she's gotten a lot of softball questions that she hasn't even bothered to answer.
Yeah, the debate moderators have gone after Trump repeatedly, at least on 3 occasions now, asked him the same question over and over because they didn't think he answered it. Have not done that to her once.
Yeah. She is allowed to give babble for answers, and he has to give specifics. And if they're not good enough, they ask again.
Yeah. Fuck, the one time he got re-asked the question that he'd answered twice before she ever asked it. And she re-asked it twice.
Not in hate and division.
Vice President Harris, thank you. Lindsay?
President Trump, this is now your third time.
This is the most divisive presidency in the history of our country. There's never been anything like it. They're destroying our country, and they come up with
Bring up that she was hired because she's black and a woman. Do it. Please have those balls.
Things like what she just said, going back many, many years, when a lot of people, including Mayor Bloomberg, agreed with me on the Central Park Five. They admitted, they said, they pled guilty.
Yep.
And I said, well, if they pled guilty, they badly hurt a person, killed a person ultimately. And if they pled guilty, then they pled, we're not guilty. But this is a person that has to stretch back years, 40, 50 years ago, because there's nothing now. I built one of the greatest economies in the history of the world, and I'm going to build it again. It's going to be bigger, better, and stronger. But they're destroying our economy. They have no idea what a good economy is. Their oil
He really should have brought up DEI and played it up here. Hit her back with the racist shit. You want to talk about racist? You want to decide things based on people's race.
Yeah, think of all the black men she kept in prison for like weed and had to overstay their sentences.
Policies, every single policy. And remember this, she is Biden. You know, she's trying to get away from Biden. I don't know the gentleman, she says. She is Biden. The worst inflation we've ever had, a horrible economy because inflation has made it so bad, and she can't get away with that.
Thank you. Your time's up.
I want to respond to that, though. I want to just respond briefly. Clearly, I am not Joe Biden, and I am certainly.
But you want to take credit for everything he's done.
When it serves her purpose, yes.
I'm the last one in the room when he makes important decisions. I've even learned to copy his signature.
Forge his name on documents.
Imagine this as our president. Look at that face.
Yeah. Oh, God. My dad the other day said, if she wins, America's done. I'm starting to believe that. Because if people are stupid enough to vote for this cackling retard, we don't deserve to have the country we have.
Not Donald Trump. And what I do offer is a new generation of leadership for our country. One who believes in what is possible, one who brings a sense of optimism about what we can do instead of always disparaging the American people. I believe in.
Who did he disparage?
He's done nothing but say we could be better. We could have more money. We could be reliant on American energy instead of foreign energy. He's done nothing but preach about how great America is. His entire platform is make America great again. In what way is he disparaging us?
In what we can do to strengthen our small businesses, which is why I have a plan. Let's talk about our plans and let's compare the plans.
You haven't done that once. You've had an hour and something that we've taken 5 hours to talk about, and you haven't done that fucking once. And small businesses, you shut all the small businesses down during COVID, you fucking twat waffle.
I have a plan to give startup businesses $50,000 tax deduction to pursue their ambitions, their innovation, their ideas, their hard work. I have
the 50,000 tax deduction is wonderful, but where do they get that 50,000 to begin with to start the business?
Yeah, you
They're
have to have
broke.
that money up front. We talked about this already. Where is anybody starting a small business going to get that kind of cash? Unless they've already got investors lined up, in which case they don't need the deduction.
They planned $6,000 for young families for the first year of your child's life.
Okay, she's supposed to be responding to what he said. She's not even a little bit. Cut her off. Just cut her the fuck off. Thank you, Ms. Vice President. Shut up now. You're weak and stupid.
Yeah, thank you for those non-answers.
To help you in that most critical stage of your child's development. I have a plan that is about allowing people to be able to pursue what has been fleeting in terms of the American dream by offering
This feels like more
help
than a minute.
with down payment of $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers. That's the kind of conversation, I believe, David, that people really want tonight, as opposed to a conversation that is constantly about belittling. And
then why did you spend your last answer not talking about any of that shit and trying to drive division?
Yeah, this is a stump speech.
Name calling. Let's turn the page.
Vice President
and move
Harris,
forward.
thank you. Let's turn to policy.
President
Let's
Trump,
turn back
we
to
have
policy.
to move on. President Trump.
Now we have to move on every fucking time.
Yep, he doesn't get a rebuttal.
Let's turn to policy, please.
Whoa, why did that go all fast like that?
Policy.
President
Let's turn
Trump,
back
we
to
have
policy.
to move on. President Trump.
Let's turn to policy,
She has
please.
a plan to defund the police. She has a plan to confiscate everybody's gun.
President Trump,
She
we
has
do
a
have to
plan
move
to
on to
not
other
allow
issues.
fracking in Pennsylvania or anywhere else.
Okay.
Thank you,
That's
Mr.
what her
President.
plan is until just recently.
I just need
Lindsay,
to
go ahead.
respond.
President
because
Trump,
the
President
former
Trump.
president has
No,
said
I'm
something
sorry.
twice that I need to
No,
respond to.
I'm sorry. We're
I
gonna
just need to
move on,
respond
Vice
one
President
time
Harris.
to what he has
President
said
Trump, this is
multiple
now
times.
your
Yes.
third time running for president. You have long vowed to repeal and replace the Affordable Care Act, also known as Obamacare. You have failed to accomplish that. You now say you're going to keep Obamacare, quote, unless we can do something much better. Last month, you said, quote, we're working on it. So tonight, 9 years after you first started running, do you have a plan? And can you tell us what it is?
Obama.
In fairness, when he ran in 2016, he said, elect me, pass it, and I'll sign it. And they never passed it.
Yep, they didn't bring a damn thing to him because they're
Yeah.
fucking idiots.
He didn't say, I have a plan to replace it. He said, the Republicans have a plan. Bring it to me. I'll sign it. So at least get the timeline right. Be honest. Try it.
No, honesty's forbidden.
Congress has to do the bill. 100% evolved. Why the ever-loving fuck do Australians know our legal system better than newscasters?
I think you know the real answer to that.
Is Lou here actually an American? I mean, she got a little bit of Monica in her life.
Care was lousy.
I'm sorry. They got to stop putting her on the screen. I cannot stop looking at that mustache.
I know it's distracting now that I didn't notice it right away. And then you said that, and I was like, man, you can't unsee that once you notice it.
No, and she's wearing the suit that it looks like a zoot suit.
Mambo number 5.
The last time I saw an actual zoot suit was in the old Batman serial.
Oh my god, yeah.
Because Robin was wearing one, and it was killing me. Because
that
it was
was
like
fashionable back then.
it was like a little Puerto Rican Robin. I'm like, what the fuck am I watching? All right.
Healthcare always was. It's not very good today. And what I said, that if we come up with something, and we are working on things, we're going to do it and we're going to replace it. But remember this, I inherited Obamacare because Democrats wouldn't change it. They wouldn't vote for it. They were unanimous. They wouldn't vote to change it. If they would have done that, we would have had a much better plan than Obamacare. But the Democrats came up. They wouldn't vote for it.
I hear you. Democrats suck, but on this one, it really was the Republicans who screwed you, dude.
Yeah, but he's not about to admit that, I don't think.
I'd call out the rhinos. I really would. And I hear you, but seriously, I would. 100%.
Yeah, I would too.
I had a choice to make when I was president. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, never going to be great, or do I let it rot? And I felt I had an obligation, even though politically it would have been good to just let it rot and let it go away. I decided, and I told my people, the top people, and they're very good people. I have a lot of good people in that administration. We read about the bad ones. We had some real bad ones too, and so do they. They have really bad ones. The difference is they don't get rid of them. But let me just
getting distracted. Stop it.
I had a choice to make. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, or do I let it rot? And I saved it. I did the right thing, but it's still never going to be great, and it's too expensive for people. And
why does she look older than him? She's had more old man DNA in her than he does.
What we will do is we're looking at different plans. If we can come up with a plan that's going to cost our people, our population, less money and be better health care than Obamacare, then I would absolutely do it. But until then, I'd run it as good as it can be run.
So just a yes or no, you still do not have a plan?
I have concepts of a plan. I'm not president right now, but.
Oh, fuck. Concepts of a plan. I mean, that's not a great answer, Trump.
No, but he doesn't need specifics for something like that. That's something the legislature's got to hammer out.
I mean, as president, you can get your allies in Congress to push your idea. He should have said, we're working on a plan. We're still finalizing it, but no, we don't have one specific that we're willing to release right now. He's still got closer to an answer than fucking Kamala has all day.
Yeah, how sad is that? Because that was dodge.
Yeah, it really was. Concept of a plan. I like that. We have an inkling of an idea.
We come up with something. I would only change it if we come up with something that's better and less expensive. And there are concepts and options we have to do that. And you'll be hearing about it in the not too distant future.
Vice President Harris, in 2017, you supported Bernie Sanders' proposal to do away with private insurance and create a government-run healthcare system. 2 years later, you proposed a plan that included a private insurance option. What is your plan today?
Well, first of all, I absolutely support, and over the last 4 years as vice president, private healthcare options. But what we need to do is maintain and grow the Affordable Care Act. But I'll get to that, Lindsay.
I'll get to your question. Never. Why keep lying that you're going to get to the question? Because you never do.
Does this remind you of that time Kanye interrupted Taylor Swift? Like, I'm going to let you finish, but Beyonce should have won.
A little bit. You're not wrong.
See, I just need to respond to a previous point that the former president has made. I've made very clear my position on fracking. And then this business about taking everyone's guns away. Tim Walz and I are both gun owners. We're not taking anybody's guns away. So stop.
You had to be corrected by Joe Biden that your gun plan was unconstitutional.
Yeah,
you had to be corrected by Joe Biden.
When you get corrected by a dementia patient, it is a bit embarrassing, to say the least.
Stop with the continuous lying about this stuff.
Pot kettle what?
I almost dropped another N-bomb there. Bitch, what? Stop with the continuous lying. Now, about that bloodbath.
About that insurrectionist bloodbath.
As it relates to the Affordable Care Act, understand, just look at the history to know where people stand. When Donald Trump was...
Well, if you want to look at the actual history, when Affordable Care Act passed, it went, what was it, 6 years with the public saying, no, fuck this, and you guys fucking ignored them. And it wasn't until almost half a decade of it just being beaten into our fucking heads, look how great this is, that the public perception started to change a little bit. But no, let's not actually look at the history. Let's hear Kamala's version of history.
was president, 60 times he tried to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. 60 times. I was a senator at the time when I will never forget the early morning hours when it was up for a vote in the United States Senate. And the late, great John McCain, who you have disparaged as being, you don't like him, you said at the time, because he got caught. He was an American hero. The late, great John McCain, I will never forget that.
The Maverick, he reaches across the aisle.
The late, great John McCain, who lost to your boy Obama. Do you think the American people were wrong for voting for Obama? It's amazing how great people become when they die.
Yeah, well, when they're useful as props. I don't like McCain. I think he was a weasel.
He was, and he fucked Trump on the Obamacare thing.
Yeah.
At night, walked onto the Senate floor and said, "No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't get rid of the Affordable Care Act. You have no plan." And what the Affordable Care Act has done is eliminate the ability of insurance companies to deny people with pre-existing conditions.
It was written by the insurance companies to give them a massive boost in premiums because it forced people most likely not to use insurance to get insurance and pay for all the people who use it. That's what it was. Let's not lie about what it is. There's a reason premiums went up so much.
I don't have to tell the people watching tonight. You remember what that was like? Remember when an insurance company could deny if a child had asthma?
You remember how it wasn't a big deal, that it didn't happen all that often? It was just something you guys talked about and you still talk about for some reason. Do you remember what it was like? Yeah, there were people dying all over the place because they just could not get insurance. No, wait, that wasn't even what you guys were going after. You guys were going after the 40 million Americans, mostly in their 20s and 30s, who didn't have insurance.
Now, see, you're entering territory of what is known as hate facts. So you need to be careful, mister. That's a minefield.
If Obamacare was so good, why did you have to mandate it?
Because the premiums were so low, and the limitations, you had to cross that $5,000 threshold. That's totally plausible, right?
Yep. When Obamacare went into effect, my rate tripled and my coverage shrank. Yeah, it's about normal.
Yeah. So
because, and look, the reality is, it is because of things like you can't deny anybody coverage. When you don't deny anybody coverage, then those people get to go to the doctor on the insurance company's dime, which comes from the pool of money that everybody pays into it. And so a whole lot more money had to go into it.
Yep.
That's what it was.
Real quickly, thank you, Evolved Potato. After McCain got captured, he collaborated with the North Vietnamese to help them create propaganda to demonize the U.S. He did that to make his life as a prisoner easier. That's just a fact.
Look, he could have gone home. They were going to let him go home. And I do have respect for him for saying, no, I'm not leaving before the other guys. It was Trump taking a cheap shot at McCain when he said, I think he's a loser because losers get captured. It was Trump being Trump. He didn't mean it as like all prisoners of war or shitbags or anything like that. It was because McCain was a douchebag and he was just being a douchebag back to him. Is it the right thing to do? Probably not. Is it that big of a deal? No. Now, if he had said it, hey, all POWs suck, then we might have some. He was doing it. It was a personal thing between him and McCain was a douchebag and frankly deserved far worse.
Yeah.
Someone was a breast cancer survivor, if a grandparent had diabetes, and thankfully, as I've been vice president and we over the last 4 years have strengthened the Affordable Care Act, we have allowed for the first time Medicare to negotiate drug prices on behalf of you, the American people. Donald Trump said he was going to allow Medicare to negotiate drug prices. He never did. We did. And now we have capped the cost of insulin at $35 a month. Since I've been vice president, we have capped the cost of prescription medication for seniors at $2,000 a year. And when I am president, we will do that for all people, understanding.
You can't. You cannot cap medical expenses at $2,000 a year for everybody. Do you realize how much premiums are going to go up?
She doesn't care.
You're out of pocket you're going to save money out of pocket, but you're going to pay way more in your fucking premiums. Jesus Christ. Do you not understand how insurance works, lady?
No, I don't think she does. They don't have to live with the effects of their policies. These are the elites, man. They're immune to it.
Faithless, thanks for dropping our Twitter links in there. I'm guessing they were asked for. Just for the record, if you go to my Twitter, I'm on a timeout for probably another 7 hours at this point. I did nothing wrong and got a 12-hour ban, so you can still go read it. I'm just, you might want to check out Angry Monkey 422 for the next couple of hours.
Yeah, check his cousin out.
My cousin's so nice.
Value I bring to this is that access to health care should be a right and not just a privilege of those who can afford it.
No, access to healthcare should not be a right. That's such a fucking stupid thing. We don't even have food as a right, but they're like, you should have a right to an oncologist.
Well, look, Democrats were big on slavery before, so
yeah, might as well get it now. Your cousin thinks exceptionally alike to you. Yeah, he's a smart guy. What can I say?
In the same family, you know. Dark Resurrect makes a good point that Trump can't let that insulin thing slide.
I doubt he will.
I hope not, because that's such bullshit. They keep taking credit for stuff he did.
And the plan has to be to strengthen the Affordable Care Act, not get rid of it.
Vice President Harris.
We either need to go back to the system we had or just go single payer. I prefer the system we had, but Obamacare is shit. Both accounts are active already. My account is active. I'm just not allowed to tweet to it right now. It's not an actual ban. I'm on a timeout. If you've never had one of those, they let you read stuff here and you can DM to people, but you can't even like anything. They're such dicks about it.
It's a bit sneaky, yeah.
In terms of where Donald Trump stands on that.
I want to move to an issue that's important for a lot of...
She made a mistake. At number one, John McCain fought Obamacare for 10 years. But it wasn't only him. It was all of the Democrats that kept it going. And you know what? We can do much better than Obamacare, much less money. But she won't improve private insurance for people, private medical insurance. That's another thing she doesn't want to get. People Trump are paying privately for insurance that have worked hard and made money, and they want to have private.
This is going to sound weird coming from me. I'm so tired of the moderators interrupting him and just letting that bitch ramble on for days.
Yeah, she's gone way over time repeatedly, but as soon as he starts talking, Mr. Trump, we have a lot to get to. You had your chance.
If they were doing it to both of them equally, cool, because honestly, both of them have wandered off, but they're only doing it to him.
Yeah, they want to get invited to the tea parties, buddy.
Indeed.
Everybody to be on government insurance where you wait 6 months for an operation that you need immediately.
President Trump, thank you. We have another issue that we'd like to get to that's important for a number of Americans, in particular younger voters, and that's
Mambo number 5. Seriously, tell me she doesn't look like Lou Bega.
Issue that we'd like to get.
Look. It's like she's cosplaying.
It's the shoulder pads, man. It's killing me.
It's the shoulder pads, the little pencil mustache, and yeah, it's not a good look. Apparently, Megyn Kelly goes on a tear about the moderators. I am going to watch Megyn Kelly's because apparently she was going live right after the debate.
Oh, yeah. We totally couldn't watch.
Fucking all these people ripping off our shtick.
I know, right? It's so inconvenient.
Gomez Adams. No, I get the Mambo number 5 look going.
I like the Gomez Adams one. That's fairly accurate too.
I can see Gomez definitely.
She's doing her best. Raul Julia coming off as Lou Vega.
Even got the gray suits with like black and white, the old Adams family.
Yeah. Oh man, love that.
Important for a number of.
They have the same haircuts.
Americans, in particular younger voters, and that's climate change. President Trump, with regard to the environment, you say that we have to have clean air and clean water. Vice President Harris, you call climate change an existential threat. The question to you both tonight is, what would you do to fight climate change? And Vice President Harris, we'll start with you.
Okay. He says we need clean air and clean water. She says climate change is an existential threat. And the question is, what will each of you do to fight climate change? She didn't point to him backing climate change, and honestly, I don't know how the man feels about it. But do you see the way that question was framed? It's framed to specifically cater to her already rhetoric that's out there.
Yeah, it's tailored to her stance on it. Yeah,
and by the way,
really buying into your theory here that she gave them the questions to ask.
Yes. They didn't give her the questions. She gave them the questions. For the record, you can have clean air and clean water, and the temperature could raise 100 fucking degrees.
What? You mean the Earth changes over time?
Keldrick, thank you. I get put in timeout a lot on Twitter. I try to provide helpful advice about cactuses and where they should and should not be put. But Twitter doesn't appreciate my medical advice.
I know the feeling, man. I often try and return helmets to kings, but some things aren't appreciated.
I realize sometimes I'm a little facetious and like, I ain't do nothing wrong. But in this case, seriously, go look at Angry Monkey 422. I have the post up there. I have the warning I got. Read that post and see if you can find anything worthy of getting in trouble there.
Yeah, it's pretty fucking dumb.
Literally, all I said is that nobody likes Kamala when they hear her. If I was her team, I would have faked COVID. Actually, I think I said she should have faked COVID. And that's what I said. And they're like, violent speech. They called it violent. Anyway.
1 minute for you each.
Well, the former president had said the climate change is a hoax.
It is.
And what we know is that it is very real. You ask anyone who...
Can I just point out that even Kamala knows that Trump said it's a hoax, but the way that the moderator asked the question, what will each of you do to fight this? It's so transparent.
Who lives in a state who has experienced these extreme weather occurrences, who now is...
Has Obama sold his house on the water? You know, where he killed his chef?
His lover. I mean,
how many of all these rich, wealthy liberals who tell you about climate change have moved off the coast?
A whole lot of none.
Ronald Reagan famously sold his house in California because of the threat of a part of California falling into the ocean. He didn't be like, no, I believe that it's going to fall into the ocean, but I'm still going to live where I'll die. And these assholes live on the fucking beach going like, I believe the water is going to raise 10,000 feet. How many of them are moving into the mountains?
Either being denied home insurance or it's being jacked up.
Go ahead.
I have to point out that you can't move into the mountains because that's where Man Bear Pig lives.
That is true.
these extreme weather occurrences, who now is either being denied home insurance or it's being jacked up. You ask anybody.
Home insurance gets jacked up when people are, living in Tornado Alley. You guys do realize that for a long time, long before they started talking about climate change, there are parts of the United States where you can't get insurance. It's just too expensive. So the insurance is run through the federal government. The insurance for those houses is subsidized by you and me. It's been going on for a long time. So their insurance rates are going up because they live on the fucking beach where where hurricanes come through. No shit.
It's almost like there's some sort of correlation there.
Maybe, and I'm just throwing this out there. Move the fuck away. Stop building your house on a fucking beach in a tornado, or I keep saying tornado, in a hurricane alley.
What? But it's so pretty.
Who has been the victim of what that means in terms of losing their home, having nowhere to go. We know that we can actually deal with this issue. The young people of America care deeply about this issue.
Because they're stupid and easily led by liars like you.
And I am proud that as vice president over the last 4 years, we have invested $1 trillion in a clean energy economy, while we have also increased domestic gas production to historic levels.
Oh, okay. It's great that you're proud of the green energy, but if the problem is climate change, and climate change is caused by our use of fossil fuels, why are you proud of increasing fossil fuel usage? If you believe in this shit, why would you be in favor of that? Especially with $1 trillion poured into green energy bullshit. Shouldn't you be bragging that you're not for fracking? Shouldn't you be bragging that you've lowered domestic output?
Look, she's using the Tim Pool strategy of I'm looking at both sides equally. I'm on the fence.
You can't have it both ways. Think that climate change is an existential threat and be out here. I'm very proud of increasing oil production. They don't go together. Christ, she's an idiot.
We have created
values, Monkey.
Not changed her values at all. Nope. Just her positions because she's running for office.
Over 800,000 new manufacturing jobs while I have been vice president. We have invested in clean energy to the point that we are opening up factories around the world. Donald Trump said he was.
Suddenly her and Biden are together again, Jack.
Oh, yeah. Except when it comes to riding the short bus to school.
Christ. Yeah, because Biden won't ride with her.
Going to create manufacturing jobs. He lost manufacturing jobs. And I'm also.
He brought back manufacturing jobs, and then the pandemic hit. It was Mr. Obama who said, how's he going to get the manufacturing jobs back? He got a magic wand? And now y'all are like, we got back those jobs that Trump got. You guys were wrong on every fucking part. And you're just lying now. And why are you bragging about manufacturing jobs if you think climate change is real? God damn.
Proud to have the endorsement of the United Auto Workers and Sean Fain, who also know that part of building a clean energy economy includes investing in American-made products, American automobiles. It includes growing what we can do around American manufacturing and opening up auto plants, not closing them like happened under Donald Trump.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
That didn't happen under Donald Trump. Let me just tell you, they lost 10,000 manufacturing jobs this last month. It's
on a day. Don't forget, they lost 1 million jobs in a day just because they gave the more honest number.
I'm sure that was accidental.
They're all leaving. They're building big auto plants in Mexico, in many cases owned by China. They're building these massive plants, and they think they're going to sell their cars into the United States because of these people. What they have given to China is unbelievable. But we're not going to let that. We'll put tariffs on those cars so they can't come into our country, because they will kill the United Auto Workers and any auto worker, whether it's in Detroit or South Carolina or any other place. What they've done to business and manufacturing in this country is horrible. We have nothing because they refuse.
They're almost done.
Biden doesn't go after people because supposedly China paid him millions of dollars. He's afraid to do it. Between him and his son, they get all this money from Ukraine. They get all this money from all of these different countries. And then you wonder, why is he so loyal to this one, that one, Ukraine, China? Why is he? Why did he get $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's wife? Why did she pay him $3.5 million? This is
I mean, I get it, but you're not debating Biden. You should be going after her for her shit. And there's plenty to go after her.
He's straying again. I get why he's saying it, like you said, but
yeah, there's other things to talk about her, talk about Tim Walz. I get it. She is Biden. She is, but you can't point to her getting Chinese money. So yet. Yeah. So tying her to him, you just do that through policy, and it's a wasted opportunity here. You should be going after her.
Real
crooked.
Quick.
Go ahead, man.
Thank you, Frosted Glass. Read the whole thing first. That's ever worked. Okay. Thanks, Frosted.
Okay, we skipping?
Yeah.
Okay.
Administration, and they're selling our country down the tubes.
President Trump, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll be right back with closing statements from both of our candidates.
Oh, thank fucking God.
Oh, yeah, this is painful.
Is that Judd Nelson?
Maybe.
The center of your cultural awareness. But for those...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the Brat Pack. What's your favorite Brat Pack movie?
Oh, probably.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but we have a lot of things to get to tonight.
Say probably The Breakfast Club. Oh, and that's Demi when she was still cute.
Yeah, man. I saw her nudes from like the 80s. Oh my God, trim that thing.
I'll have to do some research,
Oh, dude, it's like
for research purposes.
Fucking beaver family down there.
I am not opposed to pubic hair, but trim it up a little bit. And I don't want it on my Coke. I'm just, in case there was ever a question.
Thank you, Clarence Thomas.
Keep your pubic hair off my Coke.
For closing statements, and Vice President Harris, we begin with you.
So I think you've heard tonight two very different visions for our country. One that is focused.
I mean, no. I've heard Trump's vision for the country to be better, and even then it's been mostly vague. And I heard you ramble a lot.
She said words. I mean,
can you point to anything that she's actually laid out as a vision for the country other than meaningless platitudes?
No.
Invest in the aspirations. What the fuck does that even mean?
I'm telling you, man, it means nothing. It's just platitudes. It's all we're hearing from this bitch.
Ty, thank you so much. Kamala's right. The cars are built on the continent of America, just not in the United States. Indeed. They're built in America. Yeah, in Mexico. That's technically America. It's North America.
Yeah, technically.
Did she answer a single question? She answered all the questions, just not with an answer to the question. Anyway.
On the future. and the other that is focused on the past and an attempt to take us backward. But we're not going back.
That was so fucking petty. Again, I don't know how well the video's coming through. But as she says this, she turns to Donald Trump and rolls her eyes.
And an attempt to take us backward. But we're not going back. I do believe that the American people know we all have so much more in common than what separates us. And we can chart a new way forward. And a vision of that includes having a plan, understanding the aspirations, the dreams, the hopes, the ambition.
She said aspiration again.
She likes that word. It's like the word of the day calendar.
Of the American people, which is why I intend to create an opportunity economy, investing in small businesses, in new families.
Am I wrong that opportunity economy sounds like commie buzzwords?
A lot of this sounds like commie buzzwords, but you're not wrong.
That sounds like commie double talk. It really does.
And what we can do around protecting seniors, what we can do that is about giving hardworking folks a break and bringing down the cost of living. I believe in what we can do together that is about sustaining America's standing in the world and ensuring that we have the respect that we so rightly deserve, including.
I don't much care if the rest of the world respects us as long as they fear us.
I agree.
I don't give a shit about the New Zealanders going like, I think the U.S. is so cool. I want them to be like, I don't want to piss those guys off.
Yeah, well, they got a lot of sheep down there, so we got to kind of keep an eye on them.
Look, I'd like to be friends with them, but I don't give a shit if we are or not.
Respecting our military and ensuring we have the most lethal fighting force in the world. I will be a president that will protect our fundamental rights and freedoms, including the right of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government tell her what to do.
Why are you so afraid of the word abortion? Why are you so afraid of it? It's always the right of her to make her medical decisions and the right to make choices about her body. Why are you so ashamed of the word abortion?
I'll tell you, I started my career as a prosecutor. I was a DA.
No, you didn't. You did not. You started your career sucking off Willie Brown and getting an appointment to a council position or some shit like that.
I was an attorney general, a United States senator, and now vice president. I've only had one client.
Wait.
The people.
I thought you started at McDonald's. Didn't you tell people that like 2 weeks ago?
Scranton.
Michael, thank you. Gotta love how, according to Harris, the economy has been great. That is until it's time to campaign, then suddenly cost of living is an issue. But they've made things better, and she's going to make it even better by giving you money we don't have, which totally will not cause the same fucking inflation that we just went through because of them doing the exact same thing.
Hate fact. Thank you, Tyrai. The Democrats' policies have killed small businesses. Many will never come back. Does she not know the blood, sweat, and tears people put into these businesses? No, she probably doesn't because she's never had a job and she doesn't care.
That's not true. Her mom had a friend that watched them when she was little who was an entrepreneur, I'm guessing babysitting. So she totally has always been for small business. She told us that.
Yeah. She says lots of words. I don't think
in Scranton.
Right. Yeah, no, I think she just doesn't care about what happens to normal people. They're beneath her.
She doesn't know any normal people.
That's true.
As a prosecutor, I never asked a victim or a witness, are you a Republican or a Democrat?
Nah, you just kind of inferred it, right? Over on the Streamlabs, thank you so very much, Circus Zero. Sounds more like she's saying a gig economy like Uber, DoorDash, Lyft, or Grubhub jobs. Shitty. Yeah, I mean, it kind of does have that ring to it as well.
Well, look, you will own nothing and you will like it. Okay? That's how this is going to work.
The only thing I ever ask them, are you okay? And that's the kind of president we need right now.
Did you ask Jussie Smollett that when he told his bullshit story and you told us how horrible that was? Did you go, oh my God, are you okay?
Does she want to be president, mommy?
Yes.
Oh, that makes sense then.
I mean, I'm just being honest with you.
Yeah.
Got to put away our logic and go to our feelings.
Yeah, because like, oh no, I care about you and your feelings matter. No, they don't. I want to be able to eat this week. I want to be able to pay my bills and be left alone and not have the government stick their fucking wiener in everything.
Someone who cares about you and is not putting themselves first. I intend to be a president for all Americans and focus on what we can do over the next 10 and 20 years to build back up our country.
You just heard it here. She's going to be president for 10 or 20 years. She's not going to leave office.
Yep, dictator for life.
You heard it.
By investing right now in you, the American people.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump.
So she just started by saying she's going to do this, she's going to do that, she's going to do all these wonderful things. Why hasn't she done it?
I hate to step on him here, but she didn't actually say she was going to do anything. But he's right. Why hasn't she done any of these meaningful platitudes yet? This was what Dana Bash asked her. No, sorry. And she didn't answer that either.
He's been there for 3.5 years. They've had 3.5 years to fix the border. They've had 3.5 years to create jobs and all the things we talked about. Why hasn't she done it? She should leave right now, go down to that beautiful White House, go to the Capitol, get everyone together and do the things you want to do, but you haven't done it and you won't do it because you believe in things that the American people don't believe in. You believe in things like we're not going to frack. We're not going to take fossil fuel. We're not going to do things that are going to make this country strong, whether you like it or not. Germany tried that, and within 1 year, they were back to building normal energy plants. We're not ready for it. We can't sacrifice our country for the sake of bad vision. But I just ask one simple question.
Good line.
Why didn't she do it? We're a failing nation. We're a nation that's in serious decline. We're being laughed at all over the world. All over the world, they're laughed. I know the leaders very well. They're coming to see me. They call me. We're laughed at all over the world. They don't understand what happened to us as a nation. We're not a leader. We don't have any idea what's going on.
He started strong, but he's getting into rambling, and it's like, give me a headache.
We have wars going on in the Middle East. We have wars going on with Russia and Ukraine. We're going to end up in a third world war, and it'll be a war like no other because of nuclear weapons, the power of weaponry. I rebuilt our entire military. She gave a lot of it away to the Taliban. She gave it to Afghanistan.
And
what
Ukraine.
These people have done to our country, and maybe toughest of all, is allowing millions of people to come into our country. Many of them are criminals, and they're destroying our country. The worst president, the worst vice president in the history of our country.
President Trump, thank you.
Fair enough.
And that is our ABC News.
All right, I don't care to listen to those people anymore. God damn, it's been 6.5 hours, Jack.
Oh, that was a rough one, dude.
All right. I told you guys at the beginning I hadn't seen it, and I was going to say Kamala won. And because our press is garbage, I still have to say Kamala won that. Trump did very well. Very few moments of wandering off. He was mostly on point. If Kamala was held to any kind of standard, she's the clear actual loser of this debate because she doesn't answer any of the questions. She repeatedly lied while bitching about lying. But remember, guys, optics matter. And for the next week, we're going to have to hear about how great Kamala did. She'll probably end up with a little bit of a bump from it, and then it'll go away unless she starts tanking again, in which case she'll be like, Donald doesn't want to face me again because I beat him the first time.
Yeah.
And I think that would be a very major mistake because Trump learns. And just look at the third Hillary debate. A lot of people thought Trump lost the second debate there. I disagree with them. But he came back in the third one and just smashed.
Well, I think that's one of the problems he had here was because she doesn't do a lot of press. He really didn't know her style that well, like how she would respond to situations.
Yeah.
Because she's not in the public eye and she never gets difficult questions. I think if he really wanted to go after her, he's got to make her angry so that she freaks out because she can't handle criticism. But I think he did a pretty good job. He was very professional the whole time. A couple of cheap shots that were funny.
Yeah.
He was on point more often than not. And she was very vague. We already know most of his positions.
Yeah.
So it's not a huge deal that he didn't give specifics. It is a huge deal that she didn't. But the press is going to just spin that.
Thank you, Frosted. She's never held accountable. She's the Hindu didn't do. Indeed. Somebody in chat, I think it was Eagle, might have been Faithless. Sorry, I'm not scrolling back up. I can barely move. Said that the polls they're seeing are saying that he won. I think he did, but you also have to remember it's not the polls that are going to matter. It's the headlines.
Yeah. And ultimately, this is going to come down to who goes out to vote.
Yeah, and for the record, when I say that, I just mean for the perception, because you can change people's minds pretty easily.
Yeah.
The perception is what's going to matter. Now, we're not in the olden days. We have social media now, and they even tried with Biden in that debate. The initial reaction to it was, oh, he had kind of a bad night, but it wasn't that bad. I mean, Trump did all his lying. And it was just regular people going, are you out of your fucking mind? Basically forced them to be like, oh, yeah, it was not a good debate for him.
I really wish that he had brought an emotional support cat with him.
Yes.
And he named it Springfield.
Somebody
said that he should bring a cat to the debate. There's a great AI image of that, of him holding a cat at the podium. And I absolutely agreed with that. But he should name it Springfield. Be like, this is my emotional support kitty. I love him. Haitians hate him. They want to eat him.
Can you just replay their eating dogs part? No, I'm not pulling anything back.
It's not wrong. I mean,
yeah.
Watch the city council meetings. It's so tragic what these poor people are saying there.
Well, Americans have this idea because this used to happen a lot. If you suggested Asian people ate cats or dogs, like, no, they don't. Yes, they do.
Not anymore, they don't. South Korea banned it like 5 years ago, so
that doesn't mean China did.
Yeah, exactly.
It's always like, oh my God, that you guys are just being so racist. It's not racist to point out that they're eating dogs. In their culture, it doesn't carry the same impact that it does for us.
Yeah, well, I mean, it is a very poor society where you have to get the food where you can.
The Indians think, some, that their ancestors are in cows so they won't eat a delicious hamburger. So if you went over there and you ate one, they'd be like, what the fuck are you doing? Where we're like, lunch. It's not wrong to say that they eat dogs and cats and shit. I'm not judging them for it in any manner. It's just food to them.
Judging them.
If they touch my cat, we're going to have an issue. Plus, they'll probably choke on a hairball because that's a furry little bitch. All right. It not the press, but the actual performance, Jack. Who wins?
Actual performance, have to say Trump won.
I agree.
Because he was giving better answers. Hers were a lot of word salad and a lot of dodging and weaving. I mean, I thought I was watching a dodgeball tournament for a few minutes there.
I also think that the moderators help make Trump more, what's the word I'm looking for? Sympathetic.
Yeah.
Because they were clearly so one-sided here.
Oh, absolutely.
So yeah.
It wasn't even subtle how one-sided this was. There is one point that I'd like to bring up. I have an image here that I think
I love that image, yeah.
Look, the Haitian thing is really big in the news right now, at least in the second tier news, like the foreign news. So all these memes going around that pissed off Swalwell because I think he fell for it.
That was funny as shit.
He's such a fucking retard. I think that the fact that Kamala didn't really address any of those about the immigrant crime, I think that actually hurts her.
Oh, yeah. This picture I like because it reminds me of Phoebe, except for her tail sticks straight up and is much fluffier.
Yeah, I just love all the kittens. They're so cute. AI cats are adorable.
Phoebe has really long legs, but you can't tell because of her long hair and her tummy. So she has legs that look like a Dachshund until you see them when she's laying down. Like, holy shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's adorable though. Yeah, I do like the AI pictures of cats. The one that I did. There were a lot of people who did not get that joke, and I was a little sad for them. I just said maybe they misunderstood our slang. And I had Grok make me a picture to kind of sell the point. And isn't he cute?
That's adorable.
From Haitians is hilarious. I haven't seen that one.
Oh yeah, I'll send you that one. I got a whole shitload of these. They're so funny.
Grok is one of my favorite things these days.
I've got to start playing with that.
Although I will say it's kind of fucked up. I can't use Grok while I'm in trouble. Ain't that some shit? Okay, get that off of there. Overall impression, I think ABC is a loser here. They really showed how biased they are.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to hurt Kamala all that much, even if people think Trump did well, because the last person was Biden.
Yeah.
So, I think Trump did enough to not get in trouble. He stated his answer to the question about saying Kamala turned black is the right answer. I just don't care. I don't care. And he let it go, and then she goes into that long ass nonsensical answer about how Trump is the divisive racist. That was a good look for him, but if we had a free press, I would absolutely say Trump wins this, but we have the press that we have, so I'll call it a push. How about that?
And yeah, it's fair.
We are Monk, this was going when I went to bed. It's not my fault. I have a compulsion to hit pause.
Hey, you should sleep more because we only went for about 6 hours.
6.5.
6.5. Yeah, that's not a well-rested time frame.
Sometimes you got to get up early for work, Ladies and gentlemen, we're wrapping up here. Thank you so much for coming and hanging out with us. Thank you for the donations. You guys are fucking amazing. Really do appreciate it. Oh, Danger says he likes this picture. Let's put that one on the screen there. Jack, anything you want to show?
I'll drop some links to videos. As always, thank you so much for all the support you do give us. You guys are awesome. Thank you for the tips and coming out and watching this extremely long episode. These debates really take a toll on us, but it's important to cover this stuff, especially when there's so many lies.
Don't tell him to sleep, you monster. I don't think he was talking to me. By the way, I was sleeping when James Earl Jones died. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, nice job. Darth Vader.
I like this picture, but I need somebody to replace the picture on the far right with Lou Bega. Because that shit's funny.
Poor Lou Bega.
That she looked like him. It's not my fault. I didn't know
just
she was
a mustache. Any
cosplay.
15-year-old could have that mustache.
No, she's got the pinstripe suit on, the big shoulder pads, so it looks like a zoot suit. I mean, come on. All she's missing is a nice big brimmed hat
with a feather in it.
With a feather in it.
Yep.
All right, guys, I am going to bed soon. I was just told to stop sleeping. Soon as Lady Monkey gets up, my crippled ass is crawling right back into that bed. Jack, thanks for hanging out with me for 6.5 hours as we watched a really stupid woman blather.
Yeah, well, I've done dumber shit, so.
True. Guys, we love you. Thanks for watching. I already had you put your shilling out, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. We're going to leave here then. Everybody, we love you. Take care of yourselves. And we'll see y'all next time.
Bye, everybody.
Kamala made me dumber. That's